opportunity that we can't pass on.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls, and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
E te iwi nau mai haere mai ki tēnei papahotonga whakaata Māori. Ka mihi ki ngā maunga, nā waimina ahi ka o tēnei rohi, tēnā koutou katoa. Ki ngā kai whakahaere, mi ngā kai whakateitei, he mihi mahana hoki ki a koutou. Atamarie Croquet whānau, and we welcome you to the New Zealand Open final. We have Paddy Chapman playing against Logan McCorkindale. Game 1 is underway. You can currently hear Jared Coots in the commentary, and I'm joined again today, privilege of having Luke Rive joining me. Kia ora, Luke.
Kia ora, Jared. Morena all.
So we've just got underway in Game 1, and we just thought we'd recap the opening. It's our understanding that Logan won the toss and elected to play first. Logan is playing with the Kōwhai and Whiro, red and yellow. Paddy is playing with Kikorangi, blue, and Pango, black. And it was a slightly different opening to what we've seen during the event. So Logan played Kōwhai out to the east boundary. Pango went just north of corner 4. The standard's been high right from the start. Whiro hit the ball just north of corner 4. Set a spread with the ball at the peg. So max distance on the east boundary. And then Paddy took the shot from B-Balk down at the ball on the peg, made the roquet, was underway, and unfortunately for Paddy, we've just seen the first hoop failure of the day, where Paddy has stuck in hoop 3 after it looked like he was establishing control.
Yeah, it was a strong start from Paddy, getting around to that hoop 3, but I guess it's a great opportunity really early to talk about how tough these conditions are. This lawn right out in front of us, hoops have been reset yesterday, and dare say, Jared, they'll be quite tight.
Yeah, completely agree with you there, Luke, and thanks to John Yarrell and the grounds team. So lawns were mown last night. We're currently about 24 degrees as we've just hit the 8:30 a.m. mark in the morning. We're expecting it to get to high 20s today. My guess is that the lawns are probably running at about 11 seconds at the moment, but with the wind that we've got, it's not going to be long until they get to 12.5, possibly even 13. Interesting to see a miss from Logan. We just get so used to expecting him to just hit everything, so it shows that both of these players are human, and I'm not going to call that one an error from Logan, but a bit of a surprise early on.
Yeah, and those first few shots are the tough ones, really. I mean, it is hard to understand. The wind we've got here early in the morning is quite strong at the moment. It looks like it might carry on through the day. I think that's the forecast. So those early shots, settling down on them is a big ask. So we've seen Logan miss through, and Paddy looks like he's considering which ball he's going to play.
Yeah, so it's not the first tussle that these guys have had in a New Zealand Open final, Luke, and this is actually a repeat of last year's event, where Logan was the victor with a 3-1 take out of Paddy, and that was included 2 triples, one from Paddy, one from Logan. So if we rewind back to 2023, it was in mid-February, up just north of Wellington. Logan took the first 26-0-0, took the second 26-1. Paddy came back in the third with a 26-1-1 win against Logan, and then Logan was clinical in game 3 with a 26-9. So I think it's fair to say that this is definitely the strongest 2 players in the event in the final, and though this is probably what we were expecting to start the event, they've both had to play their way in, and they've deserved to be here, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, clearly the strongest 2 and the ones that, I think people expected to see in the final. Paddy's come through, I wouldn't say comfortably, he's had to work for it because the conditions have been tough. And while Logan's had a couple of ups and downs, interesting yesterday to see him really dial in, looked really, really focused. So I think he's coming closer to his best form. So it'll be really interesting to see how the guys test each other today.
Agreed. And just as you saw on that replay, that's a little confidence booster. Paddy having that nice little 3.5 yarder, maybe 4, hitting it in the middle, thanks to Callum Hyland, our one of 2 Australian entrants, along with Kathy Grant, who made the journey over for this year's New Zealand Open. And I think that's a sensible decision from Paddy, especially with where he's rushed it to. He's not going to be worried about setting a leave. He's just saying, all right, I'm going to 4-back. I'm going to be happy being on 4-back in hoop 3, and in easy conditions, we'd just expect that. But I'm not saying it's a guarantee. That rush to hoop 1 is critical.
Yeah, it's interesting with that decision he's taken. He's probably given us an early sign that triple peeling is not really something they're going to be worried about, particularly in the early rounds or early game, while they get used to these lawns. So while he does have a ball on hoop 3, taking the opportunity to get that second ball going, looks like that's the priority.
Agreed. And just as you can see on the screen, if you've got a question or a comment that you want to flick through, one of the ways that you can do that is to send a message to Croquet New Zealand via Facebook. So that will pop up on our messenger feeds. We're going to have the comments turned off on the Whakaata Māori stream today, but we are looking forward to receiving your feedback. We know that we've got quite a few viewers who are tuned in the UK already. We know it's just hit that sort of 7:30 p.m, so we hope you're ready for a potentially a big evening. Those of you in Aotearoa who are watching as well, we I guess really pleased that you're here to join us. And we have it's a best of 5 final today, so there is the potential that this could go deep into the night. There is possibly 13 hours worth of play plus overtime, and for game 1 that's going to be a 3.5 hour time limit, with if the game's pegged out, any remaining time will be added onto the next one, and the final 4 games will be 3 hours, 2.5 hours, 2 and then 2. So we're hoping that we have every game gets to 26, but based on what we've seen this event so far, that's not a foregone conclusion, Luke.
Yeah, I think we're settling in for the long haul. I think this first game will tell us a fair bit about how the day's going to play out, but we are expecting it to be a reasonably tough day for the guys. we're just going to go around the grounds too, because we've got a number of games happening here today while these guys are getting underway. So we do have Paddy and Logan out here on lawn 2 in front of us, which you're seeing, but we'll also keep you in the loop around some of the other games that are going on. So just running through those at the moment, we have the Heenan Plate final between Kerry Johnson and Stefan Hora. We have the bronze medal final between John Christie and Levi Franks. Levi, the young up-and-comer versus experienced John Christie.
Current North Island champion John, having actually beaten Paddy 2-1 earlier in the year, which was a phenomenal performance by John.
Yep. On lawn 2, probably one of the toughest lawns here, we have the third place final. So after a late finish last night in his game with Logan, Joe Hogan is playing John Versey.
Now, for those of you who aren't aware, this is the Joe Hogan, the 1989 inaugural world champion winner. It's great to have Joe back on the scene. Now, there was a bit of a joke in the club rooms because the third place playoff has decided that it's actually going to be a best of one, no time limit match, no time limit game, sorry. And there was not concern, but there was definitely some questions raised about who's going to be first to finish. Will it be the single game third place playoff? Or is it going to be the best of 5 final if it goes to 5? Because it could go either way, Luke.
Yeah, I think we saw a bit of a glint in the eye and a wry smile from Joe Hogan, so I don't know what that means, but I dare say he's in it for the long haul if that's what it takes.
And as the viewers are probably well aware, Joe's been teaching us a lot the last couple of years, and campaigning has been going to be one of the key features. So he doesn't want to just go and get that game done early. He wants to really dig in, pitch the tent, and he wants to be here for the long haul. So we've got one other game remaining there, Luke, and if we had played properly yesterday, that could have been us having a tussle for 5 to 8, but we've got...
Yeah, you may have had Callum Highland and Harps Tahurangi on the commentary, but they both successfully beat Jared and I. So they're playing the 5 to 8 final. So Callum Highland from Australia and Harps Tahurangi, who lost his quarterfinal to Logan on Logan's way through.
Agreed. So Harps representing the Te Awa tribe. His marae is Waifetu, and he's hoping to do them proud. We're very, I guess, privileged to have some internationals having joined us for this tournament this year, both from Australia, England, and across the Motu. And I guess with my biased Aotearoa hat on, I was very pleased to see that 4 Kiwis had made it through to the semi-final to guarantee another New Zealand winner of the New Zealand Open 2024.
Yeah, and it was really nice to see some internationals coming and joining us. And in future years, hopefully we get a few more, because it does add a little bit of interest and colour to the event, and it's nice to see people coming from distance to join us. Maybe we might need to apologise a little bit. We are getting a lot of wind coming through, so not too sure what you can hear, but we'll do our best to kind of duck behind the screen. But it's really starting to blow.
So Paddy's settling into this turn nicely now. I think one of the critical elements of this final is just going to be about maintaining control. When you've got the breaks, you've got to be really disciplined. We've talked about these hoops and these challenging conditions before. I would say the hoops have gone to another level, being in new holes for today. So you just can't afford to relax at any point. Being able to maintain that focus and that form and putting all of that emphasis on to getting, rather than thinking 3, 4, 5 shots ahead, it's all about the next shot. How do I guarantee that good rush on that pioneer? How do I guarantee that good kokiro, that good rush? How do I guarantee that good croquet stroke in my hoop approach? And when I run the fitty, there's going to be less hoop running with control.
And as we see Paddy making hoop 4, as Jared touched on, he's making it from quite tight. So he's 6 inches out in front, looking to get really close, nice control. And he's starting to bring all the balls together for what's looking like a nice tight break at this stage.
And we're very privileged to have this quality of broadcast, and that couldn't have happened without our sponsors. So a major shout out to Whakata Māori for allowing us to have this streaming platform. And throughout the day, we're hoping you become really familiar with some of our key sponsors and would look to support them in your own endeavours. So a special mention to Bailey's, Caltex, New Zealand Carbon Farming and Apollo Projects. Without them, we wouldn't have this broadcast available with us. So one thing we're intrigued to see is what the viewers have as their predictions. I'm going to keep my lips sealed, but I've written that down earlier, and Luke will be able to reveal that later in the day. But if you've got a prediction for the match, some of the things that we'd be interested in knowing would be overall match score. So who do you think is going to be the victor and by how many games? And also, if you think there's going to be any peeling to occur. So we do have an additional trophy running this year that is the New Zealand Open Peeling Prize. And we'll have a look at the stats during the day to see who is currently in the lead for that, because Logan and Paddy would be two of the main competitors, and it could come down to, I know the major, goal for them is that New Zealand Open trophy, but with the peeling prize on the line, will that have any effect? So we'll look to do a bit of a deep dive into that as well today. So a number of ha-ho pie, a number of good shots from Paddy, and he's really starting to tighten the control. I'm really intrigued to see what leave he's going to be doing. I think he knows that Logan is an incredibly good shot, so I think he'll want to maximise distance. I know Logan will probably shoot down the line, so that'll be interesting to see if Paddy, if he goes for a spread, if he'll make that even more of a vertical one to encourage Logan to take, if he is taking that shot down the line, to just increase that distance by another yard or two. Luke, now that he's in control and we can assume there's going to be a clip-on fallback, have you got any predictions for what leave will be coming up?
I think it's interesting watching Paddy yesterday. He, as good as he is, understands that these conditions are really tough. So he's tending not to overcomplicate things. He was going for the diagonal spread yesterday, and I think you're right. I think that's what we'll see. And then from Logan's point of view, that shot down the line, as good a shot as he is, it is probably the longer shot. But in taking that shot with a miss, he's not going to give Paddy too much. I think Logan's focus today, if he is under pressure, is going to be making Paddy work for it.
I think one of the other things we also need to consider is that we've got to remember Chapman's on, providing he gets to fallback, he's going to be on fallback in 3, which is very different to fallback in 1. So it also wouldn't surprise me if we see a reverse NSL. So that'll be interesting to see if he does that by keeping one of the balls close to hoop 2, so it can't rush to hoop 1, but it can rush to hoop 3. Or the other alternative that I'm just thinking about is Paddy could possibly even be playing for a ball into the jaws of hoop 4. That way it won't rush to 1, but it will rush to hoop 3. So it could be a really good, slightly more defensive option, so that even if Logan does hit the lift, he's got a lot more mahi to do before he can establish his own break. So lots of options for Paddy to consider. Any of the gurus that are watching at home, either flick a message to that Croquet New Zealand Facebook page, or feel free to send me an email with your thoughts on what should be done in the leave here, and that's jared.coots@gmail.com, jarood.coutts@gmail.com if you're not on Facebook and you would like to contribute a comment.
We spoke about it a little bit yesterday too, and I guess the other consideration for Paddy is how much control he has as he does come through 2 back and 3 back. Having full control of those balls, things can adjust and things can change on the fly quite quickly.
And we've just had one of our first questions through, so kia ora, Alison. Well, not really a question, more a statement, letting us know that she really enjoyed the interview with Paddy yesterday. It was great to have Paddy on commentary, just such a great human. Anyone that's had the privilege of meeting Paddy, or actually any of the Chapman whānau, comes from a great family. And, I'm hoping, Alison, that you might want to see if you can get Paddy on to the hit-in at some point to do an interview to get his thoughts on the Open following this match.
Yeah, and it was really good to get Paddy on. I think it took about 2 or 3 days of twisting his arm. He'd been avoiding the microphone quite successfully, so well done, Jared, finally getting Paddy to sit down.
Now, we have had multiple requests come through. He's currently in play at the moment, but I can confirm that if his single game does finish, Joe Hogan, the 1989 inaugural world champion, is willing to come and join us in the commentary box at some point, Luke. I think we'll also very likely have Nelson Morrow come and join us in the crew, have some good kōrero with him. And one of the things that I'm looking forward to the most, if we can get Joe Hogan onto the commentary, is his ability to share pūrākau, his ability to tell the stories. That's one of the things that I enjoy the most about talking with Joe, hearing stories about turns from the 1970s, 80s, 90s and today. And so we'll look forward to that later on in the commentary.
I think you're really teasing our UK friends with the time difference. I think there it might be about 7:30 in the morning, getting towards 8 o'clock. 7:30 in the evening, getting towards 8 o'clock. So depending on how long Joe takes, you might be staying up late waiting for that.
So one interesting option for a leave that's just come through, thanks to Jack Wicks from over in Colchester in England. He's mentioned it could be joined up in corner 4 with a ball in hoop 4 and the other opposition peg high on east boundary. So yes, it is a shorter lift shot, but a slightly more defensive option. So this is why, Luke, we're obviously not the guru. Well, we like to think we know a little bit about watching, but one of the good things about hearing other people's views and thoughts is there is no right or wrong option, and there's always variance in croquet, which is one of the great things about the game. So very, very intrigued to see what Chapman's going to do. Based on not having that ball up left at one back, it's my reverse NSL's been ruled out. But the more I think about it, the more I think we will see a ball in the jaws of hoop 4, so it won't rush to hoop 1.
Yeah, watching these guys on the lawn is a real learning experience. Being relatively new to the game, the lines of play I would tend to take are reasonably basic. So, hearing these conversations, predicting what Paddy might be looking at, and seeing these messages come through, fantastic to think through what those options might look like. And then let's see if that plays out as Paddy comes towards approaching 2-back. And he's put that federal ball across to 3-back.
And one thing we touched on yesterday, Luke, but you can see just with especially Logan and Paddy throughout the event, they just make the game look so easy. When they've got it under control, their rushes are just so short. They're mainly playing stop shots for their croquet strokes, their hoop strokes, just the shots to actually run the fitty, to run the hoop, are from a very short distance, and that just reduces their error count significantly. And just a quick recap of their journey to make the final. So in the round of 16, Paddy played against Reese McCorkindale, so actually Logan's younger sibling, had a comprehensive 2-0 victory with one triple, 26-2, 26-0. In the quarterfinal, he absolutely crunched myself with a lovely 6-turn finish in the second game, and I think it was an 8th or a 9th turn finish in game 1 where he made one error. In the semi-final, Paddy actually made a couple of errors, didn't he, Luke? But he was looking incredibly solid, and it was just when he had the balls, he didn't break down. It was just that establishing that break. So another 2-0 victory. So Paddy hasn't actually dropped a game so far during this event, whereas I'll let you give us the rundown on how Logan's made it to this part of the journey.
Yeah, so in Logan's round of 16 match, he played Levi Franks, and Levi acquitted himself fantastically well. That was a really tough battle with Levi. So Logan did complete the first game with a TP, 26-17, but as that suggests, Levi had his opportunities and put a lot of pressure on Logan. Heading into the second game of that match, it went to time, and Levi got through on that one, so a fantastic result from Levi, 23-20. And in the final game, Logan did come through 26-18. Levi had his opportunities. He put a lot of pressure on Logan through that round of 16 match, and actually in one of those games was on track for a TP. So that's really having a crack at the big guy. So then Logan went on to play Harps Tahurangi in his quarterfinal and came through 26-7, 26-8. And then into the semi-final. Last night over on Lawn 1, there was fish and chips and a few beers on the sideline watching that one. So Logan beat Joe 26-3 in the first match, but that went to about 3.25 hours. Took about an hour and a half for the guys to really get going. Reasonably low scoring early.
Agreed. After an hour, I believe it was currently 3-all. Really dried it up. Joe was playing for time and to really just push Logan. Once Logan got the brakes established, Joe just couldn't hit those critical lift shots compared with what he had been earlier in the day. And then Logan just had a pretty clinical game 2.
Yeah, in game 2, Logan 26 TP, nothing. So yeah, didn't really give Joe a look in on that one, and that's the match where we had fish and chips and a couple of beers on the sideline. It was a real privilege to watch Logan. It was almost like he flicked a switch a little bit. You could see some real focus coming in. The lawns were quite challenging to execute that TP in that semi-final against Joe Hogan. Was really impressive to watch. So Logan will be hoping that he brings that through to today.
Agreed. And well, out of the options that we'd talked about for leaves, it's gone back to the original that I thought might not have happened. But it's just going to be playing for a spread, and I think Patty's probably thinking in that regard just all right, let's maximise distance on the lift, let's play for the easiest pickup, and not long from now, after he's run 3 back, we're going to be able to get a really nice high angle view, and here we go, we've just come back to that lovely angle, so we'll be able to see the motion on the spread. You can see the shadow in the bottom of the screen there. That's actually a high camera that we've got, operated by Bruce McClay, so thanks Brucey for all your hard work. We've got a great crew of volunteers, and they are being led around by, Paddy, we'd like to see a replay on that one. And that just goes to show, if we rewind that back half a dozen shots, just having that 3-back Pioneer not in the exact position that he wanted it, meant he had to rush to it. His hoop was a little bit longer, still straight in front, and you can see there's disappointment in Paddy's expression, but also one of the things I love about Paddy is he never gets angry. It's just the clip will go on. He's just Mr. Smooth, Mr. Cool under pressure, but he'll be disappointed that he's given Logan this, easy response.
Yeah, and Logan walks onto the lawn needing to change his thinking a little bit. I'd say Logan would have been sitting over under the tree there thinking about what that long lift shot might look like. So he'll be taking his time, not going too quickly on this one, but it's fair to say he does have all the balls relatively available to him. I think going back to where Paddy was at there, we talked about the options for the leave, and we looked like it was going to be that diagonal spread. But I think that just shows Paddy's mindset at the moment is just keeping it as simple as possible. No hoop is guaranteed, as we can see with that fail of 3-back. So the conditions, as tough as they are, you might hear the wind. It's warm. It's going to dry out really, really quickly. So executing things as simply and as easily as possible, keeping things really tight, is going to be crucial.
Agreed, and we just had another message come through, so cheers Jimbo for your one. Sorry, I only just picked that up. I know it's too late in the piece now, so thanks to James Death, who was also thinking about a possible option for that leave with a ball on the peg, a ball in hoop 4, and laid up on the east boundary with a rush towards the peg. So I think in those slightly easier conditions, I think we would see more of that sort of stuff. But based on Paddy making that decision, just saying, no, I'm just playing for a spread, I'm keeping things simple, I'm maximising distance, I'm going to be surprised if we see much more than that throughout the day.
So as we see Logan putting the blue ball up to hoop 2, coming down to the Whero on Pango. I think the challenge here, he'll get in nice and close, but seeing if he can get that rush on Pango from the jaws of 3-back across to hoop 1 to see if he can get things going. I think that failure of 3 back from Paddy really puts this match into an interesting position. If Logan can get something going here, I think we see how difficult it is. So getting hoops on the board, seeing if you can get a break going and putting some pressure back on Paddy is going to be really key for Logan.
So here we go, a lovely, lovely high-angled shot. We're going to see the rush to hoop 1. And all of a sudden, just because of where that's gone, there is no guarantee that Logan will have a break here. He's going to have to play 2 good shots, both the croquet stroke and running the fitty, running the hoop, if he wants to have a chance at this break. For the majority of players in this event, I would say that based on where he's approaching hoop 1 from, their clip would finish on hoop 1 at the end of this term. However, for Logan, I think he's only probably 50-50 to get through hoop 1 from here.
Yeah, I think with the pace of the lawns that we see here at United, quite often from an angle and distance, really hard to judge landing it on that spot. It's that last roll or roll and a half, which can make a massive difference and tail off slightly. But that looks to be, from this angle, a really lovely shot from Logan.
Kapai Logan, a great haho wahi, so a great croquet stroke. Still a difficult fitty from there at that distance, but
yeah, it is.
I'm expecting him to run that, having the deep black ball there.
Particularly for the first one. He has put the black ball deep. He'll run it with some weight. We've got a perfect side on here, so he's about foot and a half out, right out in front.
And you could almost hear that from the sideline, Luke. Like Logan hit that at a reasonable pace, and the hoop just went and just tried to grab at it. But Logan's played that really well, and his break should be underway by now.
Yeah, that's really nice. It just grabbed the hoop slightly on the way through. That black ball, bungle ball, was nice and deep there as the reception. And earlier he put the blue ball up to hoop 2. And he does have that cut rush down to red, so Logan will have that break together quite early in the piece.
Special shout out to Toby Garrison, who's just tuned in. Tobes, we know that we had the privilege of your company during the doubles, mate, and really glad to see you're tuning in. Just confirming that we do have another question through, and are the hoops in new holes? And yes, we can confirm. They also mowed last night, so conditions were tried to be established to be as challenging as possible for both of these elite players. Based on the performances in the singles so far, there's been a slight change in the world rankings. Paddy has gone from number 5 at the start of the event up to number 3 now, and Logan had, with his despite having so many wins and being in the final, he's had 2 losses, and that's hurt his index a little bit. So he's dropped from number 15, I think, at the start of the event, to currently number 17. So currently we've got the New Zealand number 1 and New Zealand number 3 in the final. As we mentioned earlier, this is a repeat of the final from 2023, so it's fair to say that the cream rises to the top.
Yeah, I think we did touch on a little bit earlier. Watching these guys progress through the tournament has been really interesting, just to see how they approach each day. And I think they know that it's a long week. And for both of them, I think seeing them over the last day or so in particular, you definitely see a change in attitude, a fair bit more focus. And when you see them on the lawn, 2 quite distinct different styles, but you can definitely see the focus. Logan's game last night against Joe, he performed exceptionally well, but he looked incredibly dialed in, approaching each shot very, very deliberately. and it was a definite increase in focus for Logan in that, and that looks like what he's bringing to today.
And I think, speaking of that level of focus and, aiming high, both of these players aiming to take out the New Zealand Open, it sort of resonates strongly with a whakatoki, which is whaia te iti, kahurangi ki te tuahu koe meme maunga teitei, which translates to seek the treasure you value most dearly. If you bow your head, let it be to a lofty mountain. And I think in this case, the lofty mountain is that New Zealand Open title, but this whakatoki is more about just aiming for what is high or what's truly valuable. And the key message is about being persistent and don't let obstacles stop you from reaching your goal. And I think you couldn't get a greater whakatoki to relate to this final, because both of these players have been persistent. They both have had barriers at a certain point that they've had to overcome. And I'm just really fascinated to see who's going to come out on top today, Luke.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jared. And for our listeners who might not be familiar, a whakatoki is a Maori word for proverbial story. And in the Māori culture, there's a number of whakatoki and lessons that are shared. And that's a really nice one as it relates to today's event. Just as we watch Logan getting things together here, talk to me, Jared, just about kind of Logan and how he's got to this point, because I know, he's definitely one of our kind of top players in New Zealand, and he's making his name on the world stage as well, but I understand he has come through quite quickly with a GC background initially, but that journey in AC has been quite rapid.
Oh, for sure, Luke. So Logan, he only played his first ranking game of AC back in 2018. He has had initially started probably a few years before that in golf croquet, and I would say that it was he progressed very quickly. He was starting to do triples within by 2019, so his second year of playing ranking games was when he got his first triple. He had a few in 20 and 21 and didn't play much in 2022, but 2023 was a breakthrough year for him. So Logan played 49 games, had 36 wins, and the phenomenal stat for my mind is that out of those 36 wins, 28 of them were with triples. Now, especially playing in New Zealand conditions, that is almost unheard of. You've got Paddy with a really high percentage peeling rate, and then I think our next best would probably be Toby or Greg. Felix is starting to increase his percentage as well, and then the other players in New Zealand, that drops off significantly in the amount of wins against good players with peeling finishes. So 2023 was a breakthrough year for Logan. He also attended the AC World Championships. I believe they were over in London last year, and after an initial scare in the box stage where he was involved in a playoff in the qualifier, so he nearly didn't make that top 30 through, Logan did make it through to the quarterfinals. So he's just played a lot. He's very committed to his practice, and from a New Zealand selections perspective, I'm very excited to see what Logan can do. And he is really striving to be a part of that 2026 Mick Robertson Shield team. And if he carries on with the performances that he's had last year and this year, I think it would be some big upsets for if he wasn't to be a part of that team.
Yeah, and as we talk about Logan, we've just seen him come through Hoop 3. He took his time over that one from quite a close distance there. He gave himself a little angled hoop. They're not taking anything for granted here, and you can see there he's a bit disappointed with that approach, but took his time and made that hoop quite nicely. I think, Jared, when you talk about those the peeling percentage, for someone who's just exploring triple peels, and I'd love to think I can get one done in a match at some stage soon, that just blows my mind in terms of the number of peels relative to the number of wins across that 1 year. And I know, let's talk about last year's New Zealand Open. He was on quite a run of TPs, a real hot streak. Was he chasing them or not? I think he got to a point where the win was more important than the triple peel. But talk to us about that run and what that looked like from those that were at the venue watching?
Yeah, so I think one of the key differences with Logan's success was his ability to do delayed triple peels. Like if I look at the top 10 players in New Zealand, if you offered most of them a standard triple, I think a lot of the time it's just going to be finished. However, I only think there's sort of 3, maybe 4 players who I would say are more odds on in that top 10 New Zealand to be finishing just delayed triples on a consistent basis. Part of the difference between New Zealand conditions and the UK is my personal bias is that Aotearoa, across our motu, it is a lot more challenging conditions. As a general rule, we've got a little bit more clay in the ground, so it makes the hoop tougher, so it makes peeling turns that, little bit more of a step up. So the fact that Logan was actively chasing delayed triples was just a sign of the confidence that he was playing with, compared with a lot of other players who would take that more conservative approach, and if things get too delayed, they would just focus on completing the turn with that break to the peg.
Yeah, and as you talk about challenging conditions, we get a gust of wind come through which almost blows our monitor off the table in front of us, and the marquee we're under had a really good rattle, so it just shows how challenging it is here today.
I can tell you for free, Luke, that I'm very happy to be sitting on the sideline watching. So much easier from the sideline, in my opinion. And even this, so we've just seen a reasonably short hoop approach. There is a tiny bit of angle on this, and so Logan will just need to give it that extra 5%, really make sure he smooths it through and he plays it well, even gets himself a rush, but just every hoop is critical. The lawns are going to get very, very tough today with this wind that's going to dry any moisture out that's left in them. And it's going to be, it's going to start to have an impact on the players' swings. We're possibly going to see a lot of resets as well. Both players like to cast, so that'll be interesting to see if they have a reduction in their casting or have any modification to their hands on the mallet with that position as the wind picks up. You can see just that rustle in Logan's shorts, and I would say that's medium strength at the moment, and we're predicted to get higher winds throughout the day.
And as we see Logan there run hoop 4, I think an interesting thing for me, who I tend to play a little bit quicker, perhaps need to slow down. I think the conditions are meaning that these guys are really taking their time. They're not hurrying anything. They understand that every shot, putting it on the spot they're looking for, and really taking their time over those hoop approaches is really key. They can't afford to give anything back. So I think we're going to see these really deliberate, slow, really well considered breaks. And as we say that, Logan's stepping off the ball a number of times, and I think that is the wind, Jared, that's really starting to play a factor.
And I think it's fair to say that with Logan's break being well established, with the calibre of player that he is, I'm just expecting a clip-on fullback. Yep, there's still work to do, but there's people starting to message through, all right, what are his options for leaves already? Now, one of our UK friends, also known as T-shirt across the croquet scene, Sam Murray, he's recommended a straight QPO. Well, T-shirt, I think that would be one hell of a turn, but I don't think that we're going to see any of that today, mate. Wixie, however, or Jack Wicks from Colchester, known as Wixie, he's recommending an NSL with the 3-back ball on hoop 4, could be quite aggressive. But it does give a standard triple if he misses. So back to T-shirt, he's thinking possibly a reverse MSL. My prediction is that Logan is just going to go for a spread again. Just keep things simple, maximise the distance. The only thing I'm unsure about is if that will be a normal spread or a reverse spread. And kia ora Miranda for tuning in. So that is Paddy's wonderful wife, looking forward to moving into the new house in Morrinsville. So a big kia ora to yourself, Miranda, and your wonderful kids, Ollie and Tilly. Yes, we can confirm that it is a best-of-5 final. Just a reminder about the time limit situation. So we've got 3.5 hours for the first game, and if they go to time, which we're hoping they don't, the following games would be 3, 2.5, 2, and 2. So we're possibly having a field of 13 hours worth of play today.
Maybe, Jared, just explain for us, for the listeners who aren't as familiar with these best of 5s and how the time limits work. when you talk us through those game times, they carry over, don't they? So it's cumulative. So if we finish the game early,
yes,
that carries through?
Correct. So, if the time limit for the first game is 3.5 hours and it takes the players 2 hours, that would mean the remaining time of that 90 minutes would be added to the second game's time limit of 3 hours, and the second game would effectively become 4.5, and so on and so on. It would be, in my opinion, a disaster if we got to, game 4, possibly game 5, and it was a 2-hour time limit, because we'd see things change significantly. So I'm really hoping that the first 2 games have a large remaining amount of time on the clock, so time doesn't become a factor in this best of 5 final for the New Zealand Open title.
We see Logan as he's coming through hoops 5 and 6. He has done that early load of 2-back with partner ball, giving us some early clues as to the way he's thinking. And as Jared touched on, I think our guess is that it is going to be kept simple with that spread. And let's see what happens once we come through 1-back and where we see that blue ball go.
So it's been a pretty good rarangi, a pretty good start for Logan. He's had the one miss, but he hit the opening, and he's looking to take that ball round without an error. I would say this is quite a unique position, in that it's very rare that we would see 1 and 4 back against 3 and 4 back. So yes, he does have the options to look at an alternative leave. I think early days he's just going to keep it simple, give himself an easy start for if Paddy misses the lift. But as the day progresses for both players, the more confidence they start to play with, the more that might start to change.
Yeah, and with that, Jared, what are your thoughts on, best of 3, best of 5, the mindset for that first game? Is it to not overcomplicate things and just to get some good play under their belt, get used to the lawns and keep things quite simple?
Yeah, I think that's spot on, Luke. Like, obviously I haven't been in that big game experience as a player, but I've been incredibly fortunate to watch a lot of elite play over the last sort of 15 years. And yeah, I think the higher the competition gets, my opinion, is the simpler you make life for yourselves. Sometimes errors can creep in when you try and overcomplicate things. So I think it's about doing the fundamentals right, trying not to give too much away. And I really enjoyed talking to Greg yesterday, and I'm not sure if you're listening in, Aaron, and I'm sure Greg wouldn't mind me saying, or yourself, Aaron, that we talk about, not giving your opposition much in the first game and being quite defensive. And then Greg and I were analysing, does that change in game 2? If you're ahead and you've got a lead, can you have a tendency to be more aggressive? And I thought Aaron's response was brilliant, where he said, well, actually, I'm just going to become even more defensive if I've got the lead, and I don't want to give my opposition nothing. If they play a turn, I really, really want them to work for it. So I think a key part of whoever takes this New Zealand Open final, it's going to come down to the shooting. I think we're going to get a couple of errors out of both players across the scheme of their winning 3 games. But to me, the victor will be the one who is the most consistent with their shooting.
And we do have 2 players in front of us who have the experience. They have been here before, only 1 year ago. Keeping their heads level, keeping calm. We see Logan quite disappointed there. He's over-rolled with the back ball. He's over-rolled with the Kōwhai ball. He would have liked that rush on Pango. But he's going to have to think about this and see what he can do to pull it back in, because he's nearing that stage of setting that leave. So let's see how he does that.
And just a slight correction, Luke, I ended up, I've made many mistakes in my life, and I'm happy to make mistakes, but one that I just made earlier, I said the clips were for 4 and 4 back, and just using my eyes to actually have a look at the lawn and also reading what we've got on the scoreboard, it's actually 3 and 3 back, not 4 and 3 back. And I think you'll see Logan now playing this haho wawahi, this croquet stroke, and I think that's one of the shots that both players want to try and avoid. You don't want to have to play big croquet strokes in these tricky conditions. Though Logan's played that really well and he's got a nice little 1 yarder or 1.5 yarder on red, if that was another yard out and he's having to play that shot with control, the ripple effect is massive. It just means he's got a bigger hoop stroke, a bigger hoop approach, a bigger hoop stroke. So trying to reduce the distance that striker's ball has to travel in your croquet strokes will just really tighten up that control, and Logan's just rushed that really well.
Yeah, with being a little bit newer to the game, it is a fascinating part of croquet. You get taught all the different shots, you get taught how to play them, and those wonderful croquet strokes and rolls and split rolls, and then you get told that you don't actually want to use them. So the point of the game is to play in such a manner that we're not using those big rolls and big split shots. So it's quite fascinating. You're trying to perfect something that you don't actually want to be using too often.
Oh, completely agree, Luke. And I think as Logan comes to the end of the turn, we'll just do a bit of a scan from around the grounds to get a bit of an update on what's happening. So I'm just going to look over at my shoulder, and behind me we've got on lawn 4, we've got Kerry Johnson playing against Stefan Hora, and it looks like Kerry's got first break. He is playing Fero and Korfai, and he's approaching 3-back with partner on hoop 1, and opposition Stefan looks to be on hoop 1 and hoop 3. Over on the far lawn 6, so you can see that in the background there with the long light sky blue pants. That's Callum Highland from Australia. So he is playing against Harps Tahurangi from Wellington for the 5th to 8th position, so effectively the playoff for 5th spot. Luke has just gone up to get an update on the multiple requests that we're getting through to hear about what's happening between John Versey and Joe Hogan. We can see that Joe is on the lawn, but we're just looking for a clip update. Based on play having gone for nearly an hour, I'm predicting that there's probably a couple of points on the boards for both players. And here we go, as predicted, Logan playing for the spread. I think it'll be interesting to see how tight he goes to the boundary with the kikorangi, with the blue, half a dozen shots from now.
And Jared, I've just taken a stroll over to lawn 2. Joe Hogan playing John Versey. So
that's the one the crowd wants the update on. Luke.
Joe is currently in a break. Can't see from here, but he's making hoop 2. He must have had a break underway and failed hoop 5. So making 2 and on 5. But more interestingly, John Versey, who's currently sitting down, is on 1 and 1 back.
Interesting. Now this looks like a tough 3-back here, in my opinion. Keeping in mind that Logan knows that this is the hoop that Paddy has failed, so it's just had that little bit of roll on. Tough distance. It's not going to surprise me if yellow runs the hoop by 7 or 8 yards here. Hoping for a wick onto blue, and he's got it. He's got the wick, and that was a beautiful hoop stroke. Really good pace.
Yeah, and you can hear that sound from here. Yep, that's the one. Really nicely played from a slight angle. Pressure was on that shot. It allows them to concentrate on the leave. And we'll see Paddy starting to think about taking that long lift shot.
And from the start of his turn, Luke, I don't actually think that Paddy has missed a roquet so far this game. We know he's blobbed 3 and 3 back, but he hit third turn. He hit the ball on the jaws. Hit fourth turn, hit the ball in the jaws. So he's 2 out of 2 on his roquets to start the game. So he'll be looking to continue that hot streak.
And what are your thoughts, Jared? We talked about, we didn't see it with Paddy having failed 3 back. Your prediction was that Logan would take the long shot down the line. Paddy looks like we'll have a similar decision to make, depending on how this leave is set. But what are your thoughts on Paddy's mindset? Does he take that similar approach and focus on not giving Logan too much? Or, as you talked about, having been hitting quite well early in this match, does he take the slightly more aggressive option?
I think with Logan having slightly more of a horizontal spread, and we'll see that on that angle shortly. So here we go. It's going to be quite a horizontal spread. He's got the pango and the kikorangi hidden quite well. I don't think there's a heck of a lot of difference between the long lift or the lift from B-balk or A-balk in terms of distance. So I think the big question in Paddy's brain will be, he's going to be confident of hitting, but if he misses, does he want to almost encourage Logan to have a go at peeling, and he's more likely to do that if he shoots from A-balk? Or is he thinking, no, I'm going to be as defensive as possible? The other thing with black looks quite tight to the peg there, so he might actually quite fancy black or pango as a target from either A or B balk. So, yeah, I wish I had Paddy's brain. The honest answer, Luke, I got no idea what he's going to do, mate.
I think what we've seen here is it's these small, I don't know if you call them errors, but, the rush on partner ball across to the east boundary from Logan. That wind picks up. It may have been a gust that came through, but it definitely didn't go where he wanted it to. So he's now got a tricky little shot down the line to see if he can find that position wide from the kikorangi ball across the lawn.
It looks to me like he's played it pretty well, Luke. So you can see that is a very horizontal spread. I think it's a really interesting concept. If Chapman was playing in easy conditions, I think he would be very tempted to play the 3-back ball, thinking about making one hoop and setting a leave that gives away no lift for a triple starting from hoop 3. However, in these conditions, I think he's going to see more value in seeing if he can promote that ball on hoop 3 and thinking, I'm just going to hit and I'm just going to go to peg and be 3-back and peg, be 1 and 4-back.
Yeah, I've just popped up to have a quick look, and that rush away from the peg did go offline a little bit, and Paddy from the kikorangi ball across to Kōwhai and Whiro, he can see about a ball and a half, and it is well wide of the peg. That may influence his decision making, but it looks like he is considering picking up that kikorangi ball.
It looks like he's heading straight to B-balk. I think if it was a diagonal spread rather than a horizontal spread, Chapman would be more tempted to shoot from A-balk. But remember, this is still very early in the match in the grand scheme of things. He's saying, all right, I like the distance. If I hit, I'm happy that I can get my break going from here. And actually, if I miss, well, good luck to you, Logan, but it's going to have to be a delayed triple, which would be a phenomenal turn if Logan wanted to finish in the next game.
I think the decisions around triple peeling will be influenced by as the lawns develop through the day. Over the last week, the morning, the lawns have been at their slowest. That's not to say slow by any stretch, but they've definitely sped up through the day. So, the conditions are only going to get harder from here. And then if we do go into that evening, the cool air and a bit of cloud cover does slow them down a little bit. So we will see changing conditions across the course of the day.
So here comes Chapman, first long lift of the match. You can see that beautiful silver fern on his trimmer mallet casting. Hits it smoothly. He's interested. Oh, and that just slid down the right-hand side. And that's a lovely camera angle that we've had. A special shout out to Morris from the Ashbury Croquet Club in South Canterbury. And we really appreciate your volunteering time, Morris, for coming up and taking running point on that corner 3 camera. So we've just seen the replay again there, and not much in it. But at this level, you could miss by a mil is the same thing as missing by 10 yards.
Yeah, and you could see Paddy as the ball was heading down the lawn, exceptionally interested. And threw the head back slightly. It must have been really close from his angle.
So in my mind, Luke, I'd like to see Logan just settle into the turn and just say, this turn is a success if I finish 4-back and peg with a leave. However, I think Logan, if he gets the break going, he'll be tempted to see if he can maybe start the delayed triple. But I think that really puts the turn at risk just in these conditions. And I think just settle in, give yourself control, say to Chapman, all right, I'm going to be 4 back and peg. Here's your shot. If you hit, I'm still in this game. And if you miss, I go game up.
Yeah, it's a really interesting decision to make, right? Like, do you resist the urge to go for the triple peel and just focus on piling on the pressure? Minimising the risk, not bringing in opportunity for more error, and just keeping it simple. And talking about keeping it simple, I've just learnt that fueling commentary teams at the New Zealand Open at United is sausage rolls, which have just turned up in front of us.
Oh, look, I'm no stranger to a sausage roll, Luke, and it's fair to say out of those 6 that are sitting in front of us, you're going to have to get in quick if you want your portion. And just as you can see on the screen there, we're all about trying to make this an interactive broadcast. So we like to kōrero with our viewers. So if you have a question or a comment, please flick that through, ideally to the Croquet New Zealand. Flick a message to Croquet New Zealand via Facebook. If you're like myself and you're not in the world of social media and involved in Facebook, I am happy for you to send me an email. My email address is jared.coots@gmail.com. That's jarrod.coutts@gmail.com with your prediction for where will Logan's clips finish at the end of this turn. And speaking of moving clips position, we've also, we've all had to travel to get here. So one of the things that I would consider is, if you are looking at travelling, seeing if you can support one of our sponsors, and that is Caltex, proudly fueling your journeys for 80 years. From fuels and lubricants to deals and rewards, Caltex, they've always got you covered. So as you can see in the bottom of the screen, a special shout out to our sponsors for being able to make this broadcast happen. A big thanks and a kia ora to Whakaata Māori, the team at Bailey's, the Caltex whānau, New Zealand Carbon Farming, and Apollo Projects, Apollo based in Otautahi.
Yeah, and we do really appreciate the comments coming in from around the world. It is nice to think that we've got people listening and we're not just speaking into the ether.
Because it's fair to say, Luke, that if we're here for 13 hours together, you're going to get sick of my voice by the end of the day.
Yeah, I do enjoy your company, but ask me again in a few hours' time.
So we will look to shake it up. We're also happy to get any requests of who you'd like to see, or well, not see, who you'd like to hear in the commentary box. We will be joined by Nelson Morrow at some point today. We're also really hoping to hear from Joe Hogan, the 1989 inaugural world champion. He's like to come and share some pūrākau, have some kōrero with us, share some stories. And if there's anyone else that you know is at the venue, we are very happy to ask them if they would come and join us in the commentary box. So as we see Logan attempting to run hoop 1, the wind is picking up again. You can possibly hear that through the vocal cords and the mic. Casting. And a lovely hoop stroke, but you can just see that ball is just travelling. Those lawns are starting to speed up. Now, I don't think this will be a major issue for him, but he has landed in no man's land, and looks like he's got about a 8, possibly 9 yard return. As you see on the replay, he did the right thing, hitting the hoop at the weight to go through. Didn't catch as much as I possibly thought it would have from that distance, but now he does have this sweaty little 9 yarder return.
And we remember back to when he made hoop 1 with his other ball. Similar approach. He put that reception ball a little bit deeper, allowing for that run through, but still different sound. Didn't catch as much wire and ran on, but he successfully made that return roquet.
Yeah, ha-ho pie, good shot, Logan. Being able to hit that in the middle with control. Though the problem with him being so accurate, he now has a very difficult ha-ho wā wahi, so he's got a very difficult croquet stroke. It'll be really interesting to see. I think he'll ignore the ball in corner 4, and that's what it looks like he's doing. So here's the first real test of control. In a good position, that is Rua Whiti, his hoop 2 pioneer, is in a great spot. Pungo looks like it could fall short to me.
Just keeps rolling though, and rolling, and that is really nice from
Car pie,
from that
Logan.
position.
Great shot.
Yeah, judging the ball as it's heading across the lawn is a real challenge because they just keep going and going and going. So I don't think Logan would want that one back. I think what we'll also try and do across the day is, as these other games progress, we might try and get a couple of little interviews. You know, it's hard to talk people into sitting down on a mic for a period of time, but as people come off their games and progress through the best of threes that are happening around us, we might try and get some guests in to tell us how they're feeling about the lawns and how their matches are progressing, and maybe even share with us a little bit of their experiences across the week that has been the New Zealand Open.
Well, I can tell you, if they're feeling as good about the lawns as I'm feeling about just eating that sausage roll, people are going to be in a pretty good place, Luke.
I would reply, but I have a mouthful.
And just a special shout out to the 2014 New Zealand winning McRobertson Shield captain. Kia ora, Aaron. Great to hear that you are on board, and we hope you and the Westerby whānau are enjoying your trip in the Northern Hemisphere. We really appreciate you tuning in. We know that you've got two good friends in the final, and you'll be enjoying a good tussle. A special kia ora to James, if you're up watching with Dad. We hope you're looking after him, mate, and we look forward to hearing some more stories and seeing some more photos for you from your adventures.
Yeah, Aaron and family are on the other side of the world having an adventure. And I guess just a quick comment, Aaron is a really key member of the New Zealand croquet community, has been exceptionally generous with his time, bringing players through, ensuring that they feel welcome and are getting the support they need. And I know personal thanks from me. He's been very generous and welcoming, and the advice and coaching and support he gives to a number of players is very, very much appreciated.
And just we're getting quite a few comments through from our UK viewers. We know it's approaching 8:30 p.m, so this is actually peak Friday night entertainment for them. And we've just had a couple of messages through. The first one from Mark Avery, actually. Now, for those of you who aren't aware, Mark Avery, one of the top UK players, another one of my favourite people in the croquet circuit, also known as the Mupp or the Muppet. Now, Mark was actually the runner-up in the inaugural World Championship final when he played against Joe Hogan from New Zealand versus Mark Avery from the UK. And I think speaking with Paddy yesterday, he mentioned that Mark was the British Open, correct me if I'm wrong here, the British Open title holder in 1988, and most recently won it last year. So Mark, great to have you on board. And also joining Mark as part of the UK crew, we're just stoked to have Keith Ayton tuning in as well. Keith also another McRobertson Shield winning captain, 2010 in an incredibly close series between Australia, Aotearoa, New Zealand and America. So Keith, great to have you with us as well, and we're really hoping that you and Mark can make it back to Aotearoa to come and play in the New Zealand Open again. We had some great experiences with you guys here in 2011 and 2013, and we're really hoping that you can bring the crew back again.
I think some of our UK friends have got the football on as well as listening to us, so we'd be interested to know how we shape up from a commentary perspective. But what more could you ask for from some Friday night entertainment?
And that's a real disappointment for Logan there after having control of that turn. And yeah, Paddy was not expected to be handing the innings there. And I'm not sure about you, Luke, but I thought the date was the 27th of January in New Zealand, when actually I think it should be the 25th of December, because Paddy's just been given a gift like no other can receive. He's been given a 1 yarder to get the innings with a pioneer at his hoop and a ball at his next hoop. So Paddy, the croquet gods were on your side, and we feel for Logan. But that could come back to be costly. So as you can see, Chapman playing in what some refer to as the penguin shirt. So with the black and white stripe, quite a wide stripe on the width there, and this isn't a specific test campaign, though the 2014 McRobertson Shield shirts were the same style. If we see eventually a close-up, Paddy does love representing the silver fern. You'll see that both on his mallet, glistening on the side of his mallet, and also on his polo there with the Croquet New Zealand logo on the left side of the breast and the silver fern on the right breast side.
So as you touched on, Jared, Paddy does have, he has had it given it to him on a bit of a plate here. As we touched on, he had his first ball at hoop 3. It was an early break that failed at 3. He has the federal ball waiting for him down at hoop 4, and a break together very early in the piece.
Agreed, and I don't know about you, Luke, but I didn't hear the sound of a shotgun. However, when that takeoff did go out, the closest noise that it made was bang from just going across the lawn. So that will be a really interesting to see what impact that has definitely on this game across the scheme of the match. One error I don't think will have a major play unless that comes into game 5. But yeah, he'll be wishing he could play that takeoff again.
Yeah, and it's definitely a lesson I've learned across the course of this week at these events, and more so at this level in the final. Those errors can be really crucial, and it is about minimising errors, particularly when you're playing someone like Paddy Chapman. Logan will need to put that behind him though, not holding on to that, and wait for his next opportunity. But it looks at this stage like Paddy has a pretty well laid break together, and we would be expecting, from what we saw earlier on, Paddy to take this break all the way around.
Yeah, agreed, Luke. And I think a lot of people who are watching will be thinking, well, hang on, you know, why is he not going for the TPO here? Surely, you know, 3 back and peg versus 4 and box would just be incredibly powerful. But the thing is that the risk versus reward to complete the TPO, it's not even worth considering in these conditions. I think Paddy will be incredibly happy just to say, all right, I'm going to settle back into this match. I'm going to get my ball round to the peg. He's currently not in complete control, to be fair. He's still got a couple of hoops before he gets that control. And when he gets that, I'm expecting him to maintain it and just really shorten up those croquet strokes, those hoop approaches. But he's still got a couple of hoops before he has it how he wants it.
And I think while, you know, it won't be playing on his mind directly, he will know that he has failed 2 hoops so far this morning. Hoop 3 nice and early and hoop 3 back a little bit later on. So it is about just keeping it simple and minimising errors. With some time on the lawn in games 2 and 3 potentially, it'll be interesting to see if that changes a little bit and he tries to be a little bit more expensive. But at this point, I think it's 100% the right decision just to keep it as simple as possible. Errors are going to creep in for both players at some stage, so trying to minimise those, keep it as tight as he can, is obviously what's on Paddy's mind.
Yeah, agreed, Luke. And I think you know, we've just had a couple of references come through about how the error that Logan did make is you know, widely considered by one of Croquet's most elite players in the history of the game, Chris Clark. So he often refers to that takeoff down to the ball in corner 4 as the most difficult shot in croquet. Some people sort of laugh at that suggestion, but actually it is. You know, if you look at any form of peeling, there is no greater distance that the striker's ball has to move during a croquet stroke, and the amount of people that either fall short and miss the roquet into the 4th corner, or as we saw in that situation, go bang and finish off the lawn, it happens more than what you'd think. So it is an incredibly challenging takeoff, even more challenging made by these conditions.
And those takeoffs to a ball on the boundary or in the corner can be quite challenging, right? You want to get it as far down as possible to give yourself a nice, easy tap onto the ball. But more often than not, for myself, you end up being a bit nervous, and then you give yourself a long Croquet. So it's finding that middle ground.
And just a reminder about the time limits. So what you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there, that 2:06, so that is the remaining time for Game 1. If Game 1 finishes early, any remaining time will be added on to Game 2. Game 2 has a time limit of 3 hours. Game 3 has a time limit of 2.5 hours. And if we get to a fourth and a fifth game, they have a time limit of 2 hours. So what you'll see throughout the day in that bottom right hand corner of the screen, just below the Māori Active logo, is the red countdown timer. So that is the time remaining in Game 1. So Game 1, a 3.5 hour time limit. So we're approaching, not too far away from approaching the halfway mark through Game 1. And we've currently got Paddy Chapman 3 back and break, approaching hoop 5, against Logan McCorkindale 4 back and 4. And as both Luke and myself are looking to both increase our knowledge in Rio and also to be able to pass that on to the listeners, we are going to look at introducing some more croquet terminology. And with one of the most recent shots going bang, we can confirm that the translation for bang in Māori is pupuhi. So P-U-P-U-H-I. With the Māori vowels, they are pronounced differently to English. So Māori vowels, rather than A, E, I, O, and U, the pronunciation used is A, E, I, O, and U. So P-U, pu-pu, and H-I, rather than hi, that is he. So pupuhi is bang.
And while we're waiting for Paddy to run hoop 5, just behind us here on the lawn, we have Kerry Johnson playing Stefan Horder. And Stefan is the CEO of New Zealand Croquet, so nice to have Stefan in the plate final. Looks like he has a clip-on fullback. I think Kerry might have as well. So it's a tight game. 1 and 4 back, playing 1 and 4 back behind us in the final of the plate.
Now, carp high, Paddy, I think that's a fantastic takeoff to hoop 5. Still not an easy hoop here, but he is in complete control if he can run this hoop 5. Restalks the ball, it's just got that 5 degrees worth of angle. Was hoping for a wick there, and it'll be interesting to see what shot he takes. He's got looks like a 6-yarder at yellow versus an 8-yarder at pungo, return on partner. It is an advantage if he can hit the pungo, but I'm thinking he's going to take the conservative approach and take on the 6-yarder at Corfai, the yellow.
And it looks like Paddy has missed that Croquet across the lawn. From not too far away, Logan is very quick out of his seat and onto the lawn. After the error made by Logan, he'll be very glad to be back on the lawn so quickly. And what you'd probably call very uncharacteristic error from Paddy there on what would be considered a really short Croquet.
And Paddy returning serve, not quite the same gift that Logan has given to him. So Chapman will be disappointed with that one. But, I think if he hit that hoop 5 any softer, there's a good chance it's just not going through. He almost ran it too cleanly. It caught no wire. We didn't hear that sound that we're just becoming really familiar with on a lot of these hoops, and sometimes you can actually hear it from the commentary box. The hoop's just really sucking in and want to take control of that ball as it tries to go through.
Yeah, and speaking to Paddy the other day, I think an interesting part of that is that when he was talking about these hoops and how challenging they are, yes, your reception ball can be quite close, but that pioneer ball being in line between the hoop you're making and the next hoop, to ensure that if you do get that scenario of running on a little bit further, you do have access to another ball, and having that yellow slightly offline just gave it that little bit more distance. And while it was uncharacteristic, he did have the pressure of making a roquet that he wasn't expecting.
Agreed, and Karpai Logan, another great ha-ho wawahi, so a good croquet stroke to get a lovely pioneer at hoop 5 and a good rush to hoop 4. Still going to play the good Croquet, the good rush, to get the black in a nice position at hoop 4. And he's wishing he gave that one a little bit more oomph. He's probably I'm not sure what he had for breakfast this morning, Logan, but I know one of Aotearoa's finest cereals, Wheat Bix, he probably wish he had a few more spoonfuls of that today.
And for our viewers at home, I mean, the distance he has with this approach on easier lawns isn't too much of a concern, but he's done quite a nice job there.
Yeah, another good ha-ho wawahi, good croquet stroke.
Slightly off straight and about a foot out, and he's put that ball nice and deep, so expecting to see this bang just straight through to the boundary.
And Pupahi definitely there. That was a big bang as that went off the south boundary. Would have been really interesting, Luke, if that wasn't hoop 4, if that was hoop 3 at that distance, to see that extra challenge. But yeah, a good outcome for Logan, and still got work to do for the break. A 3-ball break in these conditions is not easy.
Yeah, and with the way Logan tends to play, he does like to put a bit of power into those shots. So it's almost like it releases a bit of pressure, being able to release and release the shoulders and whack that through to the boundary. So much of what is done on the lawn today is under control, delicate, but having the opportunity just to free the arms, relax, and get that through to the boundary might just free up the shoulders and help him to relax a little.
One of the points of discussion that's come out of the week is, you know, an ongoing debate about how, in the majority of sports, if you hit a ball or strike a ball off the lawn, it is the end of turn and it's opposition ball. And though that's not currently the croquet law, we were talking about how much that would change the game and how much more skill would be required to play the sport. I was privileged to have some kōrero with Roger Murfitt, one of the only remaining living New Zealand players that's won 2 McRobertson Shields in 1979 and 1986. And speaking with Roger, that's something that John and himself often talked about after the initial roquet has been made, not being able to run a hoop off the lawn or rush a ball off the boundary. So I guess I've got a personal interest and keen to get some viewer feedback. Would you have any thoughts on supporting that law if it was to change, or completely against it? Realistically, I don't think we will see a change, but keen to get some feedback on if you'd be on board for that, if you're completely against it.
So we've seen a really nice controlled hoop there from Logan, running it from quite a tight distance. The Croquet ball, as a reception ball, wasn't too far past, but he's managed to run it under control, and he has that rush up the lawn, ready to put that Croquet across to hoop 1 back, towards where blue is waiting, and has the Pangor ball just a few yards south of hoop 6, but in not too bad a position.
So for those of you that are tuning in, especially those of you who live outside of Aotearoa, we're just going to do a bit of a recap on some of the terminology that Luke and myself are trying to introduce that people might be unfamiliar with. So if we're talking about the colours of the balls that both Paddy and Luke are playing, so Paddy playing with...
I wish it was Luke. I believe his name's Logan.
Logan corrected me again. This is why we have 2. It takes 2 to tango. So we've got blue and black. Blue in Māori translates to kikorangi. So when we're talking about kikorangi, we are referencing the blue ball. The black ball is pango. So if you're hearing that, it means black. Red is whiro, and yellow is Croquet. So if you're hearing us use the 4 terms, so Kikorangi, Whiro, Pango, and Croquet, they are the translations for the 4 colours that we're using. We've mentioned it a few times now, a pakuru. Pakuru is the translation for mallet. So both Paddy and Logan playing with a trimmer mallet from the UK. They seem to be spreading rapidly across the world, and more of the trimmer mallets coming into New Zealand. We've often mentioned about a whiti. So whiti is the translation for hoop. And 2 of the things that both players have done well today has been in their roqueing. So being able to hit one ball onto another to make contact is a two tuki. So two tuki, the roqueing has been strong from both the players today. And to get that control, one of the most critical elements, I believe, of the day is your ability to control the core kitty. So core kitty is the rush.
And thanks very much for going through those for us, Jared, and a big thank you to Whakata Māori for allowing us to stream on the platform. I think the interesting thing about the use of te reo, the Māori language, is making the effort. So what we're trying to do today is bring in as much of the terminology as we can to keep the language alive and encourage people to do the same.
Yeah, kia ora, Luke, and also a special thanks to Peter, Ethan and Oliver, who have helped us develop this list of kupu for us to use in our developing our knowledge base and our terminology.
So Logan has sent that ball down to 2 back, and he's given himself an opportunity to pick up the blue ball near corner 2 from Paddy's earlier miss. He's stepping off that ball a little bit. It's a pretty critical shot, and when Logan is dialing in, you'll see him let go of the mallet, wipe the hands on the shorts, which seems to be a little bit of a trigger for him to really create some focus. And a really nice tutuki there from Logan. That brings all 4 balls into play. He'll be able to bring that blue ball, the Kikorangi ball, into lawn before accessing the Croquet ball yellow to make his 1 back hoop. The other thing Jared and I are trying to do with this commentary is that we understand we've got some quite experienced croquet players and watchers listening, so bringing them along on the journey of this final, but also some people who might not be as familiar with the game. So trying to create a bit of a balance between discussing some of the finer points, the leaves, the mindset, the decision making of the players on the lawn, but also our viewers who might not be as familiar with the game, giving them enough of an explanation to be able to follow along with us, because at the end of the day the objective is to grow this game of croquet and bring people with us, and get people along to try the game, and hopefully we can build it over time and get more people involved. So Logan has successfully made 1 back, and he has another reasonably big croquet stroke to play across the lawn. The pace of the lawn again will be a key element here, getting the Croquet ball down to 3 back. So not too bad, slightly over-rolling a little bit. About a yard or 2 on both balls perhaps.
Yeah, he really wanted that rush on Kikorangi towards Pango. If his 3-back pioneer, the Croquet, if that was first setting a leave going to 4-back, I'd say he could be in trouble there. But with him just playing this to the peg, I believe he'll be able to regain that control. So it'll be interesting to see. So we're going to be, potentially 4-back and peg versus 3-back and 6. So I'm very intrigued to see what mahuitanga, that is what leave Logan will try and generate. And again, Luke, I think he'll just be keeping it simple. I think he'll be playing for a diagonal spread to just try and maximise the distance for Paddy, not do anything complicated, be happy getting to the peg, or getting to the tia, I should say, or the po is another name for that.
And we touched on a little bit earlier on, there's a few croquet strokes needing to be played from Logan. Those croquet strokes tend to be used to bring the break back under control, as we saw Logan get that kikorangi ball off the west boundary just to the west of hoop 2. He's played a couple of croquet strokes, challenging with the pace of the lawns, and he's just struggling a little bit to bring things tight and into line. And now he's needed to take a little takeoff from the non-playing side of 2-back. Will be an interesting little shot to get position.
And it's not going to surprise me here if 2 shots from now Logan's got a 6-yard return. If he doesn't get the hoop and roquet here, I think there's every chance that he will just bully this through. He's got a little bit of angle, probably only 5 to 10 degrees, and you'll see he's really winding up for this. And got the hoop and roquet, so he'll be happy about that one. Otherwise, that was just another possible chance for that break to just start unravelling a little bit.
And just another really nice example of just prioritising the break, prioritising the hoop. It's those little cumulative, not errors, but just as things get a little bit loose, he was forced to make that little takeoff from behind the hoop, which gave him that little bit of angle, and from there just prioritised the hoop. Didn't want to muck around with that. If he needed to make that return roquet, that wouldn't have been too much of a problem, but luckily clipped the black ball on the way through.
Yeah, agreed. No, I think it's going to be really interesting, Luke, if the Croquet was the pioneer at 4-back, if Logan would have considered going for a single peel to see if he can get to Penalt and peg. The percentages of doing a straight triple close to 0, but I think it is a powerful turn if he could have finished Penalt and peg. One of the main reasons I say that is if Paddy hits, I think if Logan is on 4-back, there's every chance that Paddy, regardless of the ball he plays, will be going around to peg him off. And you can just see that ball just sailed past 4-back, that wind starting to have an effect, that any moisture that was there from the morning dew is just disappearing. And after the end of game 1, we'll try and get an update on what players think the lawn speeds are running at.
And interestingly, down here at hoop 3, we talked about the Croquet ball running on a little bit past. So it looks like Logan chose to double load that hoop. Talk to us, Jared, for those less familiar, what does double loading allow you to do?
Yeah, so it's effectively, great question, Luke, and I'd say for any player, even in beginning conditions, if you've got the chance to double pioneer, it means that you're giving yourself 2 bites at the cherry. So you're giving yourself 2 opportunities to get a really good rush to your current hoop, because you're going nearby to the worst pioneer, and then you're using that to generate a secondary rush from a lot shorter distance, so that you can have much better hoop control.
And it's interesting, as we're learning the game, bringing that in as an option, because quite often as we're learning, our croquet strokes might not be as good as they could be, and sometimes you do find yourself with a loose pioneer at a hoop. So understanding that it is an option to throw another ball down there and give yourself, as Jared explained, 2 bites.
Oh, and this 3-back that's caused some issues, it's got the potential to play havoc again. Just seeing in this replay here, he's landed in the spot that he doesn't want to be approaching a hoop from. Any sideways or backwards takeoff approach to a hoop is just that much more challenging in these tough conditions, especially when the lawns get faster. You want to be able to get that bit of meat in the sandwich, that little bit of bite in the back ball from being able to play a forwards croquet stroke. So I'm expecting Logan will have a slightly angled 3-back here.
Yeah, and I think with that angled shot, he might try and choose to leave the blue ball right in the middle, bang it through with hoop and roquet, but Agreed. He is going to give himself an angled hoop 3-back. We spoke about it the other day and joked about it a little bit. There is what seems to be a magnetic spot on the non-playing side of every hoop, which I don't know about you, seems to attract my balls more often than not. It feels like they land there far more often than they should.
And here we go. Here comes the Pupahi. Bang. He's got the hoop in Croquet. If that blue ball wasn't there, could have been every chance that the clip didn't progress past fullback that turn, Luke.
Absolutely, and I think the takeoff shot, it looks like he would have absolutely grazed that wire, understanding he needed to have that as straight as he possibly could. So while it had a little bit of angle, he had the confidence with the blue ball on the other side of the hoop to send it through quite firmly, and now he has the opportunity to send the Kikorangi ball to Penalt, getting to the Kōwhai ball, because he still has a little bit of work to do. Jared talked about that Pango ball, black ball, running on past hoop 4. So what we're likely to see now is a rush into corner 4, approaching the fullback hoop from the non-playing side.
So fullback, also referred to as whā komuri. So tahi rua toru whā, so whā meaning 4. Komuri translating loosely to back, so fullback hoop. And Logan's had a not a complete disaster, because his Penalt Pioneer is okay, but the break it's just unravelling a little bit. That's one thing I've noticed in the slight differences between Paddy and Logan at this stage. I think Paddy's just got that, a little bit of tighter control, and when he's got the balls, things are less likely to unravel. Whereas Logan, still an immaculate and incredible player, well above probably the both of us combined, to be fair, Luke. But just that little bit of tightness is what I'd like to see as one improvement for Logan in his game, just tightening up the break.
That was slightly unfortunate. He was trying to rush that ball into the corner and just hit the black ball, the Pungle ball on the way through. So he's just cleverly left the yellow ball down there as his reception ball. He'll drop the black ball off, giving himself, again, a chance to free the arms. And I think, again, although we are straight in front from a foot out, we'll see this being whacked through to the boundary.
Yeah, agreed. He'll be wanting to use that Kōwhai ball. And even so, it just puts a little bit more pressure on, as most people who have played the game before, that they have an understanding that your final hoop of the turn, when you're making a leave, you want that to be off an opposition ball. So in this case, we want Rover to be made by blue or black, and that means that when he comes to the Pungo's going to have two jobs. It's going to need to be croqueted down to Rover and maintain the rush on Kikorangi to Penalt, because it's not a perfect Penalt Pioneer. So if he could have that again, I believe he would rather be able to play the Pungo after he's run fullback, so it's got one main job of getting down to Rover, and then using Kōwhai as a secondary to get close to Kikorangi. However, this time around, he's going to have to play a shot that he's incredibly capable of, but it does just make it that little bit harder, because he's got to focus on the Rover Pioneer as well as focus on the critical, getting the Kokiri, the rush to Penalt.
I think it's also really interesting. These are shots that he would usually do in his sleep.
Yeah.
You wouldn't consider them to be difficult, but on the lawns with the wind, we've talked about it a number of times. Also the pressure of the situation. We're in the first game of a best of 5. Logan is ahead on the clips. He knows he's putting a little bit of pressure on Paddy, and he is so focused on making sure that he completes this break under control.
And he's got a pretty good Pungo, and I know he can cut Kikorangi into a good position. But if that Whero ball rolled even a ball or two, all of a sudden that's a very difficult approach to Penalt, and there's a chance he doesn't make Penalt, or not with control anyway. But from here, I think he'll recover, cuts it nicely. And just while Logan is making his final couple of hoops of the turn, we just had another couple of requests in for updates on the plate events. So a reminder that is Kerry Johnston playing against Stefan Hora. Current clippage, we have Stefan on 2 and 4 back with a leave versus Kerry on 4 and 4 back. So it's a tight game, and my understanding is that these two competitors had a 26-23 in the block phase. So, yeah, we've got one hell of a battle in the plate going on as well.
I might head over for a walk to the far lawn too, because on that lawn we have Levi Franks playing John Christie.
And
this is no comment on John's age, but it is definitely youth versus experience. Levi's had a fantastic tournament, and he'll be looking to put some pressure on John, but that'll be a really interesting match to follow. So I'll head over there now, Jared, and come back with a little bit of an update.
Sounds good, Luke. And just confirm, we've had another couple of questions. So last year's final was a best of 5. It was won 3-1. So Logan beat Paddy in the final 3-1 last year. Logan did a triple in game 1. Paddy did a triple in game 3. And then Logan had a plus 17 in the 4th and deciding game. So another good question just coming through on the chat about what's happening with James Galpin. So the UK team wanting to support one of their comrades and find out how he's doing. Unfortunately for James, he got knocked out of the bowl or bronze medal competition, I should say. So the bronze medal is the playoff for players in positions 9 to 16 who lost the first round of the knockout. And a bit of an upset in that one, to be fair. Young Levi Franks from Canterbury beat James in the block. I believe it was close, possibly 26-22. And so Levi is playing against John Christie. Now, John was fortunate to make the final after another upset occurred in the final round of the qualifying block, where Reece McCorkindale, Logan's younger brother, beat Chris Schilling. Otherwise, Chris would have been on 3 out of 3 and he would have been playing Levi today. However, John had superior points differential, so that's why we've got John versus Levi in the plate. We'll also hopefully get an update very shortly on the 1989 World Champion Joe Hogan from New Zealand in the 3rd place playoff. Single game, reminder, no time limit, versus John Bursey. So, Luke, you've just come back from a walk around the grounds, and before Logan finishes off his leave, what can you tell us about the bronze medal playoff for positions 9 to 16 between Levi and John Christie?
So over there, it looks to be an interesting position for that game. So John Christie is 1 and Rover. And Levi has just made hoop 4 and with his other clip on hoop 6.
Okay, so plenty of play left in that one. And John's probably taken 2 turns, could have considered going around and giving contact. And you might be thinking, well, stopping on Rover, that just sounds stupid to me. People will just go around and peg you off. But the reality is, at that level, people just aren't doing breaks with appeal. So there is no harm, in my opinion anyway, of either playing 2 turns or going round to Rover and giving contact if you're confident of your shooting and getting the innings back.
I've also had a bit of a look at our 3rd and 4th playoff, Joe Hogan and John Bursey. So I just saw John Bursey fail hoop 2 back. So he is on 2 back and 1. And Joe Hogan is on 6 and 4 back.
So Joe's actually made really, really good progress in that game. We mentioned at the start of the commentary that he was thinking that their single game, no time limit, could take longer than the best of 5 final. But at this stage, they are well ahead of that. So Joe looking for his earliest finish after having multiple 12 and a half hour days over the last 7.5 days of croquet.
And we see in front of us here Logan again electing to go with the diagonal spread. Interestingly, Jared, the black ball isn't particularly deep across the lawn. Do you think that's a deliberate choice by Logan?
Yeah, so Logan wants an early finish either way. You know, you don't want that pungo ball too close to the western boundary, otherwise it can be hard to get that to penult. So he's saying, all right, I'm shortening the shot a little bit. I'm really happy with the angle that I've got. I don't really care if, Paddy hits. The priority is getting a really, really good leave. And with that beautiful, beautiful high angle camera that we've got, thanks to Bruce McLean and the team on the camera crew, you can see the lovely, lovely spread that Logan's going to have. So ngā mihi nui, Logan. Congratulations. That is a very good turn, getting from 4 to peg with that leave. I'm intrigued. I think with with red and yellow being a little bit vertical, there is every chance that there is a really nice target from Beebork shooting down at red and yellow. I think if I was in Chapman's shoes, big advantage if he can play his hoop 6 ball, the kikorangi, go round to peg and peg Logan off. So he'll be looking at that as an option, and it's not going to surprise him if he picks up the kikorangi and heads up to B-Bork for the nice target. No, he goes down towards the A-Bork, so possibly not the target I was thinking it might have been from B-Bork. If it was a big double, I think he would have taken it. So we will see Chapman shoot from A-Bork. He's taking the shot that gives him the best chance of the break. He's saying, if I hit this, I'm right back in this game. If not, we're very likely going into game 2 with Logan Breaker a game up.
Yeah, and it's that decision to take the short shot on the lawn. We talked about it in a couple of matches yesterday. It's not dying wondering. It's real risk and return here. It's still a challenging Croquet, challenging lift shot. But let's see how Paddy does on this one. A critical point in game 1.
Interested? That's a great shot from Paddy, just playing with confidence, just smooths and in the middle. You hear the pucky in the background from the crowd, and I can tell you, Luke, the actual vibe of the crowd, I almost think we're at double digits for the viewers here today of this New Zealand Open final. Just a confirmation that if you are watching in Otautahi, the entry fee is very affordable. It is free. You're welcome to come join us at the mighty United Croquet Club. We're at North Hagley Park in Otautahi, and we'd love to have some more fans of the sport to come down and watch.
And just making a quick comment on that shot by Paddy, absolute class. He doesn't look any different if it's the first shot onto the lawn or a critical lift shot at a key point in game 1. The way he just steps up to that, looking incredibly calm. The process is exactly the same, and that was a fantastic shot, flush on the front edge of the yellow ball. Now with that pungo ball or black ball, not particularly deep across the boundary, with that hit in by Paddy, it's very accessible, heading to his hoop 6, which is currently holding the kikorangi clip.
And I think, Luke, you know, one of the things that's going through a lot of people's minds at the moment is ka kite anō whero. At the end of this turn, I think red is going to be bye-bye if Paddy does what he wants. He's still got a long way to get there, but we haven't had a 3-ball ending in any of the semi-final or possibly even quarter-final phases, so I'd be really excited to see that 3-ball ending. And I don't think time will come into play, as you can see in that bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Still an hour and a half to go, so I think there's probably going to be about an hour 15, an hour 20 at the end of Chapman's turn. And I'm predicting to see blue on the stick on the tier, and black will remain on 3-back, with Whero being off the lawn. Ooh, maybe Paddy won't be making it through hoop 6 with that rush. That is a difficult approach from there. He'll be disappointed with that Croquet.
We've seen Logan attempt a couple of these reverse takeoffs from the wrong side. Paddy is slightly out to the side. He's not directly behind that magnetic spot behind the hoop. But he does need to play that takeoff. It's a delicate shot. Those extra couple of rolls can add that crucial little bit of angle or distance to the hoop run. And just when you're talking about a potential 3-ball ending, Jared, for those of us a bit newer to the game, does that tend to be more so on difficult, challenging lawns when you see that come about? Because we're not seeing the triple peeling and the clean finishes. Is it something you expect to see when the lawns are tougher?
Yeah, so as a general advantage, Luke, the trickier the lawns, the more the advantage that there is to the player with 2 balls. You'll look to see a lot more wiring. Just very difficult. Oh, lovely hoop 6 from Paddy.
Yeah,
very,
real
very
control.
smooth. Real
control there. He doesn't have too long a roquet back to the black ball. Played that really nicely.
And, you know, providing Paddy can get a bit of a half cut on the pungo, he wants to bring that over closer to Kofi. Oh, and Chapman possibly played for the overcut. He's disappointed with that one, an uncharacteristic error from Chapman. That's a couple of, I'm going to say that's a Croquet rather than a Roquet that he's missed. And you'll just see in the replay, just slides past.
Yeah, and I think, look, we're looking at Paddy holding his hat, not through disappointment, literally to keep it on his head, because I can tell you now, the gusts of wind are really coming through here. Can't say for sure whether that was a factor in that, but you'd have to assume it contributed. It's really blustery here at United at the moment. That wind is playing a factor, I'm sure. Paddy will be really disappointed. We keep saying it, we expect a lot of Paddy, and I think the uncharacteristic is the word that we would use, but understandable given how windy it is currently getting.
So fortunately for Paddy, it's only Logan's Fero, his peak ball, and to no surprise, Logan has hit. Really intrigued to see what leave Logan will play for here. Normally, you would be quite happy with leaving opposition at your hoop, at the 4-back hoop. However, I think Logan will probably roll this down and he'll want to lay up in corner 3 himself. With where Kikorangi has landed on the A-balk line, it's going to be difficult to generate maximum distance. So he's going to want to get that off the boundary as well.
So he leaves himself a couple of yards on the Kofi ball. He'll be wanting to get it down towards Kikorangi. So the angle on that one, again, another delicate little cut. Similar to what we saw Paddy miss just a few moments ago. So with the wind blowing, Logan really needs to focus on getting this one right. He prioritised the rush. Didn't try and overcut that at all. So let's see what he does here to generate a lead. What are your thoughts, Jared, in terms of what he's going to look to get?
So I think with having rushed or Croquetted Kofi to corner 4, I think he'll be tight in corner 4. The key will be about maximising distance, so it wouldn't even surprise me if we saw Kikorangi rushed over towards corner 1 and going off the boundary as he comes back. There is a little bit of slope on that A-balk, so he's got to be careful. You'll see this start to turn around. And I think he's played that very well. Possibly even rushing that to a couple of yards west of 1-back, knowing that Paddy is for 1-back with the Kikorangi. And then Logan will come back to partner, and he'll even be leaving a single ball target on Pungo or a rush to Kikorangi.
And he's put that right up to the middle of the lawn, whether that didn't quite go as far as he would have liked. It looks like Blue will be, or Kikorangi will be staying where it is, with the takeoff being played back to partner ball down near corner 4.
Agreed. I think he'll be disappointed that that's finished in the middle of the lawn. It just means that he is less likely to have the perfect control when he comes back with the Fero. One of the things that needs to happen for players at this level is all of their mahuitangas, all of their leaves, need to generate really good distance. It's not good enough to be leaving your opposition a 13 or a 14 yard target, especially when you're not giving away a lift to hickey.
Yeah, we're seeing two players here who play those Roquets or those tutukis very well. Logan obviously with his GC background, having won the New Zealand Nationals the weekend before.
Correct.
Coming down to Christchurch. And then look, Paddy, we've seen him hit a number of fantastic shots already today. That last pressure lift shot from the end of A-balk across to the east boundary. So as Jared touched on, having that maximum distance is going to be really important. So I think what we've seen is Logan's chosen to play that blue ball a bit further over.
Yeah, possibly looking through a wide spot through hoop 6.
Yeah, so we'll see. I didn't
50
quite see
on
that,
it.
but I don't think he's chosen to take off back just yet. He's done exactly what we said in increasing the distance of that shot, sending black over a little bit further. And now I think he's looking for his spot on the east boundary, just to the north of his Croquet ball. And he's almost exactly hit the spot where he placed his mallet just a few moments ago. So I say Logan will be reasonably happy with that outcome, having got blue across the lawn to generate that distance that he needed.
So it'll be really interesting to see what Chapman does. I'm going to be surprised if he doesn't shoot. However, if black played into corner one, I think there is a reasonable chance that Logan may not finish in the next turn. However, black's going to have a target, and I think that's going to be the shot that Paddy takes. There's 2 balls at his hoop. It's not necessarily what he wants to play, but I still think there's every possibility that Paddy becomes a favourite if he can hit and peg off to be 1 back and peg versus 4 back and box.
So the angles generated with both of those balls on the east boundary just by hoop or corner 4, and the pungle ball slightly infield, means that Paddy has a nice juicy double here to look at, and seeing if he can make another. Oh, and as he steps away, because the wind we were talking about is really getting up now, you might be able to hear it.
And you can see those trees just waving in the background. You can see the breeze on the flag. So Chapman just resetting, hoping for a moment of the wind dying down. It's a lovely camera angle as we see down the line here. The lovely snow, smooth cast. Good contact. No, he shakes the head. Misses by a foot to the west.
So what we're probably looking at here, highly likely, is Logan finishing from this position. Paddy has given him 3 balls down in the corner. A quick tap on Croquet onto pungle, and he'll look to get up to 4 back and make those last 3 hoops and see if he can secure game 1. They're not calling it, because obviously there's a bit to be done just yet, Jared, but what do you think the mindset of the 2 players is going into game 2 if that is the outcome and Logan does finish from here? Does anything change for Paddy, or based on his experience, is it just another game where he resets and goes again?
Yeah, I think that last comment you made is critical there, Luke, where there's not many more experienced players in the world, let alone in New Zealand, than Paddy, that he'll be able to put those errors behind him. He'll be able to reset for game 2. I think for Logan, he will think about, all right, what are those fundamentals? I'm just going to be playing breaks with spreads. I'm not going to overcomplicate things. I'm going to maximise distance, because we have had a bit of interaction this game, possibly compared with what people were thinking we might have had. And the job's not done. Logan's still got to play a really good rush to 4 back. He's in a great position to play it from.
Yeah, it's a lovely kōkiri there from Logan. He got that ball crucially past his kikorangi ball. He'll look to put the feral ball across to the penultimate hoop, getting a nice rush on kikorangi across to 4 back. Things are starting to fall into position for him. He'll ignore the black ball now down in corner 4 and look to finish with a nice 3-ball ending. And And while we've got the breeze and we're talking about it quite a lot, it is definitely not cold. So the sun is out. Woke up this morning at 8 o'clock. It was already 23 degrees. The temperature will be climbing. It's very comfortable with that breeze coming through. Definitely not cold, and I think we're heading towards that 30 degrees at some point today.
Ka pai Logan, that is a fantastic call kitty. He's going to be in a really good position to approach fullback from, and I think that's just made with that rush, with that call kitty, that's made that 90% for Logan to finish and take game one.
So just checking, we're up to 26 degrees, and for those that aren't in New Zealand or haven't visited, and please do. We've enjoyed having a couple of international guests at the New Zealand Open, and more would be great in the coming years. But 26 for us is getting up there, and as we head towards 30, for us, particularly the more fair-skinned of us, that's nice and warm, and it will dry out the lawns further. The guys will be getting used to the lawns, but we definitely expect them to quicken up over games 2 and 3.
Yeah, so a great fitty, great fullback hoop from Logan, looking in complete control. And we've started with a, looking very likely to start with a repeat of the game 1 match score from 2023, with Logan looking incredibly likely to take the first game. You don't want to count your chickens first, but we will be going into a short ad break, and then the goal will be to be bringing back the stream for the opening of game 2, with us approaching 10:30 a.m. If the players do have a break, I believe that will be a short break, and then we will need to stop the clock so we can see it's got an hour and 19 remaining at the moment. So if and when Logan pegs out for game 1, any remaining time will then go on to the 3-hour time limit for game 2.
So as we head towards the end of game 1, good chance for us to have a little break, and then in doing so we'll probably head around the lawns and see if we can get our updates from the other games that are being played. So when we come back for the start of game 2 with Paddy and Logan, we'll see what we can do to get some updates from the other games that we'll give you as we see that opening of game 2 play out.
Yeah, and we've just had another response in, inquiring about what is the 1989 World Champion doing right now. Right now, I believe he is sitting in the shelter. In fact, I tell a lie, he is on the lawn, and one thing that's been quite interesting about Joe Hogan this season is he's got a new hat. He refers to that as the Hogan hat, and he calls it the Mark IV. It's the 4th edition of the same style of hat that he's been playing with since the 70s. So Hogan's got the hat, it's the Mark IV, he's on the lawn, and we look forward to giving you an update about that 3rd and 4th place playoff. But in the meantime, we're back to the action, and Logan could have a little bit of a hamper on his backswing here with the tia or the po, the peg in the way. I'm confident that he'll just cream red and hit that in the middle, but it does make that peg out a little bit harder. And he's middled it.
So he's got a tricky little shot here to finish off.
Yeah, intrigued to see, Luke. Do you think he'll play the takeoff or the roll down?
Looks like he's setting up for the roll down. He'll be wanting to bring the red down towards the peg to see if he can set up for that finish. But again, he hasn't made it easy on himself with that return Croquet. Yep, he's right down over the ball, so expecting the yellow to kind of pass the red on the way down the lawn. And more of an even roll, so red is heading down towards Rover as well. Oh, and difficult there. He's just rolled on a little bit too far.
And I think we'll see this Kikorangi go as deep as possible, because I'd be surprised if yellow's having much control going through Rover. I think it's going to go Pupahi. I think it's going to go bang through the fitty. Pupahi through the fitty.
Yep. And Paddy is in the firing line.
Clip that one.
Because if he does go deep and play through, it'll be right into the shed where Paddy Chapman has currently got his feet up. and that Kikorangi ball, the blue ball, is in that difficult, awkward little position on these lawns, a couple of yards to the north of Rover. Should be straightforward for Logan. Looking to find that spot directly in front, which he looks like he's achieved.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Logan, and I think he will play this with control. Yeah, lovely hoop.
Yeah, nice recovery there. So we're getting close to being able to call it. The red ball is exactly where it needs to be. We expect to see that rush back up to the peg with a peg out and completing game 1.
Now, I'm not advising gambling here in any form, Luke, but if there were odds on this game, what would Logan be paying to take out the first game from here?
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to play with Logan this year and last year's New Zealand Open. Having seen him close hand, I'm betting the house.
Yeah,
sorry, Pip, the house is on it, but I think we'll be okay.
And is he paying 99 cents or is he paying $1.01?
Yeah, it's a sure thing. I think we can call it now. But I know we've seen stranger things happen. Obviously, that rush into the peg is where it can go wrong from here.
Yes.
I think everyone's probably done it at some point.
So I guess a recap of game 1. We had a early potential break 4th turn for Chapman. We had a early ball round from Logan. We had a couple of missed Croquets mid-turn from Chapman to give Logan the innings. We had one massive Pupahi, the bang from the takeoff down from hoop 3 to corner 4 from Logan to give Paddy the innings. And it's going to finish up peg and peg versus 3 back and 1 back. So 8-6 is 14, so 26-14 for a game 1 victory to Logan.
Yeah, and it was a tentative little rush back to the peg there from Logan.
Yeah, definitely didn't want to rush that onto the peg.
Didn't want to send it too far, so he's got himself a couple of yard peg out. But with Logan taking his time on this one, would expect to see this into the peg and being able to call game 1 of our best of 5.
Speaking of possibly rushing onto the peg, one thing we'd love to hear from the viewers is any pūrākau, any stories about games or players where they've got to 25 but have lost the game. I believe that there has been in the history of the sport a comeback from 25-0 down. So if you've got any good stories, please feel free to send those through, and we'll have a little kōrero about them. Otherwise, it's a ka pai. You'll hear a paki from the big crowd of approximately 10 surrounding this lawn 1 for this New Zealand Open final, and that is game 1 to Logan. Ka pai, Logan. So while the players decide what they would like to do for game 2, we would like to have another special shout out to our sponsors. Obviously, one of our major sponsors is Whakaata Māori for bringing us this broadcasting platform. Whakaata Māori be part of the kaupapa at Aotearoa's home of series, news, sports and entertainment. As we roll along the bottom of the screen there, you can also see Bailey's. They are the largest full-service real estate brokerage. With Bailey's, you are always together. Caltex, now I've mentioned these a few times because it's what I put in my old 77 Lancer and it doesn't miss a beat. Proudly fueling your journeys from 80 years. From fuels and lubricants to deals and rewards, Caltex always has you covered. New Zealand Carbon Farming, establishing permanent forests to mitigate climate change with over 9.5 million trees planted across the Motu in 2023. And finally, Apollo Projects, your experts in design and build, supporting businesses and communities across Aotearoa, based right here in Ōtautahi. So we're going to go into an ad break now as the players look to have a short break. We look to come back to the start of Game 2 so you can see the opening, and we will continue with this match of Logan McCorkindale versus Paddy Chapman in the New Zealand Open Final 2024. Kia ora.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass up. the gentleman who wants to.
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
We're going to go now. We're going once, going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Kia ora and welcome back to Game 2 of our Best of 5. Players have had a really short break, looking to get back into Game 2 quite quickly. There's a long day ahead if we get through a number of these games, so what we've seen so far is that Paddy has played in first, sent his Pangor black ball to the east boundary. Logan, with second shot onto lawn, has chosen to shoot at black Pangor with his red ball Whero, and has just missed, lining in just to the north. And as we catch up, we're seeing Paddy look to play his third ball onto the lawn. Kikorangi ball coming from the north boundary on B-Balk, and it looks like he's creating the angle to create a bit of a nice double there, shooting down towards the two balls on the east boundary. And it's on his way, he's looking happy, and he hits the Pangor ball. So hits third ball onto the lawn with the three balls together. So the players aren't mucking around today, they're straight back into it after a very, very short break. Jared is off around the lawns picking up some updates for us, so we'll have those back for you shortly. So we talked about it before. Logan obviously happy coming off the lawn in Game 1. First part of the job done. Always nice to kind of take that first game. But we touched on it, that nothing changes from here for Paddy and Logan. It's resetting, going again. Paddy will have been here a number of times, and it's just back into the same process. Trying to keep things simple with the lawns and conditions as tough as they are. The wind has died a little bit since we spoke last. Paddy's rushed the ball across towards the western boundary, looking like setting a leave, putting the balls in an advantageous position for himself, for Logan to play that fourth ball onto the lawn shortly. So Paddy's essentially created maximum distance here for Logan's fourth ball onto the lawn, or the fourth ball onto the lawn, the core 5 ball. So he's sent the red ball across to the west, and he's come back and he's setting up with his two balls. Maximum distance on the east boundary, so Logan will have a choice here as to which shot to take. And it looks like he's taking the more aggressive option, which is shooting from the end of A-Balk at the blue and black ball. Don't think he has a double, but the balls are reasonably close. And just ever so slightly grazes the Kikorangi ball on the right hand side. Fantastic shot from Logan. The blue ball, Kikorangi didn't move too far, just ever so slightly grazed. So he's chosen the aggressive option, and now has the opportunity to pile the pressure on, having taken game 1, and has the balls available to him. The red ball halfway between hoops 1 and 2, looking to get a rush with the black ball across. And lining it up. So he takes that rush across the lawn towards the red ball, giving himself the opportunity to load hoop 2 and taking red down to hoop 1. Early stages of game 2 here, but the balls are very accessible. There's the start of a break here. Balls are off the boundaries very early. And Logan will be looking to put some real pressure on Paddy here. If he can get that ball round to fall back early on in game 2, he'll really take control of the second game. Now as the lawns speed up here, with a lot of wind, it's died down a little bit. The sun's really starting to bake on the lawns. This rush down the lawn towards hoop 1 is going to be a bit of a challenge. He'll definitely be wanting to get it past, but again, those approaches from a couple of yards can be quite challenging, so this will be a crucial shot in potentially establishing this first break. And that's really nice. While it is off to the side a little bit, the weight was close to perfect, so he'll have a slightly challenging approach to the first hoop. Playing the core 5 ball. We saw Logan in the first game sending that reception ball a little bit further down. He doesn't quite have the space for that at the moment, but he will be looking to run it slightly firmly to ensure that he does take that first hoop.
And that's a lovely controlled hoop 1 stroke from Logan. So, yeah, again, he's still got to play the turn, but with the setup he's currently had, providing he gets a good rush on blue and a nice pioneer at hoop 3, I'd be surprised if we don't see a clip going to fullback. I think one of the interesting things that possibly even both players could consider is, if Oppo gets around, do you just go to fullback, or do you consider an alternative like a leave going to 3-back, where you're then thinking about, well, maybe I'm going to the peg in my second turn and putting a lot more pressure on the final lift shot. When you're thinking about 3 turns of the game, I think there is significantly more difference if your lift shot is 1 and peg versus possibly even 4-back and peg. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. But we did say we'd give you an update from around the grounds, and so here it is, sports fans. We've just had Harps go game up in the best of 3 playoff against Callum Highland of Australia. So it's Harps Tahurangi of Wellington. Callum got to 4-back and 4, so that was a 26-12 victory to Harps in game 1. Over on lawn 1, we have Levi Franks versus John Christie. Levi having a phenomenal event. So this is the playoff for the bronze position. Now, the bronze position sounds different. You'd think that would be for 3rd place, but the bronze medal is actually for players in position 9 to 16, so who lost the first round of the knockout. Levi is currently on a break approaching hoop 6 with partner on 3-back versus Christie's hoop 3 and Rover. And the one that we're actually getting the most requests for updates about is Joe Hogan versus John Versey. Both players very thrilled to be playing a single game, no time limit, and both have said they're taking some slightly more aggressive options than they normally would because they want to make progress today. They don't want to be playing after the best of 5 final has finished. So currently we have Hogan with the innings, and he is on 2-back and 4-back versus 1 and 3-back. So still plenty of life left in that game. Whereas in game 1 of the plate final, another best of 3, We have Stefan has the innings, and he is currently 4 and 4 back, versus Kerry being for hoop 6 and the peg. So all games very much alive. And speaking of alive, we're going back to Logan at hoop 2, and he's looking in complete control. So thoughts from the crowd. My prediction is that we're just going to see a spread if he gets to 4 back. What are you thinking, Luke?
Yeah, I think the guys have shown us that not overcomplicating things is definitely on the mind of both players. It was really interesting from an opening perspective. Paddy hit third ball onto the lawn and chose to give Logan a maximum distance shot, but in doing so, the reward for hitting was pretty significant. Laying that red ball over between hoops 1 and 2 and his 2 balls together. Logan is known for hitting successfully with his GC background, and he did just that. So it was a really telling shot that Logan took with that Croquet ball fourth onto the lawn. Hitting, as we have seen, has given him the start of a break, but a miss would have given Paddy the same. So the second game of the best of 5 has advanced really quickly, and we see Logan looking to approach hoop 3 with all the balls in good position for a break to 4 back.
Yeah, completely agree with you there, Luke. And it's nice to see Logan settling in to the turn. We're just going to introduce you to a little bit more about Māori terminology. Now, though we've got our players using the primary colours, so kikorangi, whiro, pango, and kowhai. We do have a secondary set of colours that are sometimes used on the croquet lawns, so commonly referred to as green, pink, brown and white. But if we were looking at our Māori translations, we would be looking at our green would be represented by kakariki, our pink would be represented by mā-whiro, mā being actually the word for white, so a combination of white and red. Brown would be paraone, and white would be mā. And we've got the privilege of, in about 5 minutes from now, either Luke or myself will have a break, and we'll be joined by Nelson Morrow in the commentary booth. So we'll be looking forward to getting his thoughts on his personal event at the New Zealand Open, and then also his thoughts on the final.
You did well to keep your composure there, Jared, because as you started that, we had a gust of wind come through and every piece of paper on our table, and there goes another one, almost shot across the lawn behind us. So that wind is really starting to gust after having died down at the end of game 1. Logan is stepping away from the ball. I think he's looking to just hold a little bit for that gust to head away.
And you can just see that in the screen there, just looking at that black or that pango corner flag, corner 3, you can see that is really just starting to flap in the wind. And looking at the big trees in the background, it makes for very tough playing conditions out there. And we're not thinking that time is going to be a factor in this game. As you can see in the bottom right corner of the screen, even if things were really dried up, there is still 4 hours remaining in the time limit for this game. So a positive sign for the event that even if it does go to 5, we're looking like we will finish before darkness.
Although we are committed to being here for that, it is a benefit that we might finish well before. And just reminding our listeners that the remaining time from the first 3.5 hours of game 1 does carry over, so that's how we get to our 4 and a bit hour time limit for the second game. I think we have 3 hours was down for the second game, so 3 hours plus the 1 and a bit that was remaining as Logan finished off game 1 gives us our time limit for game 2. And then likewise, if we finish that slightly early, it carries over again. So at this stage, with the guys playing really nice controlled breaks, focusing and successfully getting the ball round, games are advancing reasonably steadily, so we should be finishing well within the allocated time. So Logan's looking under real control here, approaching from a foot and a bit outside in front of hoop 4.
Now, a couple of people have just sent a query in, and quite a good one. They've noticed some subtle changes. So Logan is historically a Solomon grip player. So for all his single ball strokes, he normally plays with a Solomon grip. But you may notice there are some hoops that he will choose to run with a standard grip, and more of his croquet strokes are becoming standard grip as well. So I don't know, in some other sports, would you refer to that as ambidextrous, Luke, or would that be, English has not been my strength, I can tell you that much for free.
I think ambidextrous would be left and right-handed. I don't think that's the change he's making, but I think it's interesting. We're seeing someone cross over from a GC start in the game to AC. GC, he's obviously a very successful single ball striker. That Solomon grip is what he's learnt, and it's served him really, really nicely. So I think as he's learnt the AC game and some of those more touch strokes come in, when that real touch is required around the hoops, for those close run under control hoops, he tends to change grip. And then I think talking to Logan last year and playing together in the doubles, I asked the same question, and there's a point where it's literally just about feel. He will just see what feels right at that time at the crossover between those two grips. And I think, Jared, it's fair to say, as Logan's developed in the last 3 years, he's become a real sort of touch player. I think people can think about Logan as being kind of all power and smacking the ball hard, but I think the real growth in his game has probably been, or has been actually, really developing that touch and control.
Yeah, and I think he's definitely made a significant shift, and having more control has been one of the factors that's allowed him to have a significantly higher percentage than most other New Zealand players in his peeling turns. It's an area that personally I think he's still got room to improve on. As when he's shooting well, I don't think his single ball strokes can be improved too much, to be fair. I think he can be one of the best shots in the world when he's playing well. And I think to take his game to the next level, I'd really like to see him tighten up his croquet strokes a little bit more. So rather than getting those, 1.5 to 2 yard coquetos, those 1.5 to 2 yard rushes on balls, I would like to see him be able to play that for playing for less than a yard. And I think that would just allow him to tighten things up even earlier in the break. But yeah, he's just developed into an all-round player that's going to be a key cog, and I believe he will be a key cog in the next New Zealand Mick Robertson Shield team, providing he carries on with his current trajectory.
Yeah, and hearing you say that, when you do compare the two players, being Logan and Paddy, both very successful, very talented. We know that Logan's taken game 1, but the styles are slightly different. The experience of Paddy over the years, hearing you say that, Jared, you look back and it is slightly tighter, not as many 2-3 yard rushes potentially. But Logan does manage quite successfully to hold it together. And as we're seeing at the moment, he's playing a really nice tidy break, and we'd expect it to get round to 4 back.
And we've had a real rush of spectators actually arrive, Logan, and it's made the atmosphere, I would say, lift in intensity. We've gone beyond the double-digit mark now, and it looks to me like we've got about 14 spectators in the crowd. So a special kia ora and welcome to Raylene and Barb from South Canterbury. So Raylene is a member at Waireka, where Logan started playing, so great to have you on board, Raylene. And Barbara Field as well, also a member in Ashburton at the Allington Croquet Club. So fantastic that some of Logan's support people can come up to watch him as well.
And it's really no surprise, young and talented as Logan is, that he's got a fan base following him around the country. So Jared, maybe going back to the opening of this game, I'm quite interested in the decisions that were taken. You know, what was your thinking about what Paddy was thinking? You know, first of all, hitting in on that third turn, but you know, was it quite an aggressive option to take, or how do you feel about the kind of risk that giving Logan that shot? You know, what was the assessment of that risk?
I think the biggest surprise for me was actually Logan shooting at Paddy's second turn. I would have been really intrigued to see what he did if he was successful in hitting that roquet. I think if I'm in Logan's mind, I'm thinking, well, I'm possibly shooting better than Paddy at the moment, so I want to have a ball in the middle of the lawn. With Paddy having hit second turn, I think it was a good option to take. And I can't remember exactly where I think it was Ferro ball, the red in lawn, but I think Paddy would have probably considered wanting that as tight to the boundary as possible. And I don't know if he quite got that to give Logan an easier start if he did hit. The advantage if you do go on that slightly more defensive approach, yes, it's a slightly harder pick up for you, but unless Oppo takes the aggressive shot, it means even if they do hit, they've got a tougher start for their break. So, yeah, really, really interesting opening. Logan will obviously win the toss for Game 3, so very intrigued to see if there's any other changes. And I'm just starting to see Logan just look like he's playing with a little bit more confidence. Things are a little bit more under control. He's really got, you know, he's in a nice position. He's starting to run more of his hoops with control, not requiring to just poopahi, bang any just through the fitty. And so, yeah, I'm looking to see what this leave's going to be.
And how do we feel from Paddy's perspective? You know, let's assume this ball does get to fullback. What's he thinking? Does anything change for him, or is it as simple as focusing on the lift shot, and then just like Logan has, getting a ball around is Paddy's main focus?
Yeah, I think Paddy knows that, you know, he is well and truly in this match. There is a long, long way to go. Everything comes down to just the process of Paddy during his lift shot. You can see him there with the upright shoulders and the background, the background of the shelter there, shelter 5. He's looking relaxed. He's not slouched down, so he's still feeling pretty good about himself, and he'll just be focusing on his routine. I'm going to be surprised if it's a spread if Paddy doesn't shoot down the line, and having hit across the court, he's coming in. He's had his third turn ball of the game was hit nicely, but it'll be interesting to see which line he does take on his lift shot. In Game 1, he shot down the line from corner 3, and it possibly even held in lawn, so maybe his aiming point might change a little bit. It looks to me like he's still striking the ball really well, and you know, Paddy's main focus, if he is successful in making that roquet, is all going to be about, all right, let's get round and let's not give Logan the innings. Let's make him really work for it.
And that was a really interesting little shot there. I don't know if you saw that, Jared, but Logan had to take that from a close position, but a little bit of an angle, far more than he would have liked. So played it through nicely and carries on.
So yeah, Logan, one hoop to go. Here we go. You can see this little replay of its two back. And got a nice little kick out of two back there. You could see the change of technique as it spat back out. Approaching Logan's opportunity for a mahuitanga. So mahuitanga is his leave. And he's sent black sailing. So that's going to make that difficult to create a really good spread unless he gets a rush out of three back. So my hunch is we could see some sort of OSL based on the balls currently laying in this position.
And talk to me about OSL, because my understanding is it's a bit of a bailout option following an unsuccessful kind of diagonal spread.
Yeah, that's I think a really good summary, Luke. So my understanding, there's a lot of people that know a lot more about the game than me, and the history of this league. But basically, you're laid up tight in corner 4, and you've got your opposition balls, you know, between near the east and the west boundary. The ball that's on the eastern side can actually be a little bit further in lawn, so you're not giving a big triple from B-Balk, and you're generating, you know, a 13-yard lift into the corner, and not much further than that shooting from either blue or black. So options to get going either way, and the big difference between that and a spread is just that extra couple of yards that's been taken off the distance of the leave.
Yeah, and for our players that are newer to the game, as you're learning the diagonal spread and you're increasing control of the balls, it can be challenging to manipulate them into that exact wiring position. So it is a really, really good one to know from an exact positioning perspective what that bailout looks like. So Logan successfully runs his last hoop of this break, looking to set his leave. Really nice control. I mean, he did have all 4 balls quite early in the break, but he's managed to hold it together really nicely. He'll be really pleased in the second match to put the pressure on with that first ball round to fullback. We see the Kikorangi ball head across the lawn. Looking to get that. Oh no, it's not particularly deep. Almost exactly between hoops 1 and 2. Hasn't taken the risk of sending it too close to that western boundary. And he is going to take that speculative rush from about 3 yards back towards the peg. Really challenging to get this right. He still has the chance to put it in there tight to the peg, and as we talked about, that OSL, that bailout option, is still available to him, and that's a really nice, really nice controlled rush back on that black ball.
And just while Logan's finishing off his mahutanga, I've just had a message through from good friend Toby, so Toby Garrison, and just while I was going around to collect the scores, I actually missed Paddy's opening. So if we rewind back on that, I think Toby's right in that Paddy was trying to get a break going rather than playing for a really defensive leave, so that's why that ball would have been left so much further in lawn. I think that would have been a really powerful turn if Paddy had a ball round to fullback third turn and then a defensive leave. So yeah, just another correction, and this is, I think, one of the advantages of having that communication with people who are viewing the stream. They pick on other things that we're going to miss. They're more than happy to, rightfully so, let us know, like in that instance when I'd made a mistake. So appreciate the feedback and the comments that are coming through. After Paddy has taken his lift shot, we're going to give Luke a break, and I'm going to have Nelson Morrow join me in the commentary box.
So just before we do that, it's worth commenting on the leave that Logan has managed to pull together. So the black ball is definitely out of position. We were talking about what the alternative option could have been, but with that really nice sort of 3-yard delicate controlled rush back into close to the peg, he's managed, from our angle at least, and from the high angle that you're seeing, get that perfect position with the diagonal spread, all 4 balls lined up across the peg. And in saying that, I'll take the opportunity to hand over to Nelson Morrow, and then we'll talk about Paddy's options as he comes onto the lawn under pressure, and Logan heads up to put his clip on fullback.
Yeah, so ngā mihi nui, Logan, congratulations, another good turn, and kia ora Nelson. So Nelson, welcome back to the commentary team.
Thank you. Interesting stage of the match with Logan game up and break up.
Yeah, and still a long way to go in
Absolutely,
this match.
Yep. Many matches, 5 game matches have gone 2 games down, and the other opponent have come back and won the next 3.
Yeah, agreed. And I'm not surprised to see Paddy lifting the Kikorangi and taking that up to the third corner. I think that's a really sensible option at this stage of the match.
Yep.
Distance-wise, yeah, he's got that extra couple of yards on the lift shot, but it does make that significantly harder for Logan if he wants to play for a finishing turn if Paddy misses.
Absolutely, yep. Yes, it's sort of taking the blue is sort of makes it slightly more difficult. Yep. I mean, not a great deal, but slightly,
So
the lawns look like they have sped up since first thing this morning.
I think significantly. We'll try and get an update on what we think they're running at.
Yep.
And here goes Chapman.
All the games seem to be running to time elsewhere. I mean, I think only one game has actually finished this morning.
Little break in the wind. interested? No, through the gap.
Through the middle. Close.
So Nelson, I've been lucky enough to know you for a number of years now, and for people who may not be familiar with the name Nelson Morrow, do you want to give us just a bit of a rundown on your, I would say, extensive croquet history? I wonder what number New Zealand Open appearance this was for you, and what's your sort of croquet background?
Well, one of the more interesting facts, I think, here at this tournament was that there are actually 3 players here who played in this event 50 years ago in Christchurch in the New Zealand Open in 1974.
So Murfitt?
It's Roger Murfitt, Dennis Bullock and myself. Except, but I suppose the big difference is that Dennis has played for all of those years. Roger had probably a 25-year layoff, and I had a 20-year layoff when I didn't play, literally for... I left New Zealand in 1974. I played for 3 years here, and then I went to England, and I never took up croquet there until the early 1993. And then came back here and played in the first New Zealand Open back in '94. Which was in Wanganui.
You had a number of years sort of living, part-time in New Zealand, part-time in the UK, but now based permanently back in New Zealand?
That's right. I had over 40 years in England, and then I bought a house here and spent some time here in the summers to avoid the horrible English winters, the grey winters of England. And but I did enjoy the croquet scene in England. It's probably a little more diverse than it is here in New Zealand, and. But then when I sort of retired, I decided that I wanted the easier life of New Zealand.
And what were some of the big draw cards for bringing you back to Aotearoa? Like, we know it's an incredibly beautiful country.
I think life is easier here, there's no doubt about it, and I think to live in a city like London, it's fun, if you're not working, you do need a lot of money to live there and live there well.
Yep.
I think it's much easier to live in New Zealand with a lot less money.
Yep, yep. So Logan's played a lovely approach to Hoop 1. Again, I think if I'm Logan, I'm just wanting to take this to the peg. I'm not even thinking about peeling in these conditions.
No, I mean it's
the turn, put Paddy under pressure. What's your thoughts?
Absolutely. It's you often. I think sometimes when you're playing really well, you start to believe that you are invincible. And you start to do things which perhaps are not wise, but you think you're playing so well that, oh, yes, I'm playing really, really well here. Why don't you do a triple? Or if you've done a triple, why don't you do a sextuple? And sometimes your own, I suppose, ability can get in the way of actually winning matches.
Agreed. And
sometimes taking the simple option is the best when conditions like these are difficult. If you were playing on easier conditions, then a triple here would be standard sort of play. But I mean, Logan did do one last night against Joe, but then again, it was the evening when the lawns had slowed down and there was more grip on the lawns, and that makes a big deal of difference when you're doing a triple. Here, with fast lawns, the balls can trickle around to places that are not really convenient for doing a triple.
Agreed. And speaking of winning matches, one player who's won a significant amount. Speaking of England, is one of our friends, Jamie Birch. Now we're Friday, just about 10:30 p.m. on Friday night, and just a shout out to both Jamie and his whānau, Wendy and Carlos. We can see you're tucked in there on the couch. You've got the live stream up, and just another riveting Friday evening in the UK. So yes, glad you can join us.
Yes, I'm sure you've got lots of blankets. It's been a bit cold there at the moment, I think. I mean, we've got 27 degrees here at the moment. I'm probably going to reach 30 around about 2 o'clock today, so it's fairly warm. Luckily, there's just a little bit of a breeze, which it makes it a little bit more pleasant. I mean, not if you're perhaps playing, because the last thing you want is wind, especially if you're a caster. As Logan was saying to me earlier, he said, "I don't mind the heat." He said, "I just don't want the wind."
Oh, and that yellow. Some people would think that's overrun a long way, but actually it's in a good spot for if he's playing the takeoff.
It's much easier to do a stop shot out of corner 4 and get your rush on yellow than if the yellow had been way past 4. You know.
Now, one thing that will be in the back of Logan's mind in game one, Nelson, what happened is we had a similar situation where he was after hoop 3 playing the takeoff down to corner 4, went poopahi, went bang, took off the lawn to give Paddy the innings. So that's got to be in the back of his mind after he plays hoop 3 here.
Yeah. I always remember Chris Clark saying, you know, he hates that takeoff
the most difficult shot in the game
down to corner 4. You know, it's fraught with danger. You know, you don't want to fall short, and you certainly don't want to go too long.
Now, speaking of too long, we're just a little bit well, not worried, but beautiful day here in Aotearoa. You know, if the crowds really do start coming in, the lawns could get to capacity. There's still space for a few more spectators. We're saying we'd hit that sort of mid-teens mark. And I'm just wondering if you can set the scene for us, because hearing some stories from yourself and Roger and Joe this week about what it was like playing in the Nationals in the 70s, the difference from spectators. So for those of us that, you know, weren't around then, can you just set the scene for us? Describe the viewing of the Nationals in the 1970s.
Well, if the memory will work, but certainly we had a lot more players at that time, and also the tournaments used to run for about 2 weeks.
Karpai Logan, great shot.
Great shot, yeah, absolutely perfect shot there. You know, he'll be very, very happy with that. But there were usually a lot more players, and the tournament lasted 2 weeks. And it wasn't just the Open. There would also be, obviously, the Open doubles, but there would also be different class events. There would be perhaps also handicap singles. So there was a series of events, not just the two that we have now, the Open doubles and the Open singles. So what you may be playing a handicap singles in the morning, and then you might play an Open game in the afternoon, and then something else in the evening. So it was
it would have been a spectacle.
Yeah, it was, and you got a lot more players. You know, we sometimes, you know, it would be up to sort of perhaps 50 or 60 players playing in the event.
Wow. And what about from a crowd perspective? Was it a sociable thing? Was it only for finals day?
I think there were probably a lot more spectators, because obviously now with streaming, people don't necessarily need to be here. You know, they can be at home watching it. But in those days, of course, we didn't have our mobile phones or didn't have Croquet scores to know what was going on. You know, and we certainly didn't have streaming. But both of these, streaming and Croquet scores, has made a huge addition to Croquet worldwide, because you can be anywhere in the world and know what's going on.
Now, speaking of knowing what's going on, there's a part of me that's not surprised, and I think there's a possibility. I'll come back and I'll bite my own words, but you can see that Logan is going to be very likely playing for the delayed triple. If he completes that's a phenomenal turn in these conditions.
Absolutely. Well, I remember back in 2013 in the final when Toby Garrison was playing Aaron Westerby. Toby pulled out on conditions that were more difficult than these. I mean, the lawns were running between like 13 and 14 seconds, and Toby pulled out a triple. One of the most amazing turns that I've seen.
And I think talking to Toby this week, you know, that turn was possibly brought up, and he mentioned that that's the best turn he's ever played. I think there's a reasonable chance that Aaron and Tobes are both listening. So, Aaron, if you are listening, I hope that doesn't bring back too much trauma for you.
As he's skiing in the French Alps.
and Toby, like, that's just to even think about peeling in these conditions. That's phenomenal, mate. We're very privileged for Croquet in Aotearoa to have you both involved in the game, and very much hoping to see you both playing more over the coming years.
So anyway, he probably would have liked yellow a little bit further. It's not in the east.
No, he's got a lot of traffic in the way, Nelson.
He's got a lot of traffic, and he's got quite a difficult split shot here. He doesn't want to run too far with the yellow, and he certainly wants to get his rush on the blue. I mean, blue's not far from 5, but in these sort of conditions, you really want to have near pioneers, don't you? Yeah, he's got yellow into a very nice position. Yep, I think he'd be happy with that, and pretty happy with the red as well. You're getting many comments at the moment?
Yeah, we're getting a few feedback through. There's quite a crew of people in the UK who are staying up late.
I'll say hello to them all. Hope
Yep.
they're all having missing the croquet scene over there in some ways.
I can only imagine, and not even just the croquet players. Sometimes it's the partners.
Yeah.
So we've got Louise Wicks. She'd planned on going to a girls' night out, was my understanding. But when the croquet came on, her and Jack decided to settle in, and Boris is there as well. So. Lulu, if you're still watching, we're glad that you've decided to take the sensible option, because this is Friday night's finest, people.
Because you spent about a year in the UK, was it?
I had nearly 2 years,
2 years
living in Suffolk. I had the privilege of actually living with Mark Avery, and I can tell you for free that was an experience. Mark would be, I think, one of England's most popular players.
Absolutely.
One of the nicest croquet players I've ever met. Also referred to as the Muppet. So Mupp, I think you've gone and had early doors, possibly a bit of running for you tomorrow morning. But that was a great 6 months that I had the privilege of living with you, and that's one thing that I think is fantastic about the sport, is that when you do get to travelling, you make those lifelong friends, and they look after each other. It's just a great way to be.
Absolutely. No, I mean, croquet certainly does take you all around the world, and you do meet a variety of people.
And what would be the country count that you would have been to now? It'd be in the double figures that you played in?
I have played obviously in Australia, England, New Zealand, Ireland, France,
America.
Belgium, America.
Switzerland?
No, I have not played in Switzerland. In Portugal.
Egypt?
In Spain. Egypt. What am I missing?
Or at least in South Africa?
South Africa,
Yep.
yes, South Africa, yep. So I don't know how many that is.
It's over the double digits, yeah.
Austria.
Yep. Yeah. So to me, this has just abort written all over it. I think he's still going to look at what it's like to peel going to one back, but I just think even playing a 3-ball break in these conditions, it's just that much harder.
Yeah.
If there's anyone that can do it at this venue, it's these two players in the final. Anyone else, I'd say it's possibly beyond them.
I mean, does he have to abort at this stage? I mean, it depends on how he rushes this yellow up. If he rushes this well,
you could have a go from there.
Yeah, he's not losing a lot, because he's going to be able to get a good rush on the black 2-6. He's got a reasonable pioneer at one back. I think it's still worth a try at this stage. As they say, knowing when to abort a triple is also a very important tactic. Not going on with it when basically it's going to actually, your brake's going to break down. Didn't even get anywhere near the hoop. He caught the outside wire. I don't think it's impeded his swing on black. He's still got the good rush on black, so that was important.
The hoop could be in the way.
The hoop could be a little bit in the way. Yeah, it could just hinder getting enough swing on the ball.
Fortunately, with the speed of the lawns, as long as he can hit it in the middle, I think he'll be okay. You see that?
Yeah, it's
tough approach from there.
Tough approach from there, absolutely. It's all these little things can start to go wrong, and they start to have a cumulative effect, don't they?
I can tell you for free, he wouldn't be approaching from there if he decided to just play for a break to the peg.
No, he would not.
He's still good enough to recover from this.
Yep, but it's still it's made it a little bit more difficult for himself.
Unnecessary risk, in my opinion.
Yep.
Maybe I'm too conservative, but I just think, even from just watching, let alone imagine. Can you imagine the feeling being out there?
Absolutely, it's I mean, people say, "Oh, I can miss a hoop from that distance. I can miss a ball. If they can do it." But the difference is when you're in this pressure situation, it's not like just going out and hitting a normal running a normal hoop or hitting a normal ball. And he's failed there.
There we go. We've seen it.
And as we were talking about, the cumulative effect of basically not getting the peel, having a hampered swing on the black to get his rush to 6, and then having to do a split on the black and red, and then failing the hoop.
And
so it wasn't the last shot that was the problem. It was the lead up to it. Yeah.
And you saw that on the replay. The hands went onto the shoulders. He knew that he didn't want to give Paddy the innings. And this is what fascinates me about when it's this tough. That you look at this, you think, all right, Paddy, you've got a 6-yarder with all the balls and lawns. But even hitting that, there's no guarantee of a break.
Nope.
He has to play a phenomenal rush to hoop 1.
Absolutely.
Or else the clips could both be on hoop 1.
Yep.
And we've just got a couple of updates from the best of 1 no time limit game. So Joe is on a break to peg. So Hogan could be looking at pegging out within the next possible half an hour. And if he finishes before midday, that'll be the earliest finish that he's had this entire event by nearly 8 hours.
Are they just playing a single game?
Single game, best of 1, no time limit for the third place playoff. And our other around the grounds, you've got
a best of 3 for the 5 to 8,
yep.
which I believe Callum took the first game, didn't he?
Harps took the first game.
Sorry,
26-12.
And John Christie is playing Levi Franks for the final of the bronze medal.
Kapai Paddy.
And I think that's still in the first game. And Stephen Hora is playing Kerry Johnson in the final of the plate, and they are still in the first game.
Yep. And it's tight in the plate final, game 1. Time must just about be.
No, they've got probably about 25 minutes, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, because they get 3.5 hour.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And so Nelson, what's remaining on your croquet calendar this season? You've had a reasonable season, playing in quite a few events.
Yes, golf croquet and association. I managed to win the Auckland Open in golf croquet, and then I was hoping to have both the AC and GC, but I lost a game by 1 point to Luke Reeve.
Yep.
So otherwise I would have taken both titles, but unfortunately Luke is a player on the ascendancy. He really is, and he's doing extremely well. And to come to his first New Zealand Open and get to the quarter final is a real achievement.
And game 3, not just a quarter final, but to take that to a third.
Yep,
phenomenal performance.
Absolutely.
And so I think it's it's fair to say we've got an event that some people might not be aware of, and if I was a betting man, my money would be on Luke to take that out, and that's called the Charles Jones Encouragement Salver. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nelson, is that is for the highest performing player that is of a 0 handicap or higher.
Yep.
And
what
a field we've had for it this year.
Absolutely, and he certainly has done the best, so he will certainly walk off with that trophy.
Levi could almost consider himself hard done by with the breakthrough that he's had this event.
Absolutely.
But Luke, just outstanding performance.
Yeah. So Paddy is approaching hoop 1. I think he's managed to get nicely in front from looking from his stance. So he will be looking to run this first hoop in game 2. And it's nicely through.
Lovely,
and
just smooth.
So smooth. And also he's got blue into a very nice position, so he's got the rush towards black at hoop 3. I don't think he'll be looking at doing a TPO myself. Do you?
No, I think he's thinking...
I'm having a break to fall back.
And, I'm assuming he's just going to go to fallback here, Nelson, but I think one interesting aspect that isn't used, like if you're in this situation, there's not a significantly weaker player, but if there was, I think it's interesting if the strong player's gone around first, for you to go to possibly even 3-back, and then to be setting a leave for your 3-back or 4-back ball, to be saying, all right, I'm going to play my 2 turns and get to the peg, and then really put some pressure on that lift shot. I don't think we'll see that by Paddy at all. What's your take on that, just as an alternative option?
Yeah, in these conditions, I don't think it's necessary. If the conditions were a lot easier, that would be probably a good tactic, but not in these conditions. I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah. So 6 and 4-back, you could try some different things for your leave, but I think Paddy will just be thinking maximising distance, wanting the easiest possible start.
Yep.
if he has the option of parity, do you think he'd prefer the red, the Feddo, the hoop 6 ball to be at the peg, or the Croquet, the 4-back ball to be at the peg? I think probably the Feddo, the hoop 6 ball at the peg.
Probably, yeah. I suppose the problem with leaving the yellow is if he does make those 3 hoops and Paddy then doesn't hit the lift, he's then on a finishing turn to complete the game. Anyway, he's got a slightly cut rush to hoop 2, which he's managed very nicely. He's you just want to get these pioneers right in front of the hoop. You know, you just don't want to be playing a shot like Logan played at hoop 6. Those
side-on approaches so tough
in these conditions. Absolutely,
Yep.
The ball can just, you think, oh, I've got that beautifully, and all of a sudden it'll just do a little run down a little bit of a hill, and therefore you end up with an angled hoop. And these hoops are new holes. They're solidly set in the ground. They're probably a 64th in width, and so they are tough to run.
And even that, you see that Paddy put that extra 20% into it.
Absolutely.
On most normal hoops, that would have just been bullied through the boundary.
Yeah.
But he had to stroke it through, extra 20%, and he ends up coming out with a rush. So I'm expecting Paddy to get really tight control.
Tight control. He is a very precision player. I mean, you know, he's
classy, isn't he?
Yeah. You know, he's like John Prince of old. You know, he gets absolutely just balls exactly where he wants them. It's all about precision. You know.
And we were saying earlier, I think that Logan's had a phenomenal 2 years, and he is just clearly one of New Zealand's best players. But
Absolutely.
if I look at the difference between Paddy and Logan,
Yep.
I think that's for my mind, for Logan to take his game to the next level, it would be trying to get that slightly tighter level of precision.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, also, Logan has not really been playing AC that long. It's a very he's had a very short career so far.
His first ranking game was only 2018.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. And yet he got to the quarterfinals of the Worlds last year, and that was his first Worlds, and to reach the quarterfinal was a great achievement. And you learn a lot by playing in those sort of events. You know, people don't tend to come out and win Worlds, you know, from their first appearance. It takes 2 or 3 appearances, even if you're a top player.
And I think it must give Logan a bit of confidence, knowing he's been here in this position before.
Yep.
And actually, in the open record of Paddy and Logan, it's Logan 1-0.
Absolutely, and that's a good mental
barrier to overcome.
Yeah, to actually have. You know, it all helps. All this game at this sort of level does become. The mental attitude is so much more important. They both have the ability. It's just who has the more mental strength to deal with the pressure. It's what really separates the good players from the excellent players. Is
Agreed.
Just how they deal with the pressure of situations like this.
And just while Paddy's in play and he's got this controlled break occurring, I'm just going to go into a little bit of fanboy mode. And just for those of you who may not have heard much about Paddy or might not know a little bit about his history, I've just pulled up his, Hall of Fame summary. And I'm not going to go through word for word, but some of his highlights: he's been the New Zealand Player of the Year in 2015, 18 and 2022. He's won the New Zealand Open twice in 2010 and 2022, and the main reason I think he probably hasn't won more because he spent that decade living.
That's
in the
right,
UK.
living in the UK, and yet he actually won the British Open, and he also won I think twice. He's won the top 8 invitation.
Yeah, so he's played in 5 Mick Robertson Shields, which is phenomenal for a person of his age. My understanding is Paddy's 36 this year, so providing he wants to keep playing. He could be playing in many more if that's something that he has the passion or the desire to do. He's played in 1 winning Mick Robertson Shield team in 2014 when New Zealand had an incredibly strong team, known as the five number ones, which was a very special feat and a awesome thing to overcome. We had him playing the Trans-Tasman 3 times, 06, 09 and 2011. I think another significant individual breakthrough for Paddy was winning the 2018 World Championships. and he's won New Zealand's top invitation 4 times, 05, 09 and the last 2 years. My understanding is that Paddy is going to be the first player in New Zealand's history to win the top 8 3 years in a row. It hasn't been done before.
Nope.
So that's what he's looking to achieve in Nelson, actually.
In Nelson, yep.
Other internationals, like you mentioned, he's won the Open, he's won the President's Cup, he's won the doubles, he's won the Australian men's champ, he's won the Australian doubles, I believe once with wife Miranda and once with good friend Greg Bryant. And I can't remember if it was this way around, but possibly they won the doubles final without having to play a shot.
I don't have that memory or knowledge of that.
But yeah, one of the things I like the most about Paddy is just such a genuine person, very incredibly humble, modest. He's supportive of his teammates.
Yep.
He's exactly the sort of person you want in a team environment, and I would say the same as Logan as well.
Absolutely. Well, I first played Paddy when he was 15 here in Christchurch, the New Zealand Open, and I could see even at 15 he had the potential to be a future world champion.
Yep.
You know, certain people come along and you can just identify that they
just class.
They just have class, you know, at a very young age. I mean, Robert Fletcher was another one, and Edmund Fordyce. Yes, and no, Logan definitely. That's the one I see even more than Edmund. You know, Logan's just got that. He's got that calmness about him, and as Paddy does, as Robert Fletcher has. You know, they just have that extra inner strength. I think is how I'd express it. Anyway, he's now at hoop 5. He's actually got the yellow in the jaws of 5, which I'm sure is not what he intended, but it's not a disaster to have it there.
And one thing I'm really appreciating, Nelson, as you can see in our screen, is this view that we get from the tower, just getting that little bit of height. And I know that
I can't see the screen well because too much reflection.
Paddy has watched a bit of footage recently, so he's done a bit of analysis off some footage from the tower, and he's very impressed with the viewing capabilities that we get. And just another shout out to our volunteer camera crews. At the moment, we've got Louis, Morris, and Bruce operating our 3 cameras, and it is, you know, many hands make light work. So also a big thanks in the behind the scenes to particularly Greg, Paul, and Oliver. We're very privileged to be able to give you the streaming, and a big thanks to Whakaata Māori for enabling us to use this platform as well.
Yes, streaming has been a huge addition to Croquet, and I think it's giving it a much wider audience than it's ever had before.
And one of the things, Nelson, we've been trying to do in our kōrero is to introduce new players, particularly from those outside the motu, to some new terminology. So we're just going to go back and revisit some of the things we've talked about already. So a mallet can be referred to as a pākuru. The ball is a poro. Hoop we've used quite a lot. Hoop is a whiti. Centre peg has a couple of different variants that you can use, either a tia or a po, but one that we haven't introduced yet is the maka. So maka is the scoring clip. For those of you who are new to association croquet, you might have noticed that there's sometimes clips on different hoops, and if you can see the marker on top of the hoop, that means the ball is on its first circuit of the 6 hoops. Whereas if so in example Fero, the clip is placed on top of hoop 6, which means that that's its next point to score. So it's currently got 5 points. Whereas if we look on hoop 3 that you can see in the camera shot, that has the kōwhai clip on 4 back. It's on the side, which means that the yellow ball has already gone through, the hoops for the first time, and it's now making its way around on its second circuit.
Yes, Paddy was just he put the yellow ball through the hoop there, slightly Irish peeling it. Not that it was its hoop, but the same sort of action. But he just had to check whether blue had actually run the hoop. It hadn't, so therefore he was able to place blue out to the side. So he'd had a slight rush on the yellow ball.
And he had an interesting kōkiri, a rush, because it wasn't to the position he wanted it to be, because he doesn't really want to have to be rushing to one back from 7 yards away, but it looks like he's played that very well. So
well, he kept two balls very close together, so it gave him a very
wanted the tight rush,
really tight rush.
Likes it tight. So a good kōkiri, a good rush to one back.
So he's approaching one back, a little stop shot, and he's nicely in front of that. Yes, I mean, when things do slightly go awry, as he had there, he made sure that he had two balls, and therefore he kept the break nice and tight, and he could actually execute his shot with more precision. Yes, now he'd be starting to think about which balls he wanted to have where. You know, it's about now you're really starting to think about your leave.
It's under control. The turn's under control.
Yep, and he's already through one back, so now he's starting to think about where he wants to actually have the balls at the end of his turn.
So his mahuitanga, we are thinking that it's probably going to be a spread. A lot of people would think, oh yeah, that's good enough as a three-back pioneer. But I actually think three-backs cause some issues, so we're going to see the kōwhai also be placed over at three-back.
Yep, he's going to give himself two balls so that he therefore is able to play more precise strokes.
So the three-back hoop, also referred to as toru komori, versus two-back would be rua komori. Now, obviously, Nelson, we've got these two in the final and the pinnacle of the event. Who would have been the biggest standout for you from the 2024 New Zealand Open? Who's impressed you the most across the board?
Well, obviously these two, but if we discount these two, obviously Toby in the doubles.
Yep.
And in the singles, it's really the I suppose the three unknowns, which is basically Reese McCorkindale, which is Logan's brother, Levi Franks, local Canterbury boy, and also Luke Reeve, as we were talking about before. You know, all of them have it's their first New Zealand Open, and they've all well outperformed there. They all got through to the knockout. They really have performed way better than their ranking.
Agreed, and just as we can see on camera here, look at the tightness of that break. He's just approaching from nowhere,
but he's still giving it, all the attention. You know, so often you think, oh, that shot's easy, and you just don't give it enough respect that you should, and you end up sticking in the hoop or missing a short roki.
And I think another difference that separates what I would consider Logan and Paddy as the elite players in the singles compared with most others is when they do have the break under control, they're more likely to get rushes out of hoops.
Absolutely.
Compared with us hackers.
Yeah, hackers who just want to make the hoop.
We approach the hoop and it's just a sense of relief if we manage to get the ball through.
Yeah.
Whereas they're just so smooth in their hoop running.
Yeah. And usually at this level, one of the skills that these players have is they're very good at rushing balls exactly to where they want them, and that makes your break so much simpler.
I agreed. So here we go. Chapman getting closer to his mahuitanga, his leave. As predicted, we said earlier in the turn, we think he'd like red near the peg, the Fero ball. And it looks like that's the direction it's heading.
It is, yep. Just make sure he gets the rush back to three back on yellow.
One of the reasons why he wants Fero at the peg, or in our mind anyway, is that if Logan chooses to play with kōwhai, the four-back ball, I'll reword that. If he chooses to play with Fero, the red ball, his backwards ball, hoop 6 ball, it makes the pick-up a little bit harder. Not heaps in it, because if he hits, he's still going to have a rush. However, if Logan does shoot down the line and hits it in the middle, and there's a ball, the kōwhai near the boundary compared with at the peg, then that makes the pickup starting at hoop 6 significantly harder. So I think it's a good decision by Chapman to prioritise the break, but he did have the choice for parity, and that's what he's gone for there.
Yep. Yes, I mean, that's... Yes,
So
this hoop was obviously let him down in the first game, so he's making sure that he doesn't have the same error here. The wind was getting up a little bit there, so he restalked, and he's nicely through.
Well, speaking of first game, Nelson, we've just had another update about the first game in the bronze medal playoff for 9-16, and it's been an interactive one, but we currently have Levi rushing to Rover with partner on the peg after Christie failed, I believe, one back, with his partner ball also being on Rover. So it's still not completely done yet. I know from personal experience and failure at Rover on lawn 1 multiple times this event that the job's not done. And here we go, we can see Paddy's gone for that slightly more defensive approach, with Croquet being closer to the western boundary.
Yep, get it off there. Well, get it way over there, yep. And now he'll be looking to do having a wiring, which is obviously having the peg between red and yellow.
Aye.
And then also red will not have a swing at the black and blue. So this is called a diagonal spread. It's quite a standard leave. Do you prefer the, Joe, do you prefer the diagonal spread, or do you prefer the new standard leave?
To be honest with you, Nelson, I'm happy if I get to fall back and can make any leave.
I know the feeling.
I think personally I'm more likely to get going off a diagonal spread.
Yeah. And also, if anything goes wrong, it's not a complete disaster.
Agreed.
Whereas a new standard leave, if you don't get it right, you're usually giving away a lot.
I think with the goal of wanting to get good enough that I'm confident to attempt peeling in future, I think I'll probably lean more towards NSL and being able to manipulate the balls,
because it does make tripling easier, doesn't it?
But being my current sort of certainly amateur level, I'm happy just wanting to have a similar easy pickup and just trying to get into the point where I'm happy if I get to fall back or whatever it is, and then get going in the following turn rather than reset the court.
So he's setting a nice little rush.
Single ball on Croquet.
Yep, so you can rush to either to red or to yellow.
And I think an interesting thing that Paddy could have possibly rolled further south and still been wired through red, but he's thinking, actually, I know Logan's probably going to take the short shot, so I'm happy leaving yellow a target from there, and that increases the distance if Logan chooses to shoot from A-balk.
Yep.
So, Karpai Paddy, a good turn from you, my friend, and he's played himself back into game 2 on the back of Logan's error at hoop 6.
I think the time in the plate final is about to run out, and it looks like a very close game. I can see balls on peg and Penult, and where else? Can you see a clip
Penultimate box, I think.
Penultimate box, is it?
So currently 24-23 to Stefan, but with a hampered shot and less than a minute to go. So Kerry will have one more shot.
And he may have no. Well, he obviously hasn't made a lift. Otherwise, he wouldn't be putting the two balls there.
Well, speaking of lifts, here we go.
Here
Logan
we go.
Just addressing the ball. He's gone to B-balk, which I think is a good option for Logan. He's saying a similar thing to Paddy. If I miss, I'm not going to give it to you easily. You'll see the big Solomon swing. He's got really good forearm extension on the shot. Not incredibly wristy like some Solomon players can be. I think that's one of the reasons for his accuracy. Head goes down, bang. Missed it on the inside into
no
the
hit.
corner. So we might see a replay of that shot. Bang, there it goes. and it didn't miss by much, and he certainly hits the ball harder than Paddy does.
A lot harder.
And one of the advantages for Logan about hitting that harder is that it's the speed he likes playing at, and the ball is less likely to deviate.
So, are we going to see Paddy attempt a triple? Or are we going to see him just play a 12-hoop break to the peg?
I think game down, you don't want to be taking a risk, do you? You just want to be putting the pressure back on.
Absolutely. Yep.
Again, maybe I'm being too conservative, but I think it's I think there's a lot of pressure on that lift shot if Paddy gets to fall back and peg with another spread.
Absolutely. Yep.
And congratulations to Stefan, who takes game 1 of the plate final with a 26-23 victory against Kerry. And I believe that is a reverse of their block game where Kerry, I think, beat Stefan 26-23 in the block phase.
That's right, he did. Yep.
Congratulations, Stefan. They're looking forward to game 2.
And did Levi complete his... we can't see from here. He's come off the lawn. John seems to be approaching a ball, or I think. It's hard to tell from here.
So here we go. This rush to hoop 1, this Croquet, is just going to be critical for Paddy to... Paddy to get a nice tight rush.
Looks pretty good. Now just judging the distance. He wants just to get the yellow just the other side of hoop 1 so that he has an easy approach to his first hoop. You always want to be having an easy first hoop to get your break started.
So Chapman restalks, knows this is a critical shot in the scheme of the game. Being able to generate some control out of hoop 1 goes a long, long way to him being successful in this turn's objectives.
He wants to have a very nice pioneer at once, so he just wants to judge this distance. The wind is affecting him a little bit, I think.
Yeah, and that's his second restalk, Nelson.
Yep.
So you can see from the shaking of the trees.
Well, the trees, there's quite a lot of wind out there.
Yep. And I know you yourself are not a fan of the wind. What do you
I'm
find
not a fan.
The effect that it has?
Oh, it just swings my mallet all over the place.
Yep.
I don't grip the mallet very hard, so it's it really takes the mallet all over the place. Sometimes it's really bad. What I do is I drop my hands further down the shaft of the... But
and
then
it looks short to me.
It does.
The cut was right, but the weight
was a little bit underhit. Now he's got a difficult takeoff.
And that's a really difficult takeoff
It
to
is.
hoop 1. There's a little slope around hoop 1.
Yep. And as these lawns get faster, these slopes become more extreme and more exaggerated.
And from memory, I know lawn 1 and lawn 2 have a few slightly bigger hills, but you've got to give this enough to get it past the hoop. But it's just going to keep rolling as soon as it does go. Oh, no, it's pulled up lovely.
Lovely.
That's a beautiful shot. Carp high, Paddy.
Yep, lovely. Yep. Nice judgment. Yep, beautifully through. Such a smooth stroke he has. I really, it's just equal.
Just beautiful.
The backward swing and the forward swing are all of the same weight and.
Agreed.
No forward acceleration. It's a very good swing.
I'm going to watch this Hahu Wawahi, this big croquet stroke, and then I'm going to take a short break and put you back in the capable hands of Nelson and Luke Rive as I make a quick quick trip down to the shop for some sustenance.
You've been on the mic for about the last 4 hours, haven't you?
And you've potentially got 9 hours to go.
I know.
Settle in for the duration.
I know. I was here for the Women's Worlds, and I was doing sort of 8-hour stints then. It was, and you do get a bit. You need some substance and liquid at certain times.
Certainly do. Well, speaking of which, it's going to be Caltex that's fueling me to go down to the shop.
Yeah.
So another thanks to one of our sponsors.
Yeah. Go to support them.
So here we go. Luke, I welcome you back to the commentary team, and I'll see you both again shortly. Kia ora, Luke.
Thanks, Jared.
Kia ora, Jared. Thank you very much.
Hi, Luke.
Hey, Nelson.
So, interesting stage of the match, really. Now, with Paddy having a chance to pull this back to make it 1-1. Probably not in this turn. We were just saying, will he go for a triple? I don't think so at this stage. I mean, it would have to be a delayed triple anyway, because Red is still in corner 4. And I just think that it's just not worth, with it being a game down, taking too many risks.
Yeah, and I think you probably discussed it while I was away, but I'd say that he'd be learning from Logan's experience. Logan obviously took on or started to attempt the start of the triple.
Yep, and that's why
got a little bit loose and
that's why he broke down.
Struggled absolutely. So, you'd be very surprised at the moment with Paddy's experience to see him take that on. More likely just to try and pile a bit more pressure back Logan's way and see how that plays out.
Absolutely, yep. So he's hoping to this end of this turn to have the balls on peg and 4-back, with Logan with basically saying, right, if you don't hit the next one, I'm going to take this game.
Yeah, that's exactly how we want to see it, right? Yeah, seeing 1-for-1 going into a third would be ideal for the spectators here and those watching with us through Whakata Māori. And while I was on a bit of a break, I was just wandering around the lawns. There's a bit going on. So Levi is just struggling to finish John Christie off a little bit.
Yeah, John's in at the moment, isn't he?
John is in at the moment. Levi attempted a rover peel to finish. He, unfortunately, his peely ball popped off to the side, and then luckily, following that, it allowed him to make that hoop with his back ball. So he's currently sitting rover and peg, and John Christie, it looks like, is making 2-back with his other ball waiting for him on rover. So John will be looking to put the pressure back on Levi and see how the youngster responds to that.
Yeah. No, and their time must be up, I would think. That must be in their time turn now. Anyway, so Paddy has made hoop 3. He's now doing a takeoff to the ball in corner 4 to bring the red ball into play. So he can take off to red. He'll then bring the red ball infield and go to his blue ball at hoop 4. He'll probably be sending this to hoop 6. He's certainly got enough room to be able to send it to 6 and get his rush on his ball at 4.
So for our less experienced listeners, Nelson, so with him getting this ball, which you often do see extracting it out of corner 4,
yep.
The positioning of the blue ball, where do you ideally like to have that?
I prefer a little bit deeper. I mean, even adjacent to the hoop is quite good. But what you don't want is it sort of 3 or 4 yards north of the hoop. It's better to be behind it, because otherwise you've then got to play a much more over shot to actually then get the ball past the blue.
Yeah,
but where he had it there was he's interesting. He is setting the balls for a delayed triple.
He is. That is an interesting one.
Yeah,
it
is.
If he manages to pull that off, it sends a big message to Logan.
It does.
I can do it.
Yep.
You couldn't quite get there.
So he hasn't put red at hoop 6. He's put it out by the peeling hoop, which is 4-back. So after he has made, he may be after 5, he'll be taking his. After 4, he'll be taking his partner ball up to 4-back and trying to get the peel, then rushing the ball across down and sending the red to 6 and going to yellow, which is his pioneer for hoop 5.
So Paddy was slightly distracted there. We had our cameraman's hat fly across the lawn.
Yep.
Gives you an understanding of how the wind is, but ever the professional, the cameraman stayed at his post.
Yep. No, the wind has been. It's certainly have been windy. I mean, last night there were real gales. I mean, it was quite severe.
So interesting option from Paddy here. If he does carry on and do what we think he's going to do, taking on the triple, it says either one of two things. He's either feeling really good on the lawn and feels like he has control, or he's thinking, if I am going to beat Logan, I'm going to need to play really well, and I don't want to give him another chance.
Yep, this basically, if he completes this triple in this turn, Logan does not get another shot at this game. You know, it then takes it to 1-1. So perhaps he just doesn't want to give Logan another chance. So he's sending the blue ball up towards, as I said earlier, to the four back of the peeling hoop. He hasn't actually put blue into a peeling position at the moment, but he'll be happy with that, because he'll send blue into a position where he can peel it after he has run 5. So he wants to have blue near the hoop, and he wants red so that when he does the peel, he can have the rush on the red ball to hoop 6.
Yeah, so he'll be looking to tap onto red and take a slightly thick
Thick
off,
off,
just to position the red in that nice spot on the line between 4 back and what will be hoop 6 for Paddy.
Yeah, because at the moment it's a he lie. No, because this way he can control. With this croquet stroke, he gets a lot more control. You know, if you're doing a thickish takeoff, it's harder to get the ball exactly where you want it. It's they're a harder shot to judge the ball you're taking off.
I think we've touched on it before in commentary. I think on a previous day, there are a number of different ways to cut it.
Yep.
And as we're learning the game, which there's always something to learn.
Always.
There's different ways to get there, and I think what we're seeing, and you touched on it just then, Nelson, is that Paddy understands which shots he's more comfortable with, which shots carry less risk.
Yep.
And while it looks like you're moving the balls a longer distance, Paddy feels that putting red back up there with a shot from down there corner 4 going to his yellow ball is the way to go.
Yep. Playing a croquet stroke is a much easier, not easier, but because we play them all the time, they're an easier shot to judge. He sent that. It's a little bit deeper than he really wanted, but it's okay. I mean, he's just got to when he's doing the peel, he's got to obviously come through so that he actually ends up with a rush on the red to hoop 6. He's got a nice rush on yellow to hoop 5, and he hits that very well. He's nicely in front of hoop 5. You can see the precision that Paddy plays with. That balls are exactly where he wants them to be, and that's what makes the break so much easier.
From here, I think Paddy with a yard in front, he'll be looking to get the yellow ball a little bit past hoop 5. He'll ideally be looking for a forward rush to get down towards 4 back, and that's nicely done.
He'll try for looking more to rush towards corner 3, which gives him a bit of room to work with. But he's got a lovely rush, and it carried on going.
That shows just how hard it is. He ran that under real control.
But there's a real dry patch there beyond, isn't there? Just you can see it between the peg and 5.
As
it's
the wind
very
gets
dry.
up and it's heating up now. That just carried on. He would have liked it to take a little bit more wire, and he just got a little bit cleaner than he would have liked.
Yes, our temperature is now 28, and as I say, it's probably getting close to what it's going to be at the height of the day. We're now 10 past 12. Another hour, it might be up to 29 or 30, but we're getting up to the peak of the day. So he sent yellow to 1 back, and he's done because he's had to do a split. And did he touch blue on the way up there? I think he did.
Sure, he just skated on past it.
I think it might have touched it.
No,
it didn't.
He would like to pull up a little bit short, maybe to get a little bit closer for that peel.
But it's okay.
Yep.
So
he's got that slightly angled shot that he needs to play.
So he's got to allow for pull because he's doing quite a reasonable split here to get red or get black on a rush on red. So he's got to allow for a bit of pull on this. Probably perhaps half a ball, third of a ball. It's hard to tell. I mean, that only takes experience of playing, of doing these peels, that you learn how much pull to allow. And also it depends on the lawn condition, it depends on how much milling's on the ball. He's jawsed it, which is not a disaster.
So when you talk about pull, Nelson, for those that aren't as experienced in the game, so when we're talking about pull on a croquet stroke, when you're doing a split, it essentially, the
pulling,
shot as you contact drags the ball across ever so slightly.
Yeah, if you take a V, it's making the V smaller, and so it's pulling in.
So in that scenario, Paddy would have had to aim slightly at that right-hand wire.
That's right.
Understanding that the ball will pull across slightly.
Yep.
To find that position right in the heart to be able to go through.
Exactly.
Didn't quite get it right.
No, but he
got
it into the jaws, which means he can rush peel it. It's when you catch the left or the right wire and just pings out. That's when it is not great. Anyway, he's got a very nice position in front of hoop 6. He will be looking to send this ball right through the hoop into a nice position. Look how his precision on getting that rush. It's quite nice. He can then rush that north of 4-back, which he's done, and that gives him room to move the red ball down to 2-back and get black the side of 4-back, so he can rush peel it.
Yeah, and he's got an interesting challenge once he does rush peel. The next shot he'll play, trying to get the blue ball across and accessing the Corfire yellow ball at 1-back.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing how he plays that shot.
Bit of a basically a pass roll he'll be doing, which in these sort of conditions is never easy. He just wants to make sure he gets beyond here, which he's done beautifully.
That's nice, and it rolls on a little bit far.
Yeah. And red is beautiful as a pioneer. Absolutely lovely shot. I don't think that will be troubling Paddy too much. He's asking for a referee, or an umpire I should say at this stage, because he needs to make sure that basically he hits the ball and doesn't hit the wire. He only needs an umpire. Must be an umpire there. Go on. Do I have to be? I'll go out there.
So Nelson will double up as a commentator and will go out to umpire. So you'll see Nelson Morrow walk onto the lawn. Paddy, possibly more out of courtesy, he's asked for the ball to be watched, just making sure that he makes contact with the blue ball and not the wire of the hoop, therefore shifting the blue ball. And Paddy steps off, that wind gust is up again. So this is a pretty critical shot for Paddy to get this peel completed, to get that first peel out of the way, get back on track with the break, and continue to pile the pressure on Logan. Oh, and he has successfully hit the blue ball, but it did not go through in the peel. It is firmly in the jaws of 4-back. He does have another opportunity though, and he will do a thick takeoff of sorts, heading across to his pioneer at 1-back, and in doing so, hopefully get that blue ball the last of its way through that peel.
Yes, he'll be a little disappointed with that. The ball certainly was very easy for it to go through. It wasn't anywhere near either wire, but just the way he struck it, it just went into the wire and just stayed in the hoop. He was a bit unlucky really. But anyway, he can do a thickish takeoff, but it just means that he's not getting the blue ball anywhere near penult.
It does just show, Nelson, though, how tight these hoops actually are. And go back a step.
Yeah.
We talked about that ball rolling on possibly a yard or so further than he would have liked. I think if he had been in nice and tight about a yard directly south of 4-back, it would have been a reasonably straightforward shot.
Absolutely.
Amazing what that extra yard kind of makes. So he's obviously hit it slightly off straight.
He did, yes. It was enough to actually hit that the right wire, and basically and that took all the impact out of the ball and just stayed in the jaws. John. So I just learned that John Christie's been walking past me, and he just gave me the result there. Levi took the first game 23-21.
Yes, that one obviously went to time. Levi didn't manage to get that last rover hoop and peg out.
Yeah, and John obviously didn't make his break round 2.
So that's another fantastic result for Levi.
Oh.
He's putting pressure on some quite experienced croquet players.
Not 1 or 2,
yeah,
a lot.
Absolutely.
I think when people learn they've got to play Levi, it's like, oh no.
Yeah, the guy doesn't miss, and he's just getting better and better with his croquet strokes. So it'll be interesting here, Nelson. Maybe you can make a guess as to how he's going to progress from here. He's thinking it through. He does have that really nice tight pioneer at 2 back.
He does.
He's
Blue's way
given away the lift coming through 1 back. But what does he do in terms of that blue ball and how he might want to get that back in?
And he hasn't really got any sort of even cut rush over in that direction. I mean, I think if well, I know how I would play it. I'd be looking for the simple option. I would be abandoning my triple here, and I'd be looking just to leave blue where it is at the moment, and basically putting yellow to 3 back and going to red. It's certainly the simpler shot.
I think the percentage play for Paddy here is perhaps what he might revert back to. Someone as experienced as Paddy and successful.
And that's exactly what he's done. He's just leaving blue where it is.
Yeah, okay, he's got that past the peg.
Yep.
So, he does always have the straight double as an option, but it'd be interesting to see how he progresses from here.
Yeah.
I think on easier lawns there are a number of options for Paddy to kind of go back and recover that situation.
Yep.
And perhaps look for the peel a little bit earlier.
Yeah, but even if he doesn't get any more peels, having a Penalt a peg leave is much better than a 4 back peg leave.
Absolutely.
One, you're not giving away another lift, and it's an easier easier finish. I don't think he will put his break in danger. That is the one thing he doesn't want to do. He wants to make sure that he gets his black ball to the peg and gets a good leave, which requires Logan to hit.
And he just skated past that fiddle red ball just to be able to come back.
Yeah.
So, if he had touched that, he would have had a little tricky little approach to 2 back.
Yep, now he can.
It does just show how important those really tight pioneers are. It was a little while ago, though, Nelson, that you commented on how good that pioneer was. And now Paddy's kind of rewarded 5 minutes later.
Absolutely. Be interesting to see whether he looks to actually get that rush on red up to blue.
And he does have that option now. That's really nicely run under control. He's got about a yard and a half there rush on the red ball. I think he'll take it on and see if he can bring in that blue ball.
As I was saying earlier, that's the difference with a lot of these top players, is their rushing ability. They're very good at rushing balls exactly to where they want them, and that makes a big difference, because then the strokes that you're playing are a lot simpler. So I always think the top players, that's what makes them the top players, really.
Absolutely. So that lovely rush or Croquet, it just skated past the peg, which would have been a bit of disaster for Paddy at that point. There's a lot of furniture on the lawn, which you and I have discussed previously, but he does have it in a lovely position down behind hoop 3 or hoop 4 back.
Yep.
He can look at that blue ball, decide where he wants to put it, and we'll see if he makes that decision to set up for something or just focus on the break and
so
the triple. But let's see how he looks at the blue.
So he may be looking to put red to Penalt. So therefore he can then put blue also at Penalt, and then when he is peeling the Penalt hoop, he's able to get the rush on the red back to 4 back.
So we call
These things are always much simpler to explain than to do.
Yeah. So we call that a Penalt peel before 4 back. Is that what you're
That's
thinking?
right, yes.
Yeah, and we can see there that the red ball has gone into that spot. Maybe would have wanted it a yard or so further on.
Yeah,
maybe.
you wanted another couple of yards would be
Yep.
much nicer. That
Yep.
you're having to play then a small stroke to get your rush. This way, he's going to end up with a possible 2-yard rush on the red, which is. Things can go wrong with that when they start to become that sort of length.
Yeah, and we saw Paddy earlier on get affected by
the wind is definitely picking up. It's and it wouldn't. It's also not wind that's going all the time. You're just getting little gusts of it, and you've got to really allow. When am I going to be able to swing this mallet and not get the gust of wind?
I think what we've seen though there, Nelson, is that his rush his shot on the red ball didn't run on far enough.
No.
He made an adjustment, and now the blue ball's probably gone a yard further than he would have liked.
Absolutely.
So, everything is just slightly trickier in these conditions. One, the pace of the lawns, and two, the breeze. So even someone as experienced and strong as Paddy Chapman, he's constantly having to adjust while he's on the lawn.
Yeah, that's the thing. As you say, adjustment. You have to be. Sometimes things don't go the way you want them. And therefore you have to make adjustments, and that's just part and parcel of the game, and you have to learn to not let the bad shot perhaps or the shot that wasn't as good as you'd hoped get in the way, and just then adjust it with your next stroke or stroke after that.
And that's
anyway,
that's
really
a
lovely take-off.
Exactly. One went too short, one went too long, and that one's pretty close. Perfect.
Yeah.
It's interesting
very
with
nice.
those shots, understanding where your miss is. So the miss there for Paddy, or the bad miss, is kind of running past that yellow ball and giving himself something tricky. So to get as close as he could without kind of going past, urged slightly on the side of caution and had a nice little 1-yard rush to what you'd consider as absolutely perfect spot there in front of 3-back.
Yep.
So what are your thoughts, Nelson, as far as how Logan might be feeling now? He's a pretty relaxed character. We can see him over there in the shed.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be worrying him too much. He may be thinking, was I silly to take on the triple? Would I have been better to have just played the break to the peg? But at the same time, this is only bringing it back to 1-1. So in a way, it's like starting the whole game again. So still 3 more games, and he's got to win 2 of them. And so
hindsight's a wonderful thing, though. If he'd managed to get that triple, it really would have said to Paddy, "You're going to have to play very well to get me here." So maybe that's the risk that Logan took. Others might say it was an unnecessary risk, and just heading to the peg might have been the more conservative, simpler, low-risk option. But we'll never know. Logan took the risk to put the pressure on, and it didn't quite pay off, and we're seeing Paddy
he's getting
really
the benefit
nice
of it.
Turn here.
So he's now got the rush on the blue, so he can send that into a peeling position, and then he'll peel as long as he gets that into a peeling position, which he has done fairly. But even that got a little bit more run, little bit run on than he'd wanted, but it's still fairly. But again, because he's got quite a split to put red or put black with his rush to red, he's having to again allow for that pull, and that's the hard part of it. If he allows too little or too much, but if he can just jaws this, he'll be happy with that too.
Yeah, and this is where we go rewind a little bit, and where we talked about that red ball not quite rolling on that probably yard and a half further than he might have wanted.
Yep.
So now he has to deal with
he's got a much bigger split. And he caught the outside of the wire. That just showed how much it pulled round.
Yep. So
it's not a disaster yet, because he's still, it's still there at the hoop. It needs to be peeled at.
Yeah. One little saying I'm hearing a lot is prioritise the break, and I think what we saw there was he did prioritise the black ball. He knew his red was slightly out of position.
Yep.
And he gave himself that nice rush to prioritise the break.
Yep.
The one thing he didn't want to do is put unnecessary pressure on that 4-back, and he's managed to do that really nicely.
And he knows he's got another chance of doing the peel when he actually, as we were talking about earlier, he can now do a straight double.
Yeah,
but straight doubles are never easy. I mean, it's fine to get the penult, but then getting the ball, the black ball at, the blue ball at Rover can be tricky.
Yeah, and talking about Paddy, he's incredibly generous with his time to people who are playing in New Zealand and I'm sure all around the world. And in previous events, we had a invitation teams event, and he actually ran a little clinic at the end of the day on this exact scenario that he's going to try and execute right now. So Paddy explains really well the process that he's about to go through here. There's even a little handout that he put together.
I don't think he's totally happy with what Red ended up there.
Yeah, let's see how he comes through the straight double.
So he'll now leave probably Red as his escape ball when he does the peel. I think it's hard to. I think that's how what he's going to do, and then he'll put yellow down to sort of halfway between Peg and Rover.
I can't help but sit here wanting to know what's going through his head right now. I'd love to kind of get an insight into that thought process as to how he's kind of thinking through what he's seeing in front of him and how he's manipulating the balls around that penult hoop.
And now he'll...
So
interesting. Yes, it is. Well, Red didn't really go to where he wanted it to. Yeah. That was the problem. But I thought he might have sent... But then again, trying to send the ball further north, he was at risk of then probably not getting the black ball exactly well on the blue.
So that yellow ball is to the side. So what he's going to look to do is Irish peel here, pop Red into position in front of the hoop, sending both balls through. He'll try and get that blue ball as far down towards Rover as he can.
Yep.
And then if the black ball does just grovel through the hoop, he can access the yellow ball by playing out to the side. So it looks like a slight angle here.
Yeah, not too much. I think it's pretty straight.
Yeah, as he's approaching it, he looks like
just a slight light. Yeah. They're looking to Irish, I should imagine, both balls, so both balls go through the hoop at the same time.
And the angle here will mean that it could potentially be difficult to get that blue further down the lawn.
If
as
it takes,
he would have done if he'd had it quite straight.
Yeah, it just might take a little bit more wire than he wants.
So as we progress through, it might just make that last peel at Rover, if he is successful here, that little bit more challenging.
Yep. He's got a very nice weight on the blue. It's just arrived about 3 yards from Rover, I'd say, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's really nice. 2.5 yards, 3 yards. And that blue ball just came through. And we see there the importance of the positioning of the Croquet yellow ball.
Yep.
He plays it off to the side, and now he's bringing the red ball back into play.
And you're probably putting a deep yellow, I imagine, and then take the red to Rover.
Yeah,
so a deepish yellow and take the red down so that he can get the rush on the blue to the Rover hoop.
Yeah, it looks like Paddy's been studying his own handout. That was textbook. So the importance here is that while blue did come a long way down the lawn, it's still not quite in the exact position he'd like. So the important shot here now is that yellow is running slightly past. That is absolutely fantastic shot. He's got that as a perfect sideways escape ball for the Rover peel. And then the red ball needs to go as close as he can to get a lovely little rush in on the blue ball to peeling position. So interesting here, Paddy's conversation around the Rover peel is the position escape balls. So there are a number of options. He's already put in a really nice ball to the side, being the Croquet yellow ball. And he's done exactly what the handout says to do, and he's given himself a slightly straighter option a little bit deeper. So if he does get stuck and can't come through to get that yellow ball, he does have an option further through.
So, well...
And that doesn't quite go in where he wants it.
No, that's a longish peel he's got there. I mean, you could actually write a book about the things that can go wrong at Rover when you're finishing a triple. I mean, the mistake or the errors you can make here are endless.
Yeah, and this is really interesting, this distance, because I know the other conversation that Paddy has is at what point you Irish peel and then what distance back from the hoop you choose
Absolutely,
to do
yeah.
the stop shot peel.
This is, to
this
me,
is pretty much on that boundary, is it?
I think it's too far myself.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be looking at doing Irish.
Paddy talks about a yard, I think.
And that's certainly a
he's
yard.
comfortable with, and
Yep.
that's Paddy. That's not.
That's a yard.
Yeah.
Might be even just over the yard, mightn't it?
So he'll spend time lining this up.
He
It's
certainly
a
will.
Critical part of game 2.
Yep. The problem with Irishing from this distance, it's you'll get the front peel, but it's then controlling that the black back ball. It's very hard to control. You only have to be the slightest bit off, and it won't be in a hoop running position. But if you do a slight stop shot on this, sending the blue through and black staying in front of the hoop, it's slightly easier. And that's what he went for. Yep.
That is absolutely fantastic.
And that's
executed.
Yeah. But that's from that distance. That's the kind of shot you want to be playing, in my opinion.
And he's got a nice little tap.
And he's got a nice little. He's got yellow there as a skate ball and yellow.
Yeah.
Red and blue are very close together, but he can easily move that red ball after he's played yellow.
So it feels like we've spent the whole morning talking about how difficult the conditions are and the fact that people aren't going to be triple peeling.
And here we are.
Conservative options. The one and only Paddy Chapman has taken an opportunity in the second game. He's executed a fantastic delayed triple peel.
Absolutely. And you will notice that it did take him, two attempts to peel fullback and 2 attempts to peel Penalt. But he just kept it going. He's kept the balls very tight. He's played some wonderful precision shots, and he's been rewarded for that sort of play.
I think it's fair to say now, with the help and thanks to Whakatau Māori, we can probably throw away that handout of Paddy's around that straight double finish, and people can go back and watch this footage because
very true, Luke. Very true.
Close to the perfect execution of that straight double finish being Penalt and Rover Peel. I know I'll be having a look at it. The positioning of those 2 escape balls at Rover, the yellow ball position from well done behind Penalt to the perfect spot.
Yeah, even though in his first attempt at the peel only caught the outside of the wire. The pull was so much on that first attempt, but it didn't let him worry him. So now he's about a yard from the peg. And he'll be pegging out both balls. And I imagine after he has done that, the 2 players will be taking a lunch break. It is now 12:30. They're probably looking for some nourishment to keep them going for the afternoon session. So he's pegging out to make it 1-1 in the final of the New Zealand Open. And he hits both balls. Well done. One down, Paddy.
Applause, Paki Paddy.
Well done, Paddy.
10-all pie, very well done. So we finished the second game, and we're 1-1 of the best of 5.
Yep, and I think a lunch break is probably the order of the day.
So we'll see.
Thank you for listening, and we'll see you after lunch.
Thank you very much.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass up.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Too much risk would be another way of looking at it, and Paddy just said, no, I'm gonna keep the break as priority, but I'm good enough to play for that. And one thing that I possibly forget is that these guys aren't just your average club players. These are some of the best players in the world. Based on current ranking, Paddy number 3, Logan number 17. So yeah, it's a phenomenal average world ranking for our New Zealand final.
I think there's some really interesting things in that peeling turn. I think the one for me I found quite interesting was where he placed that escape ball after the attempted peel at Penalt, going to fullback. And we talked about it slightly under rolling. It wasn't quite where he wanted it. And you talked about prioritising the break. So the peel was on, but what he prioritised was making sure that he didn't put the break at risk. And he got that black ball right in close on that red. So, while he is, attempting something quite challenging, being a delayed triple on these lawns, at all times he's just making sure he holds that break together and doesn't give himself too much challenge in the hoop making process.
Agreed. And speaking of building and prioritising the breaks, that's something he's trying to do now. He's not happy with that, Croquet. That is a tricky approach to hoop 1. So we'd like to watch this approach, and then Luke, I think it's worth spending a minute or two just talking about how possibly new viewers to the sport, currently watching on the Whakaata Māori platform, could possibly think about having a go at croquet. What are the challenges? What are the levels? Because you're not going to come and just verse Paddy Chapman's or Logan McCorkindale's as you're a beginning player. So we'll see how he goes here with hoop 1. It looks like a tricky hoop 1, to be honest. Cup high, Paddy, and you could just see, we could almost hear that from here, just those hoop just sucking in and just gripping both edges of the ball as it ran through. You can see that on the replay there. And so, Luke, we're just, while Paddy's playing this approach to this big croquet stroke, this big haho wawahi, we just want to sort of think about where could you find out information about, or where is your nearest club. And so one of the things that we would encourage people to do is to visit our Croquet New Zealand website, and you can see that on the screen there, croquet.org.nz. It has a lot of information about addresses, opening times, possible contact people. It has a tournament calendar. It has a little bit about the history of Croquet New Zealand, the history of some of the New Zealand players as well. So it's a good resource as a starting point. There's lots of different associations or regions around the motu, around Aotearoa. And if you're thinking about giving croquet a go, we can highly recommend you get in touch with your nearest club, and you've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is a fantastic sport. Once it does grab you, you'll be amazed how it'll keep you. And I think, contacting those local clubs, I know, speaking from my experience at the Orua Club just north of Auckland, incredibly welcoming club. Lots of people there will be fantastic. Pleased to see you if you do come along and make contact. Each club around the country is very, very similar in that there are people there who are ready, willing and able to kind of introduce you to the game, give you the basics to get you going. And there's always club days during the week or weekends where people can come along and try the game. I know from my experience coming into the game, it's a very steep learning curve, but if you're into it and you enjoy what you're doing, you can progress through quite quickly.
And almost, for those people who might tend to have almost addictive personalities that just love the challenge of things, I would throw out a little warning that it can be addictive. People just fall in love with the sport very quickly because of the personal challenge. Even at the top level in the world that both Paddy and Logan are playing at, they are looking for constant ways to improve themselves. I think they both follow the term or the reference Kaizen, seeking that continuous improvement. It doesn't matter how good you are, you can always get better. Paddy's shown that when he won the 2018 World Championships, so he was the best player in the world, and yet he still wanted to see how he can improve his game. Logan's been the dominant player in New Zealand for the last 12 months. Logan and Paddy possibly equally, but Logan taking the spoils last year, and same thing, Logan is just looking to see how he can improve as a player.
Yeah, and as take a break from that conversation, it's interesting looking in front of us here. Paddy and pulling the break together is about to make hoop 3, but he's double loaded hoop 4. Pause there as he makes the hoop. Don't want to jinx anything. Double loaded hoop 4 because he was slightly out of position on that yellow ball. And coming down to hoop 4, he's got a decent croquet stroke to play here. But with the 2 balls down by hoop 4, black going to hoop 5, and we should see the balls come into position.
And one of the beautiful things about playing on lawns this fast is it actually makes the game safer, Luke. So we time the lawns, and what that means is we got Luke to hit a ball from A-balk from the south boundary and hitting it to the north boundary, and rather than stopping short or hitting it too hard, he wanted to stop it on the line, and that gives us a general guideline of a time for a lawn. So we were between 12 and 12 and a half seconds. I would highly encourage, if clubs across New Zealand have the capacity to do so, that I think you should be setting 10 seconds as a target to just be maintaining, and then if you're hosting an event, ideally getting it up towards 11 sort of thing. The reason I say that is it means the shots you can stroke a lot more, you don't have to force, so there is less chance of injury, how I made reference to it actually being safer, and that was just a good example of Paddy in that shot. He had to move both croquet balls a long way in the shot, but he didn't have to put the effort into it, and it all came down to technique.
Yeah, and it is really worth mentioning. I think you make a really good point there, Jared, that if we can get lawns at nice speeds, and 10 seconds for a club lawn is a fantastic target to have. We do have people across all age ranges, and I have heard of people sort of hurting wrists and things, because to play those shots across lawns on heavy lawns, when you want to get the ball all the way across, it can be quite hard. I think as we see Paddy here making hoop 4, I think the other thing about being introduced to the game that's worth touching on is we're watching 2 fantastic players here playing what we call a levels match. It means it's just straight one-on-one. There's no handicap involved, but much like golf, croquet does have a handicapping system.
Yeah, agreed.
And it's one I won't go on to explain the detail in, but just to let you know that when you are starting the game, you can come in a higher handicap. And what that means is that you can play against players of lots of different levels. You get free turns called bisques, and you use those bisques in your break building and your break making to get yourself around the lawn. And what it does is it really accurately levels the playing field. So, for example, a newer player on a 16 or 18 handicap potentially could play a mid-range player on an 8 or 10 handicap.
Yep.
They'd be giving away 8 to 10 bisques.
Yep.
So it means that player who's newer to the game, less experienced, less skillful, if you want to call it that, has the opportunity to use extra turns to provide an advantage and therefore level the playing field against stronger opponents.
Agreed. And if we look at that handicap range, the lowest or the weakest player would be a 24 handicap. That's the highest you can be. And the better the player, they actually go into the negatives. When you go from a 3 handicap and lower, handicaps start reducing by half at a time, and you can actually get down to a -3 handicap. So if we had a 24 handicap, completely new to the game, and they rocked up to a club and they played a handicap game against Paddy Chapman, who is a -2.5 handicap, they would have 26.5 extra free shots against Paddy. And like you said, Luke, the goal of handicap play in croquet is to neutralise the playing field, to try and make things as even as possible. So you can be a new player. One of our feature events on the calendar across Aotearoa is the Arthur Ross handicap competition. Now, Luke, you've only been new to the game for sort of 2 years, but you had one experience playing in the Arthur Ross. And how was that as a new player to the sport?
Yeah, it was fantastic, and it does give you a chance to learn the game really quickly, learn how to use those bisques or free turns. So after being in the game for about 5 weeks, I found myself at the Arthur Ross finals in Dannevirke. I got to the semi-final and got a real lesson from Greg Bryant I got to rover one more hoop to make on my second ball. Ran out of bisques, and Greg went round twice, showed me exactly what croquet looks like when it's played well, and that was that. But
that one.
I got the chance a year later on a significantly lower handicap to go back. So I was on 2 handicap at the time, and at the start of this year managed to win the Arthur Ross. So that was about 13 or 14 months after first playing a game. So
fantastic.
With those bisques and handicap play, you can really get some cool opportunities to play tournaments all around the country.
Yep.
And if you pay attention to how to use bisques and what they can allow you to do on a croquet lawn, you can get involved in something like the Arthur Ross, either at a club, regional, or
national
at a national level.
And out to any potential new or even current players, I can't guarantee that you'll make the progression that Luke has since he picked up the game, but I guess one of the key messages is that you can go from being completely new to the sport to playing at a very high level within a relatively short space of time compared with some other sports that you might take up. So Paddy's making really good progress around here, and one other section that we just wanted to mention was the background of both Paddy and Logan. Now, both have played in Croquet New Zealand secondary school events. Paddy played in a former association croquet event, and Logan has played in a secondary school's golf croquet event. One thing that's been an exciting feature for me, associated with my connection and education in New Zealand, is to see the tournaments align with what we call Tournament Week. So if you're at a secondary school in 2024, during Tournament Week in September, that is when the secondary school's nationals will be held, which is a doubles competition. So you get to play with a mate. There are a certain amount of spaces provided for each region. So sometimes you might have to have a regional playoff against other secondary schools. Sometimes you might qualify for the region straight away as the only entry. And if I look at the people who have played in that secondary school championships in the last 5-10 years, we've had 3 names that come to mind straight away who have gone on to become under 21 world champions, and they're now representing New Zealand in senior teams as well. So a fantastic opportunity. If you are at a kura in 2024, if you are an individual and you don't have a mate that you could team up with to give it a go, you can pair up with someone from a different high school to form a doubles combination. So have a chat to your sports coordinator, let them know secondary school nationals for golf croquet, tournament week in September, and we hopefully look forward to seeing some of our Arkonga there during the 2024 season.
I think you touched on something there, being doubles and taking a mate along. I think one thing I'd definitely encourage is if you are going to go along to a croquet club to ask the question and see what it's all about, see if you can drag someone along with you, because it makes a hell of a difference to be learning the game with someone. It's a really social game. There's a lot of connection. I mean, I'm lucky enough, I was introduced to it through family, so my wife Pip Rive plays, her brother Andrew Stuckey, he plays, so there's lots of opportunity for us to compete with each other and also get better with each other. Constantly putting pressure on. They're actually both at the North Island Teams event this weekend. There's other croquet being played around the countryside.
Good, yeah.
So they're both representing Auckland at that event in Matamata. So there's Northland, Auckland, Waikato, Thames Valley, and Bay of Plenty playing at that event. I think Counties Manukau too being the other.
Sweet. And I think one thing that is another really exciting feature of the New Zealand calendar is what we call the AC Club Teams event. So this has been a more recent sort of idea through Croquet New Zealand, where we've got 4 sort of clubs or regions represented across the motu. So we have generally a team from Whakatane, a team from Auckland, a team from Wellington, and one team from the South Island. The last couple of years that's been a Waireka or South Canterbury based team. We can see going onto the screen shortly will be the Upper North Island Teams event to see who's going on up there. But the AC Club Teams is a brilliant event which we look at having some of New Zealand's elite players, and if we compared that to the equivalent of, say, rugby or netball, that would be like having current All Blacks or Silver Ferns paired up with some development players like yourself, Luke, who we think are making great progression in the sport to just learn as much as they can over a 3-day event.
Yeah, and that event was hugely helpful, playing with more experienced players. I think one thing I'd encourage is alternate shot doubles.
Yep.
It's a little bit of a different format. Literally, you're playing alternate shot, and what you're doing is really on the lawn with a more experienced player, getting talked around the lawn, and being given the opportunity to learn ball placement, ball movement, which shots to choose. So it really helps in progressing. So, even if at a club level, the more experienced players are looking to play with the juniors, if you like, I think it's a really fantastic way to play that alternate stroke, and you can learn from those that are more experienced at your club.
Agreed, mate. I completely agree. Well, it's going to be really interesting to see here. Chapman just looking like he's playing for a spread, and also notice how he has deliberately taken Kikorangi north of Pango so that he can rush, Kokiri, he can rush it down to the Kowhai, and that will just mean he's got more control compared with having to leave it near the Po or near the Tia and having to take off back to Kowhai where the striker's ball has to travel a long way. He gets the same outcome. He's going to get Pango back towards the Whiro as he holds near Kowhai. But doing so, he gets what I like to refer to as a little bit more meat in the sandwich, Luke, where he's a little bit more control over that striker's ball by playing that shot as a croquet stroke.
And as we've been talking and giving you a bit of information around how to introduce yourself to the game of croquet, Paddy's made what you'd say is a really nice controlled break. Conditions are very tricky. Not quite happy with how that back ball was. He's got a little bit of a cut rush on yellow. As I say, he's under control. But he would be hoping to cut this down towards the hoop and continue on to set a really nice tight diagonal spread leave for Logan to make a decision.
Now, 3-backs caused a few issues for people. So he does want to play a good cut here. When speaking of someone else who's caused a few issues for people this event, we'd just like to have a shout out to the 1989 world champion who is gracing his presence on the lawn, Joe Hogan. So Joe has been triumphant in the third place playoff, having gone down to Logan 2-0 in the semi-final. So he's beaten John Versey. I believe it was a relatively close game, possibly 26-18, and we'll look to confirm that soon. But ka pai, Joe. Congratulations on winning the third place playoff game.
And Joe can put his feet up now. That's it for the tournament for Joe, and he's got some time to come and enjoy this game or this match with us. And I'm sure, Jared, you'll talk him into sitting alongside, getting mic in hand at some stage shortly.
Oh, we'd love to hear some parako from Joe. We'd love to kōrero with him. And that is another beautiful hoop stroke from Paddy. I think that's something that I've seen a shift in, even during this change of this mat. Just the confidence that he's probably developing on running some of those hoops with control. You just saw that in the replay. It just means he doesn't have that awkward return rush, and then it means he's got a smaller ha-ho wawahi, smaller croquet stroke now. And as predicted, keeping things standard, playing for a spread.
Just while we watch this spread kind of play out, I think it's worth us again saying a big thank you to our cameramen who are dotted around the lawn. It is not cool here in Christchurch today. We did start at just after 8. It's now just past 1, so these guys are putting in a really solid stint in the sun, and although they were offered a decent break between these matches, they wanted to get back to the post to give us these images that we can talk to. So a massive thank you to them.
And I think, Luke, I'd just like to refer back to that whakatauki that we talked about earlier in the day. Whaia te iti kahurangi Ki te tūhu koe mehe maunga teitei. So seek the treasure you value most dearly, and if you bow your head, let it be to a lofty mountain. Now, it is very fair to say that both of these players, they want that treasure at the top of the mountain. They want that New Zealand Open prize, but neither of them are going to give it to each other on a platter. So we've got one hell of a match on our hands here, Luke.
Absolutely, we do. You know, Paddy, one of the loveliest people you'd meet. Doesn't seem particularly aggressive, but I know that he really wants this. And having not been successful last year, this will be something that he's desperate to get hold of.
Yeah, and in this match, Luke, I think, especially with that peeling turn that he showed, you know, he's not here to fornicate with arachnids. He means the business. He's saying to Logan, right, you game up, but I'm here to play, and if you want to dance, let's dance.
Could not have said it better myself, Jared. So what we're seeing here is that diagonal spread. Paddy is slightly north with that black ball. He's going to have to roll down to that position near the east boundary, hoping to get that very straight diagonal spread. It is quite an angle on that spread. That yellow ball is reasonably far north. What's the thoughts there, Jared, in terms of, is that just where it ended, or is that a decision?
I think I'd be surprised if he wanted something, you know, that diagonal on purpose, because it shortens the shot from A-Balk. Though saying that, Logan did shoot down the line in the previous game, so maybe he is just saying, all right, I've done a delayed triple. Do I want to tease him into trying to take a short shot, or are we saying, all right, I know he's going to take the long shot, so I'm just thinking about maximising length?
Yeah, and what Paddy's just checking here is that he didn't quite get that black ball as far over as he would have liked, so he's going to do something quite tricky here and play. Oh no, he's just tapping that in. He was just checking whether or not the red ball could see black and blue, because it's a close run thing. You obviously want to have the red ball, federal ball, hampered by the peg. I can't see the exact angle, but it is worth double checking, and Paddy went and did just that. So as a nice break to fullback in the third game of the best of five, and Logan will make a decision around which shot he's going to take. And it looks like he's picked up the red ball. He's heading to the end of A-Balk, so he's not taking that shot down the line. The more aggressive, shorter shot across the lawn is what he's looking at, and he'll take some confidence in having been successful with that very similar shot earlier in this game.
Yeah, agreed. And I think, you know, based off Paddy's last turn, it's a really intriguing option for what Logan should do. He is taking the short lift here. Is Paddy going to do two delayed triples in a row, with the lawns getting even faster as we go on? I think that's a big question, but Logan's saying, I like this shot. This is the one I'm going to take. He stalks it with control, and we get to see that lovely Solomon grip swinging. Now we've got a great camera angle thanks to the high shot here from Brucey, who's on camera. Thanks, Brucey. Heads down, and he's got it again, and just that's no misses this game, isn't it?
Oh, you've answered my question, because I was going to ask what's the percentage of hits we've had on those kinds of shots. I think you've answered it before I could ask it. Yeah, the quality of the roqueing in this match is just incredible to watch.
And to me, that's just worthy of a New Zealand Open final, you know? They're just throwing punches one after another, aren't they?
Yeah, and having spent the week here, I can't help but just shake my head.
Yeah,
it's awesome to watch, but the way these guys execute under pressure, yeah, really awesome to see.
So Logan choosing to take the kikorangi up to Ko-Fi.
Right, Jared, I'm going to make a call here, and I'm wondering if you'll confirm for me or agree. I now wonder whether, potentially the angle of that diagonal spread, having that yellow ball further north,
Yep.
Does it just give Logan that slightly longer rush down to hoop one? It is a challenging shot these guys have with the lawns as quick as they are. Is that a consideration when you're setting that?
I think there's more emphasis on how long the lift is. I think if you look at as soon as Logan's hit the lift, that length, it's not irrelevant. It does play a factor, but I don't think it would come into consideration. The priority of having a possibly longer rush to one is significantly lower than increasing the distance of lift shot.
Yep, fair. Thank you for that. And I guess it does mean, though, that it is still a challenging shot on these lawns down to that area around hoop one. Yeah, and he's got that slightly off straight.
It's a tough approach here.
It's run past. Luke. Yeah, that is difficult.
He did play a really good approach to this in game one from a slightly closer distance. Blues in a Kikorangi is in a really good position at hoop two for if he does overrun.
Yeah, and I think being that far back, while it's not ideal, it does allow him to put that reception ball further up the lawn. Playing the ball with a little bit more weight potentially if he does get that hoop stroke.
Agreed. And you can just see in the background again, just Paddy sitting in the shelter. He's one of the fewer, I'm going to still call Paddy young, but one of the fewer younger players who doesn't just sit on his phone. And Logan, what's he done there?
He has, in approaching, the yellow ball ran into the hoop. It looks like it's popped back into a position which makes it still runnable, but that's more luck than good management.
And I can tell you for free that he wasn't playing for that close position with that Feddo ball, but he overhit it just a little bit, and you take your chances in this game.
Yep. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and I think that's what Logan had there. Very close to running into the jaws, or worst case scenario, taking some wire and popping out to the side into a position that was unrunnable, but that's not the case. He's got that nice rush on yellow by putting it further down the lawn. He'll look to get that across to hoop three, going to that nice tight pioneer at hoop two. I think we might see Paddy relocating here. The sun's definitely getting up. I think the shelter Paddy's been sitting in might be copping a bit of that sun. So off down the other end of the lawn, we'll see Paddy walk. Packed his bag, he's moving out.
It's interesting, a lot of people talk about, Croquet, you're not going to get tired from this, but look, you had your first event this week where, you hadn't played beyond 3 days in a row before, and at the end of yesterday afternoon, you'd been playing for 7 days straight, some of those very big days. Can you just let me know how you were feeling on the fatigue scale from both a physical and a mental perspective?
Yeah, 2 and 3 days of croquet is one thing. Playing for the week is a completely different story, particularly when you're putting pressure on yourself to learn the game and play well. The level of concentration across a day is really challenging. I think, being at an event and like this, you also have a level of adrenaline across the course of the week. That might sound funny, but you're just on edge and you're trying to do your best. So, had a particularly big day with 4 games in a day. Not all went to time, but 4 games in a day with about a 2.5 hour break in the middle. Started playing at 8 in the morning and finished at 8:30 at night. So
big days.
They are massive days, and I think I said to you the other day, by the time I lost the last game of my quarterfinal, I just felt the adrenaline subside.
Yep.
And I was what I can only describe as absolutely shattered. Went back that night and just hit the bed, and I was exhausted. And that's not all physically exhausted, it's probably more mentally exhausted.
I completely agree, and it's amazing that the mental fatigue is a lot, but also just when we've had some days that have been hitting the 30 degrees like we have, just purely being out in the sun for 12, 13 hours a day, that can take it out of you as well. You
and
mentioned
gingers being in the sun need to be extra careful. So to all those who love me, please rest assured that I've been lathering with the sunscreen.
SPF 50, I believe, has been
50
the go.
is minimum for me. Nice big broad-rimmed hat, probably half a bottle of sunscreen across the week. I've been looking after myself in the sun.
And I think you made mention to a comment that sort of draws me, and you mentioned about possibly being on edge. And I know there's one player who just, I guess, loves being on edge, and that's Edmund Fordyce. So Edmund, if you're listening, we know that you really enjoy just getting to that climax of events and just almost seeing how long you can hold it on edge. So we hope that you're enjoying supporting both your friends, Paddy and Logan, and we're wishing you all the best in your current journey over in Australia, and hoping that things go well for your potential pathway to employment in America as a croquet pro. So Ed, if you're listening, shout out to you, mate.
I think touching back on what it means to play croquet across the whole week and referencing it back to these two guys we've got on the lawn, as we're all learning, or I'm learning, I kind of look back at how I felt across the week and then look at these guys and, sure, they are far more experienced and better players and they have an expectation of coming to the sharp end of the tournament, but they almost manage their level of focus in the early part of the week, and you almost see that it's just increased as the week's gone on. Not having to maintain that kind of real high level of intensity through the whole week, and you see them both dial in the last couple of days. So I think it's really interesting to see how they manage themselves across that week. So Logan's got a nice tidy break here. His blues kikorangi's not quite in position at hoop 4, but he does have all the balls nearby. He's got that pivot ball in that straight line we talked about earlier between hoops 3 and 4, and a really tight approach. Really tight approach to hoop 3 here. So remembering the state of play in this game is that Paddy did take a ball round 2, 4 back. He's challenged Logan to hit and see if he can do the same, and it looks like Logan is on the way to getting that done. He'll understand that he made a couple of errors earlier, so it's minimising risk, no errors, and then I guess returning serve, Jared.
Yeah, for sure, and I think starting to feel a few of the other players have finished now, so we're starting to, I guess, build the crowd compared with what we had at the start of the day. I would say the numbers have almost doubled, and I think by peak afternoon we could hit that magic 2-0 number. So the crowd is building. We've certainly had more online viewers. We've currently got actually quite a few people watching. We've currently got 36 live, so that takes us technically into a live audience of over 50. And if you took in the camera crew and the volunteers, we could even be reaching the 60 mark, Luke. So this is what we live for in the croquet world. And kia ora to those 36 viewers who are watching the stream live. We hope you're enjoying it. As we've mentioned earlier in the stream, if you've got any questions or comments, please flick them through to the Facebook page on Croquet New Zealand. If you're like myself and you're not on the social media, if you're in Ōtautahi, please come down to the club. We're based at North Hagley Park, the United Croquet Club, just beside the tennis and petanque courts. And if you're not in Ōtautahi or you're not on social media, but you do have the wonders of the interweb, I'm more than happy for you to drop me an email on jared.coots@gmail.com. So that's jarrod.coutts@gmail.com.
So while it is incredibly exciting to talk about the numbers of live viewers, I think interesting doing the commentary here to understand that this is a stream that is going to be there for people to come back and watch. It's an awesome learning tool, and the quality of play we're seeing in front of us here And the way these guys are pulling together their breaks, holding them together and positioning balls around the lawn for Paddy's delayed triple peel in the previous match, and also breaks to fall back under pressure. Awesome for learners of the game, be it in New Zealand or around the world,
For sure.
to have access to this stream to come back and have a look at how these guys put it together.
And just just another shout out. We've just had a confirmation of another final result that you could have possibly seen in the background of the screen a little bit earlier. We had the 5-8 base playoff, which was between Callum Highland of Australia and Harps Tahurangi of Wellington. And congratulations to Harps. He won the best of 3 match 2-0. So it's a good match win for Harps. And I'd also just like to take a moment to thank Callum for his attendance from Australia, along with Kathy Grant. I think Callum's actually been probably one of the more dangerous players of the events. He's had a few triples. He's been able to just look like at times where he can just basically do what he wants on the lawn. So we really appreciate you coming over the ditch, Callum, and we hope you've enjoyed your time in Aotearoa and especially playing here at United Croquet Club in the mighty Ototahi.
So this is getting to a really interesting stage here. Logan seems to have a nice control break, control of the balls. He's got a little bit to work out around hoop 5 at the moment, but let's assume he does keep it together. Jared heading towards fullback. We are 1-1.
Yep.
1 game each and a best of 5. We've got Paddy with a break to fullback, and we've got Logan making a break, hopefully to fullback. It's finally balanced, right?
Yeah, like this is about as close as you can get, Luke. And can the streak for Game 3 continue? We haven't actually seen a miss yet, is my understanding. The players, when they've shot, they've hit everything. So can the streak continue? And I think if this was just your normal conditions where it was easy playing, I'd probably expect that to be the standard. You hit, you take a ball round, but not only are these players hitting, they're just taking breaks around in really difficult conditions. So it'd be really interesting in my mind to see if either Paddy or Logan make the switch to a slightly more defensive approach and decide, right, I'm not going to maximise distance on my leave. I'm going to look at a more defensive option. I'm going to think about more balls on boundaries. I'm going to think about trying to force the ball to play. And if that happens, even if my opposition does hit the lift, it's going to be a really tough start for them to get going.
So talk to us, Jared, about what you mean by forcing a ball to play. Just having a look at the clips, I think it was blue that Paddy took around earlier to fullback. Now, what is the consideration then in terms of forcing a ball?
Yeah, so Kikorangi's already made good progress. Out of the 12 hoops it needs to score, it's already got 9 in the bank. So that means that Pangor is the ball that Paddy would prefer to play. So when Logan's thinking about his mahuitanga, so his leave, in the ideal world, he wants to put Paddy in a position. Paddy wants to play Pangor, but Logan wants to be a big advantage if Paddy chooses to play Kikorangi. So he wants to put his leave in a position where it's more of an advantage to Logan if Kikorangi stays where it is, and almost to the point where it's that much of an advantage that Paddy doesn't really have the choice. He's forced to play what we call the fallback ball, the one that's advanced. And an example of that, I don't think it's happening this turn, would be Logan's Korwhai, his yellow, is still for hoop 1. So if he could put Kikorangi, the blue, on the back of hoop 1 in this turn, that's giving Korwhai and Whero a big advantage. And that's meaning that Paddy would be very likely to play with the Kikorangi, which is the ball he doesn't want to play with. So I'm expecting we'll just see another spread, and there's not going to be much between it. I'm definitely expecting Paddy to shoot down the line. I think he'll be saying, all right, Logan, even if I miss, you've seen me do a delayed triple. It's your turn to try and match it now, but I'm not going to give you an easy chance at a standard triple because I think there's a go you'll finish that.
So that leave you're talking about in terms of placing it on the back of hoop 1 does that have a name?
Yeah, so my understanding is that there's a couple of different names for it. I believe the origins of the leave were from Greg Bryant during the 1980s in New Zealand. So, Paddy and myself and other Kiwis refer to it as the Bryant leave, where there's a ball placed on the back of hoop 1 and also a ball placed on the back of hoop 4. And in this scenario, he would want to have kikorangi on hoop 1 and pango on hoop 4. And what that means is that, the opposition is way more likely to lift the ball at hoop 1 because that's a much easier start for Whero and Kowhai. Over in the UK, I think they possibly call it the Samir leave or the Patel leave. I could be wrong. And in fact, anyone that is listening, we've got a lot of gurus out there. We would love to hear your thoughts on what leave you think Logan should be doing. I think there's nothing wrong with just a spread again and maximising distance, but flick a comment through the Facebook page, chuck me an email. We're keen to see what you think is the best leave for 1 and 4 back versus 1 and 4 back in Game 3.
And while you mentioned Greg Bryant, Greg's been doing a lot of work in the background getting this stream together, organising all the gear and the people involved. So massive thank you to Greg for what he's done to get this underway.
Kia ora, Greg, for your mahi and all of the other team involved. I know there's people who are currently doing the job now, but it's also the behind-the-scenes work, it's the planning work, it's the video calls talking about the planning. There is a lot of mahi behind the scenes to make this streaming happen, and we're really grateful to all of the team who have volunteered their time to contribute to that. But this has been a really solid turn from Logan. We could be a little bit critical and say, 2 back should be a little bit closer, but I think that's why he's taken black up there, and this is what we'd refer to as that double pioneering, Luke. So you haven't got the pioneer in the perfect spot, that one hoop ahead, but because you're playing the good rushing game and the stop shot game that you have the second opportunity.
And just to pick up on your earlier comment, Jared, can't confirm, but it is the blue ball that is near 2 back and therefore hoop 1.
Yeah.
He looks like he's double loading. Black is heading down there. Is it potential that those balls are there to be able to do the leave that you were suggesting?
I think there is potential. In the ideal world, if he was going to be playing for that, he would have had pango, he would have had black at 1 back, or more so black at 3 back, and that's harder to achieve. There's still a chance he could go for that leave, but I think in the conditions he'll just be prioritising how do I make the break as easy as possible. I'm going to keep moving that pivot ball around. I want to give myself easy core kiddies. I don't want to have to hit any tutukis during the turn, and I just want to finish with a really good mahi o tanga. So easy rushes. I don't want to have to make any rokays mid-turn, and I want to finish with a controlled leave.
So I think he's really going to want a forward rush here out of 1 back. He doesn't really want to play that big croquet stroke, and he hasn't quite got that. So he may have just rolled on to the yellow ball. No, not quite. So he has got a cut rush down the lawn, which is just going to make that croquet stroke just that little bit easier, but he's still got a interesting split shot here to play. So how do you go, Jared, when you're in a position, Paddy's sitting there in the shed, there's nothing he can do while Logan's on the lawn, but do you tune out? Do you watch the progress of the opponent? What are the different options, and what do you prefer?
Yeah, good question, Luke. I think, you need to be able to at least keep an eye on what your opposition's doing. Probably less so at the elite level when they're less likely to make a mistake, like playing a wrong ball or going in the incorrect order of the hoops or something like that. So I think you definitely want to keep an eye on them. And then to answer the second part of the question, what do you do to benefit yourself? I think that's completely personal preference. Some people, like Paddy, prefer to, say, not be on technology. So you'll notice any time he's been in the shelter, he hasn't had a phone, hasn't had music. He's just sitting there patiently. He's been here before. He knows that he's got to watch, while others will, drill into that smartphone technology, and they might be listening to music or a podcast. They could be. I sometimes I dabble in a bit of rugby league news as well.
So as you're talking there, he's chosen, instead of the croquet stroke, to playing a takeoff from yellow up the lawn, and he's rolled it down and it's landed in contact with the blue ball.
So how confident are we that those are in contact? We would love to get a zoom in on that, because if they are in contact, there's a possibility that that's a cannon. Yeah, that was not the Croquet that he wanted to be. He wanted to be, well west of that, so we could just play a nice little stop shot approach.
I think he's choosing to approach the hoop from that position, given that he's rolled onto that ball.
Oh, my apologies, Luke. I thought he'd rushed the ball there, and that he...
No, it was a takeoff shot down there, and he's put that through as his reception ball for two back, and he's playing the Croquet back onto the black ball.
This could be a turning point in the third game. Luke, this is going to be a really tough approach to two back.
Well, he's playing back up the lawn, so the black ball goes further away from the desired position.
And here, I think, is where it's absolutely critical that everything is focused on two back. If he doesn't get good position, so personally, if we could rewind a couple of shots, I would have just either approached the hoop or taken off to the black ball to guarantee a good rush to two back. However, Logan is about 30, 40, 50 times better than me as a single ball stroke player and a hoop runner, so he might just have the confidence to say, all right, I'm going to back myself to get in front of this hoop here, and I'm going to drill my 1 or 2 yarder.
This shot we're seeing is incredibly challenging. He's looking to get the black ball across to three back and land in hoop running position in front of two back.
Needs to put all the focus into Fedro, and
that is tough. So now we're at a really interesting point. He's made one back. He's given away the lift. He's got the reception ball being blue down near A-Balk.
Pungo would have a 3-yard lift with two balls at his hoop if he misses here. So this is a pressure shot, and he just shouldn't have been in this position. I know that might sound harsh and sound critical, but he's better than that. But here comes the wind-up. And that's the rejection.
And a big rejection back, so that's gone almost halfway up the west boundary.
Unfortunately, I think it is over to the boundary. You'll see on the replay, he really hammered at it. And that looked like it hit a lot of the left outside wire. Yep, so that was off target as far as Logan's ability.
So it all came a bit unstuck there. You can see it happens quite quickly. I think we were looking at a really tidy break coming through 5 and 6. We got slightly out of position down at the Pioneer for two back, and then unravelled quite quickly.
Agreed, and
quite quickly with that takeoff running onto the blue ball.
And I think a lot of people, when they're analysing the game, they'll look at, well, he played a bad croquet stroke to get in front of two back. Well, no, that wasn't the problem at all, Luke. You've got to rewind it 8-9 shots. It was his croquet stroke to get a rush to the west boundary to be able to load three back going to two back. That's because if he got that right, he had an easier rush. He then had an easier croquet stroke. I think if he could go back and have that option all over again, he would have probably just approached two back, as is where is, thinking, right, this guarantees me, what was blue, 2 yards north of two back? So prime opportunity for Paddy to generate what we'd call a standard triple here. There's a long way to go before he even makes hoop one, but a big big opportunity for Paddy that he would not have been expecting.
So I understand completely that the majority of our viewers will have quite a detailed knowledge of the game of croquet, but if anyone is going back to watch this as a learning exercise, given that Logan ran one back in that turn, he gave a lift as the first lift hoop. So what that means is that from then on, if Logan was to break down, Paddy would be able to lift any one of his balls and take them to either A balk or B balk. So that's why you saw Paddy pick up the black ball, head down and play off the A balk line to blue, kikorangi, which Logan had unfortunately left there as his reception ball for two back, which really put the pressure on that long hoop shot as a must make. Otherwise it was going to be an easy pickup for Paddy.
Here we go, critical rush. Needs to get the Croquet off the west boundary. Wants to be near Whiro. And that's a great shot. We're going to be able to see where this Croquet goes. That's the angle we want. That's just lovely work from the camera crew.
So we touched on it earlier that Logan was going to look to set a leave, which forced the playing of the kikorangi or blue ball, which was the ball that Paddy didn't want to play. Unfortunately, Paddy was given an absolute gift again and was able to pick up that pungal ball.
That's pretty good from Chapman. He would have loved Croquet to go another yard or two and make it to the line, so he's slightly overcut that one. Which means that the turn is still not a gimme. However, I'm still expecting him to get a tight rush here. So here we go. Good opportunity for Chapman. Doesn't care what happens to the yellow. The only thing he focused on was his next shot, which was getting the rush to hoop one. He wants to be playing it from north of hoop one, sorry. So that's not the approach that he wanted to play. However, it is close enough that I don't think he'll have any issues. Earlier in the match, players who have taken off from this position have hit it a little bit hard. Maybe there's a little bit of a slope and they've ended up with an angled hoop one. And look, he's barely touching the ball and it just kept going, and that looks like a good takeoff to me. And that is a beautiful hoop one, cup high, Paddy.
So, thoughts now, Jared. We saw a fantastic peeling turn from Paddy in the second game. You know, delayed triple peel. You know, he's got the balls a fair bit earlier now.
Yep.
He does have his partner ball at hoop 2. But what are your thoughts now in terms of taking the bull by the horns? Another peeling turn here would be a little bit of a dagger in the wider scheme of the match.
I think Paddy's he doesn't want to be that person that fills up the plate too much at the buffet. You don't want to get too greedy early on. He's got to remember he's playing the long game, and yes, if he can extract a triple out of this, that's fantastic, and I think that will be his aim. However, the priority has to be maintaining the break. You know, he's in a really, really strong position. If obviously if he peels out and goes 2-1 up, but he's still in a fantastic position if he finishes 4 back and peg or penultimate peg. And the big thing is that if he finishes the turn and the game's not done, he has to be giving Logan a long shot. It's not a trivial setup for a standard triple by any means, but based on where he's rushed red, he wants to get red up the lawn. Just that beautiful little bit of pop that he gets on the back ball.
That red is running on quite quickly into that green spot, but it holds up nicely under the shade of the tree.
And he is playing for the triple here. The reason he's put red down as that reception ball is that will be the first ball that he rokays after he makes hoop 2. He will then be croqueting that. He'll be doing a ha-ho wawahi, a croquet stroke, sending Whiro to hoop 4 as he tries to hold on the kikorangi so that he can rush that across to hoop 3. So that's an advanced line of play that not many players would even think about, let alone try and execute.
I think the other thing we saw there in that play, and we haven't really talked about it in this game just yet, but when you are here on site at United, you can see that under the shade of that big tree where all our viewers are watching live, it's quite a different colour under there. It's quite a lot greener.
Yep.
So, I was a little bit worried for the ball as it was heading up there, but as it headed into that shade and that greener spot, it looked to hold up quite nicely, and I dare say that's no fluke from Paddy.
And his core fire there to hoop 3, just fantastic. A little bit short on the pango. And he may even play this with a slightly backwards approach instead of just a takeoff. No, I take that back. He's thinking, I'm only worrying about hoop 2. It doesn't matter where it goes. I'm good enough to get red and lawn and hold that rush on my kikorangi because he really wants to take blue over to hoop 3. Resets for the critical hoop. And he won't be controlling this one. This one will just be stroked through the boundary.
Yeah, watch the ankles down under the tree there.
And that's a good dodge from Raylene. So that's Raylene from Waireka Croquet Club. And based on those views, I would say you could get her in the national cricketing team. The reaction time was impressive.
Yeah, it was
It's
slick.
been a bit of fun and engagement from the crowd.
It was slick. Really, I love how Paddy's bringing the crowd into the game. No need to get out of the chair. The legs just flew up and
It's
ball
under
sailed
control,
through.
wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yep.
very well done. Now with this one here, he's obviously looking to prioritise that rush on kikorangi across to hoop 3 or 4 back. What are the thoughts here on red? He's not going to be able to get it too far across the lawn. Does he mind?
I think that at this point, your risk of having to rush so far to hoop 4 doesn't really justify the advantage of possibly getting the early peel. So it's not going to surprise me if we see kikorangi go down to hoop 4 and he goes for a standard line for a delayed triple. Oh, and he did play for it. So, and another option that, to be honest, I didn't even consider. So he deliberately played for the croquet and roquet. Now, I don't know.
That was intentional.
That was intentional so that he could have a crack at rolling kikorangi into peeling position. Whereas if he didn't roquet that ball, he would have had maybe a 4, 5, possibly even a 6-yard return. And then it would have been a difficult tutuki, but also a really tough ha-ho wawahi to get that croquet stroke into position.
These guys are on a different level. Sorry, but to be able to play that shot, putting that blue ball across, he does have a slightly longer roquet on Corfi than he would have liked. But yeah, what a lovely shot and line of play underneath the tree over there behind hoop 2. So very, very delicate. It's rolled into what I've been describing as that magnetic position
Yes, directly
on the
south.
non-playing side of a hoop. My word, it lands there far more often than it should. I'm sure of it.
And this is, I guess, the difference between the elites and the average players, where Paddy's happy playing for that role, whereas your average player, if that was you or I, we shouldn't even be thinking about that. We should just be thinking about it, getting a good rush on kikorangi across and stopping it down to hoop 4 and continuing the break. That's a lovely approach from Paddy. He's got
Still slightly angled there for his hoop 3.
You watch, he'll just give this an extra 15%, and you'll be thinking, oh, he's not far away from the hoop, but that's a very, very tough hoop he's about to try and run here. Oh.
That caught. You could hear the rattle from here.
That was...
That was slightly different sound, I think, Jared. You might need to work on a slightly different sound effect.
Calling
I'd
for
say
an
it was
umpire.
more of a rattle than a...
Now, he's got the easy Croquet on Kowhai, but he does have the preference to tap onto Kikorangi. Now, coming onto the lawn is one of the main men standing in at last minute, I believe, for this national. So, kia ora Tony, currently marking the ball. So, Tony's been our tournament manager. Now, this is a thankful task by any means. There's probably 100 hours worth of volunteer time gone into it. And, Tony, we hope you're looking forward to getting it done, because when you finish tonight, you can put your feet up for a few days, mate.
Yeah, we won't force it on him, and I'm not sure even if Tony does enjoy a beer. We'll ask him later on, but I dare say,
deserves one.
yeah, there's a few players here who would be more than happy to shout Tony a beer at the end of today. He's done a wonderful job under a lot of pressure. We're not an easy crowd to wrangle, so a big thank you and kia ora to Tony.
And also, not just Tony for managing, but I'd like to take a moment to shout out to all of the mahi that's been done by the various members of the United Croquet Club, from the catering, through the grounds crew, through the hoop setting. There's been people here from about 6:45 every day of the week. There's been a build-up for a number of weeks, and to be honest, Luke, I don't think you could have asked for better conditions for a national championship. So all of the mahi that United Croquet Club and parts of actually Croquet New Zealand have put in behind the scenes, from people on the tournament committee confirming the formats, all of the players travelling. It's just been one hell of an event.
So this is an ideal positioning here, Jared. I mean, the yellow ball's not where he would have liked it. Oh, so we've had the blue ball not quite peel, come off the wire. He's also touched the yellow ball, which he was trying to run past to get the rush back down the lawn.
And I think this is, though Paddy, he wanted to dearly not touch that Kowhai ball, this is one of the differences that I think makes Paddy a top 5 player in the world compared with a top 20. When we see this croquet stroke, I'm expecting both balls to be, within 2 feet of where he's aiming them for. So he wants a good hoop 5 pioneer, maybe 2 feet sort of southeast of hoop 5 or a foot southeast of hoop 5. More importantly though, Luke, he wants to get a really good rush on the Fedro ball. So we'll see a little pop in the back ball. There it goes. Black's getting up. Yellow's down its nice line. And he wants Black to sit short. He's slightly underhit both of them.
Yeah, a couple of yards short on both.
Yeah, and he would... Oh, and look, he only just kissed the Kowhai on that replay that we saw.
So now we're seeing the need for some real touch here. He needs to roke the Fedor ball. So a nice, soft, controlled tutuki.
Sit. He's going to have another difficult hoop here, Luke.
Yep, and the challenge now comes that he needs to do a backwards takeoff into hoop running position, but then to make the hoop and then come back to Fedor to get it where he needs to is going to be interesting. So he might just pop it across a little bit in making this shot, and it's exactly what he does. So making the hoop under control from less than a foot from right in front. And it was really nicely done there. What could have been a little bit of a bump in the road for Paddy seems to have negotiated really nicely.
Even this is interesting, Luke. I think with blue not being in the jaws, I think it's tempting by some players. They would only want to tap red. Paddy's looking to roquet this up. But I really like this option of he's happy with blue where it is. He's just going to play red to 6. Now, it might not go into its normal pioneer position. I'm predicting this to go a yard northeast of it. And holding on yellow, reason being, if he went up to the blue ball now and rushed it into the jaws, it's a disaster trying to get back to 5. And also, he probably doesn't want that take-off back to yellow because it's not a great hoop 5 Pioneer. So a really conservative line of approach. We see some people might think, oh, but the red, that's not directly in front of hoop 6. But that's perfect. That's exactly where he wanted it. After 5, he wants to get a rush out of it. He wants to rush peel blue through the hoop and then roll over. And he's better off having red north of the hoop that we'll see in shot shortly. Not going to get a rush out of hoop 5 from here, but he's in control.
I think what we saw earlier on was a rush peel of 4 back from a tighter position. And the challenge that Paddy gave himself there is he was slightly longer on that rush or tutuki than he would have liked. And I don't know if you recall, it rattled in the jaws and stayed there. So I think this shot after hoop 5, getting down to attempt that rush peel.
I think it's a tough hoop 5. Oh, he's played that very well. That looked like a bit more angle than I thought, Luke, and to play that with that level of confidence, to hit it so smoothly, just class.
What are your thoughts on the next shot now? I mean, if he is going to attempt that rush peel, the focus on the back ball here, the Pungor ball, black, given that he attempted and failed a rush peel earlier in the day.
Yep. He has a double focus here, and he's good enough to play the shot that he wants the Croquet ball to be, possibly a couple of feet north of one back. He doesn't want it to finish south, and he wants black to finish about a yard in front of Kikorangi. So yellow's travelling, but he'd rather have it there than south.
It's not a bad shot. Maybe slightly straighter, but he's got the rush peel in sight.
This is a big shot in the scheme of not only this game, but also the match. So huge Croquet coming up. Kapai.
That is a lovely shot. And we talked about earlier on how tight the hoops were. We referenced a rush peel that he attempted earlier and rattled in the jaws. That's not an easy shot to get right from that distance. And what in easier hoops could be a bit of a given, definitely not today.
And you can see now, Luke, while that positioning of the Ferro, the red ball, is in a really, if not perfect position. If red was, significantly south of hoop 6, it's a much harder roll across. But here he's putting the Kikorangi into peeling position while going to the non-playing side of the hoop to get a Croquet on red. Played it well.
Just a lovely shot. Absolutely lovely. You can't ask for too much more than that. Perhaps Kikorangi blew a little bit closer, but I don't think he'd want that back.
And you can see
it's a lovely shot.
He just dropped back into the shade there, and that was looking for a shot, half a dozen from now, where he's going to need to be loading 2 back with the Ferro as he approaches the Croquet. And the Croquet is a little bit further north, so you're thinking, why is this important now? Well, where he positions Ferro is going to have a big impact on where he can get the peel from and rush the Ferro back to the north boundary. So you're constantly, similar to snooker, thinking multiple shots ahead. You've got to try and make life easier for yourself. He's got the control to play this, but our average Joe trying to approach a hoop from that distance, if you didn't finish 6 inches in front, there's a chance your clip's going on hoop 6, Luke.
So can I ask you a question, Jared? How many times at a guess do you think Paddy has played a break not too dissimilar to this?
Ooh, well, my understanding is during matches, Paddy has had approximately 650 triples completed, and I might actually try and look that up. So if you take practices, fails, and non-ranking games into the equation, he's definitely in the thousands for this line of play, and that's over a 20-year playing career. So there's nothing new to him here. However, it is still an incredibly difficult turn.
So just jumping in here, we see that positioning of the Ferro or red ball. What you'd suggest is non-traditional, Jared? It's on this side, the eastern side. Typically that escape ball, my understanding, would be on the other side, but given where the yellow ball is, Croquet, he's going to go and look to rush that back to the spot that, as you pointed out very astutely, he went and stood on about 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, and two parts to this. The first part is when he's playing that peel to get it in the jaws, he wanted to play it as a stop shot. The hoops are that tough. He's just playing for that to the jaws. He didn't want any pull, and so he knows that he could play that as a stop shot, have a clear run where Federal wasn't going to be in the way, and then he gets to play this nice croquet stroke from where he went and had a look from, like you said, that couple of minutes ago.
And that's pretty close to the spot he was looking at, maybe slightly further east. But now he's got a reasonably tricky croquet stroke, tricky for most, but he'd definitely be expecting himself to put this on a spot. We'll see the red ball head all the way down the lawn to two back. And then with that, Croquet ball, slightly further north than he would have liked initially. He's got a tricky little shot with the black ball through the shade and green of the lawn over there. To land in a nice spot behind Croquet.
Two very different weights for, if we look at that Fero ball, it's almost going to travel in the sun the entire time. He's right on the edge of the shade, whereas going along the northern boundary to get that rush on Croquet, that is a significantly slower pace. So there's two aspects to this shot. Because of the distance away from one back, priority, all about getting that rush on Croquet, and it looks like he's overhit that a little bit hard. So that's a tricky approach from here now. He'd wish he could be having that one again.
Yeah, it looks like the ratio was pretty much bang on. Both just travelled slightly long. He took the chance to cut yellow up slightly, so it's still not a bad spot. And talk to us, Jared, after making one back.
Yep.
We look to position Croquet to get the rush north again.
Yeah,
and
so
we're going to set up the rush peel at Penalt.
Exactly right. And when he plays that rush peel, he will want a rush peel blue. Ooh, Paddy. It's good. It's a great shot. When he wants to play that rush peel, he will want that to go all the way off the south boundary because of the positioning of his two-back Pioneer.
He's put that Croquet further down the lawn.
That's not the outcome that he wanted. He might choose to possibly ignore blue here and just play the rush and get this off the boundary. Just a special shout-out. We do value our safety, and we really appreciate you, Dr. Pfeiffer, coming onto the stream and getting involved and learning the game. We really appreciate that. We've got your medical expertise. Just if we do have too much excitement here and we do have an injury, so thank you, Dr. Pfeiffer from down in Methven, for tuning in with us. So the break just starting to unravel a little bit here. This is the first big croquet stroke he's had to play for a while. Providing he still gets his rush to two back, he's back in control. It's a 50-50 here of does he go to three back in blue. Big advantage if he can go to blue, but possibly a trickier shot. He'll be really regretting the difference of that Fedro ball just travelling that 1 yard further south than he wanted. That's why he's choosing this line of play.
He looks like he is heading back up to the blue ball.
So Croquet going over to Kikorangi. Pango wants to get north of Kikorangi so he can rush peel it through. Really important black gets north here. Get up, Pango, get up.
He looks happy enough. And just north. Not what he would have liked to have seen. He would have liked to have a straight rush. Does he attempt the cut rush through? I guess if he's stuck in the jaws, it becomes incredibly difficult to get back down the lawn.
I don't like watching this shot, Luke. This just has potential for disaster just all over it. Rushing this into the jaws. I think he's got enough angle on it that if he plays a really good cut, that blue will grovel through. And that could possibly be right in the way of his takeoff down to Fero.
I think he's going to get the takeoff down there, possibly give himself a tricky shot, but that's a better option than staying in the jaws, I'd suggest. Oh, here we go. Talk to me about this. I know what this is called.
Now, this one is is called the death roll, and it's called that for a reason. You have a lot of triple
even I know that.
They disappear at this point in the game. I think the critical thing here for Chapman is all of the emphasis has to stay on the pango. The only important thing is getting a good rush on whiro to two-back. I don't really care if the penult peel goes through or by how far. It's all about the black. He needs to get black far enough south to get a rush on whiro.
And that is looking good, although
gonna be
he's
short.
going to kick himself for having that whiro ball slightly too far. Then it becomes crucial, that extra 2 yards that the whiro ball ran on. He's going to give himself a nice tricky little take-off back to hoop running position. But the peel itself, Jared, pretty
Classy.
much textbook.
Yep. And if Paddy had the option there, Luke, he would have rather that blue only went through by a foot if it meant he got a rush on the red ball. So fantastic for him that Kikorangi came that far south, but all he wanted was a rush on whiro, which he failed to get. Now it means he's got 2 difficult shots in a row. He's got the take-off to the hoop and possibly a longer hoop as well. See that ball just carried on
Runs
the
on
extra couple of
slightly.
rolls?
Yeah.
So I don't think there'll be any caution or restraint on this one. I
No.
think this one's just being buried through.
It looks like a slight angle. He'd rather make the hoop and have a longer rush back.
5 degrees. And
makes it nicely.
Fantastic shot.
So options from here, Jared. So the Croquet ball, when things are under control, you can look to complete the rover peel going to 3-back. I'm assuming you'd want that Croquet ball further south than that. It possibly brings in a little bit too much risk at this stage, particularly given that the Kikorangi ball ran on 4 or 5 yards further than he would have liked.
Agreed. I think there's every chance that we're going to see Kikorangi just go up as a 4-back pioneer now. The having a good 4-back pioneer is much more important than keeping Kikorangi in peeling position here.
So we're saying that he's now potentially becoming comfortable with a straight rover peel?
Yeah, straight rover peel. That's his bread and butter. Still really difficult to achieve on these lawns. You've got to have good placement. So I think the conservative line of play here is red just into a good pivot ball position, over to Kikorangi. Kikorangi comes near Kofi, and Kikorangi is stop shotted up to 4-back, getting a nice controlled rush on Kofi to 3-back. However, Paddy might just have the confidence in his croquet strokes that he sends whiro to 4-back, holds as close as he can, or he could even possibly consider coming over to Kofi and rushing Kofi to Kikorangi, and that looks like that's what he's playing for. Advantage of getting this right means he gets 2 cracks at putting the rover peeler into position.
And it just comes beautifully past.
Ka pai,
exactly
Paddy.
the line of play you were talking about.
Fantastic ha-ho wahi there. Great croquet stroke.
So the thinking there, Jared, help me out. I'm trying to work it through in my mind, is that by making 3-back off the blue ball, he can then position that in front of rover at a nice early stage, getting ready for that.
That's correct. And then he
straight
also,
rover peel.
if he's not happy with the positioning of it, it also means he can come back to it after 4-back to have a second go at tidying it up as he goes to penult. Whereas if he just decided to take it to 4-back, he only gets 1 chance at getting in a good position before he's up to the final peel. So again, yellow is almost irrelevant where it goes here. All of the emphasis is just how it goes on getting the good rush to 3-back.
And he's got exactly that. We talked a little while ago about people being introduced to the game, Jared, and there's different bits of advice you hear quite often in croquet. One being prioritise the break. You do hear regularly, and even someone like Paddy needs to take that advice at different stages, and it looks like he's done just that.
Oh, for sure. And speaking of advice, one thing I can tell you after another delivery from Lena, the superstar at the United Croquet Club, the catering has been 5-star quality, especially Lena's raspberry and chocolate muffins that I reckon I've had about 16 of during the week. So a big shout out to you, Lena.
So let's remind ourselves we are 1 each in a best of 5. Paddy took his first ball round to 4-back. and has really put the pressure on, and he is a long way through a triple peel. Not done by any stretch. There's still work to be done, but Paddy's done a number of these over the years, and if he can complete this, he'll go ahead 2-1 in the best of 5 and really pile on the pressure. We talked about how long the day will be, and we are on track for 4 if not 5.
Excuse my break in the commentary as I was just scoffing my face with that delicious piece of fruitcake that was just brought over to us. And as we look to the probable end, I'm going to say probable because it's definitely not a guarantee at this point. We're going to have a look at some of the peeling stats from Paddy because we've talked about that a little bit, and you can see that Paddy, this is going into his 640th triple peel or sextuple or TPO. Now, to put that into perspective, Paddy's had over 900 wins in his croquet career so far, out of just over 1,200 games. So he's sitting at around that 75% mark, and out of his wins, it is close to 2/3 of them are coming in with a peeling turn. Now, I would say that if he was in England or America, where conditions are, historically a lot easier, they would be some still impressive numbers. But the fact that a lot of Paddy's croquet career has been in New Zealand, those stats are just phenomenal.
I think also to understand that that's not an average across his whole career. Paddy has started off and learnt quite quickly, absolutely. But imagine what the stats are in the back half of his career. Not back half, but most recent half.
Yeah, and I think if we look at, Paddy's only 36. The leading New Zealand croquet player for the most triples ever was the legendary Bob Jackson, with a total of 672. Paddy currently sitting on 639, and there is every chance that if he plays enough games during 2024, that Paddy could eclipse Bob's title and go into the all-time leading peeling player in the history of the sport. So this is the calibre of player that we're talking about here, Luke. It's not your average Joe off the shelf.
How awesome would it be if at the next New Zealand Open, Paddy's made progress on that throughout the year, and we're all here to watch him do exactly that.
Oh, mate, he would be just fizzing off it. But the job's not done, especially with that rush to Penalt. That means he's just... This is like when I watch Edmund playing a break. It's just keeping him on edge. He's just very good at that. Edmund can maintain the edge, whereas Paddy doesn't like being on edge. He likes being in control. And that's a lovely take-off there. Still, put it this way, I wouldn't want to be out there playing that hoop stroke, Luke, in this, this scheme of the match. And isn't it funny? We talked about it yesterday, how this hoop stroke is exactly the same physical shot as if you're just in a practice routine, but it's not the same shot, is it? This is to take you...
and that grab grovelled through.
Yeah. I'm not going to go for this.
He's almost thanking himself. He's almost thanking himself he had the Corfai ball off to the side. But we are still on track. He'll put that behind him, settle his nerves.
You'll see the replay just as blue goes through. Look how much it slowed up as it made contact with the hoop. Almost like a clamp had just gone on and just gripped the ball trying to slow it up. And just while Paddy's lining up his escape balls here, we have had another update. So we've got in the bronze medal playoff, so the 9 to 16 base playoff, we've got Levi as game up and currently 4 back and 1 back versus John on Penalt and 1. So I've got a sneaky suspicion that could go to 3. Ooh.
Oh, that's interesting.
That could have been potentially very bad, but I think he's okay. He's got enough gap between the hoop. No, he's got some clearance. He'd rather not be playing it from there, though. He'd rather be playing it from south of blue.
How does he get blue back into peeling position?
I think he needs to potentially sacrifice his side ball here.
I think it might be in the jaws.
Look at.
Oh no.
So in the perfect world, single rover peel finish. Paddy wants a deep ball, which he's put as Croquet. He wants a side ball for if he just grovels through the hoop, which is going to be Fero. And it wouldn't surprise me, based on having not a perfect side ball, if when he plays this Irish peel, he gives it a little bit more, and Peely goes closer towards the south boundary to guarantee that he can hit that side ball through.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Black just tickling past blue. Delicate little roquet to be played here. He's looking to get that blue ball directly in front of the rover.
This is the most critical kokiri of the turn so far.
Couple of extra rolls there.
Yeah, he was putting his hand out to put the brakes on, and I'll tell you what, if there was any croquet player in the New Zealand sport that could control the balls with their hands, I'd probably say it's Paddy. A really tough rover peel here. It doesn't look like it, but it's two parts to this. He's got to hit the ball so that blue is through the hoop and preferably towards the south boundary. Kikoro and Pango, if Pango only just grovels through, he's got no side ball.
So let's compare this to the rover peel in the last match. A little bit further back, and he played it as a stop shot rover peel. Now we're a little bit closer. We're probably just inside a yard, maybe foot and a half.
Yeah, I think that's a foot and a half, maybe possibly even just under. He's
so we'd expect to see an Irish peel here.
100% Irish peel. The only thing that might possibly change that mind for him would be if he's not happy with his side ball, and he could consider a stop shot still, but I think that's a really low percentage probability. I'm expecting just a lovely Irish peel here, a little bit more than what he normally would, where he wants Kikorangi and Pango to go cleanly through the hoop and to be able to hit that reception ball, the Fero or the Kofai. Here goes Chapman. And that is a great result for him, with Pango landing in the middle of the jaws.
Awesome
if that
result.
Carried on by another couple of inches, it could have been a disaster.
So from here, we talked about betting the house last time. I think we're in the same position now. Blue didn't head too far down the lawn, so it's reasonably straightforward to get it back. So now we're highly likely to go 2-1. Paddy Chapman 2-1 up over Logan McCorkindale in a best of 5. So this puts Paddy really much in the driver's seat in this best of 5. He won't be taking anything for granted. But 2-1 up is a fantastic place to be. Logan has been off the lawn for quite some time since he got a little bit out of whack heading towards 2-back.
Yeah, agreed. And Logan still looks relaxed to me. I think he has the self-belief to know that he's still right in this match. He's going to have to play, between 4 and 6 good turns if Logan wants to become the New Zealand Open champion, whereas Paddy needs 2 to 3 in the same game.
And having spent a bit of time with Logan in doubles over the early part of the week, I think he feels like the kind of guy who's up for a challenge.
Yeah, for sure.
He definitely isn't one who'd back down from one. So you can expect Logan to come out fighting.
So we're going to go into a short ad break at the conclusion of this peg out, and then we look to rejoin you for the beginning of Game 5. Ka pai Paddy, big pucky from the crowd. You can feel the atmosphere is really building here at the United Croquet Club here in the Otautahi. So Luke and Jared signing off for a short break. We look forward to rejoining you at the beginning of Game 5.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex at Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Kia ora koutou, Croquet whānau. We are back tuning in for Game 4 of the New Zealand Open Championships. We've had the privilege of Nelson Morrow and Luke Rive joining me in the commentary box, but now I am very, very pleased to welcome a good croquet friend of mine who's taught me a lot over the last couple of years, and I've been able to spend build a really good connection with in the last decade. Kia ora to New Zealand's living legend, Joe Hogan. Kia ora, Joe.
Kia ora, and thank you that you say living. It's nice to be alive, you know.
And I think, touching on that, Joe, it's been a very sad last 18 months for New Zealand croquet.
Yes,
with
yes.
some significant passings, and one of the things that we've really appreciated having both yourself and Roger at the venue has been the stories, the camaraderie. It is a really, wonderful involvement for us to be able to just talk and learn from you both, and to just appreciate the time that we get to spend with you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yes, it's nice to be here, and I want to be here for some time now, because have the opportunity to come away and play, and it's good to be able to come and play, and also seeing, as you're seeing in this final, a wonderful group of a younger group coming through who are showing some great skills.
Now, Joe, I'd be a little bit upset, but there is the chance that there's some people who are listening who might be thinking, well, Joe Hogan, who's that guy? Now, I know you're I think a relatively modest player. We've mentioned in the commentary about you being the inaugural world champion in 1989, and also one of only 2 current living New Zealand players to have won multiple McRobertson Shields. But would you mind giving the viewers just a sort of brief croquet history of yourself?
Right, I started when I was very young, at the age of 14, in Barry Memorial Croquet Club in Gisborne, that is, at the Hawke's Bay Association, and 53 years later I'm still in the same club.
Fantastic.
So off and on I've been in Barry Memorial Croquet Club, so say hi to people from Gisborne, and especially the Barry Memorial Croquet Club. And in terms of history, I've won, played with Bob Jackson, won 9 New Zealand doubles titles with him, and one with Aaron Westerby, which was lovely.
Murfitt?
Roger Murfitt and I, in the Test series, we played with each other as the number 3 Test combination for New Zealand in 79, 82, 86 and 90, and one more than we lost at playing number 3 doubles for New Zealand, and perhaps that's where the rumour has spread about
good shot, Logan.
That Roger and I are campaigners.
Yes.
It's a false rumour, really. Oh, no, but I can't seem to get rid of it. But Roger Murfitt, it's his fault that I'm a campaigner.
Now,
he taught me how to campaign, really.
We'll get back to the campaigning speech shortly, and I've got a lot more questions, and I'm probably going to have a few come through while we're privileged to have you on the line, Joe. But you've just seen Logan's hit 4th turn. He's got all the balls near the east boundary. He's currently 2 games to 1 down. And what's your thoughts? What's going through Logan's mindset at the moment? Does he just want to keep things simple, dig in, play himself into a break, just break building, don't try and do it all complicated at the start, just keep it simple? What's the mind from one champion to another?
Well, you've kind of said it in a nutshell there with that, Jared. The court conditions are getting more trickier.
Yep.
You're one game down, but you do need to back yourself, and he's a fine single ball shot, but also is showing great skill in the croquet stroke. So you get yourself set up a break, keep it simple, and get yourself to which point you're going to get to be in a position to perhaps do a triple himself. In these conditions, I doubt if a sextuple's an option. It's you might better do that in England at Hurlingham on an easy court, but I doubt if you do it at Christchurch United on the court today in 30 degrees heat. You just and the hoops
phenomenal turns.
Yeah, it's great, but it's great conditions to produce some really good croquet.
And I think it's pretty phenomenal for yourself personally to come back in the game, and you've had some success, and even third place in this New Zealand Open. What's been your thoughts on the event overall for 2024, both from a personal perspective and also what you've seen from the doubles, from the two finalists? Like, what's the rundown on the event, Joe?
Oh, there's a pretty rough guy in one of the finals there for a while, Jared, but he kind of came through and did pretty well, and it's yourself, Jared, but we kind of actually, you played a good game, and it was a great final and some great final shots hits. Regarding, catch me there, sorry.
So just the...
Oh, for myself, with the thing, basically, the results I got were very good for just confirming within my mind that any position I've retained in the seedings and that I've justified them by doing it on court, which has always been my approach. You do it on court, and that's fine, because basically a player of the game. So from a personal point of view, that's been great. But I have to say, in terms of the Christchurch United Croquet Club, an incredibly hospitable, friendly, hard-working group of people, mainly golf croquet players, and they've all come out to make sure the courts are together, are dressed, the hoops are done, the people are fed, catering is organised, and many of them are golf croquet players.
Yes,
so
agreed.
We need to be extremely grateful for the generosity and natural friendliness and engaging conversations of the Christchurch United Croquet Club itself in Hagley Park.
Now, Joe, one thing I want to make special mention to, because it was a real privilege to share the lawn, and I guess I was good hoop from Logan. I guess I was fanboying a little bit, but this was a bit of a reunion for yourself and another dear friend, and that was with Roger Murfitt.
Yes.
So we had Roger swinging the mallet again for the first time since the 90s.
Yeah.
Had a doubles campaign together and multiple games that were incredibly close.
Yes.
How was it being back on the sideline with your old partner in crime again?
Oh, great. Well, Roger, I still believe, and this is an opinion, it's mine, and I'm allowed to hold it. Many of the results that I've achieved in a personal dimension, and that, be it nationally or internationally, can be attributed to the influence Roger Murfitt had on me in both how to approach the game and how to think about the game.
Yep.
I still regard him responsible for a lot of those things happening. I had to swing the mallet, and perhaps I look at it, I might have been the icing on the cake, getting a few results, but he is part of the substance that made the cake really beautiful.
He was the ingredients.
Oh, very much so, yeah. And he was a no mean feat. He managed to retain number 6 for New Zealand for 10 to 12 years, when you had Bob Jackson, myself, John Prince and Paul Skinley, not room, and to about to hold number 6 position over that period of time required a lot of nous.
Yes, yep.
And tactically, so that's the point I was coming to. I consider Roger Murfitt the greatest tactician in the game of croquet. Oh yeah, and even internationally, he is a very he really thinks the game well. He's an ultimate competitor in that, and amazingly clever at working out how to get games around, especially in conditions that aren't straightforward.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
And I think we even had some learning playing our doubles match against
Yes. Well, we had a few games +1 or -1 on time, and that's largely the result of Roger's real skill in actually reading the match, being able to read the opposition, and play the court too.
Agreed. And so I think for us it's been we've heard the stories about Murfitt, Hogan, Prince, Jackson, Skinley, and the old firm, and to still just be chatting, to have Purako to share stories with you guys. It's it's a real privilege, to be honest, Joe, and we're very fortunate that you're both back around the scene, and we're pleased to hear that you're going to be keen to carry on playing.
Yeah, well, I've always loved playing for New Zealand, and supported also New Zealand developing its players and building up the helm. The helm again needs a strength underneath, pushing the helm to produce their best for than international competition.
And I think, we'll start commenting on more. Logan's got his break established.
He's in
here,
a standard break. Yeah, he's going pretty well.
While he's got his break going, it means we can share a few more stories. And I think one thing that a few other listeners might not appreciate is that you actually had to my knowledge, you've had the biggest gap between being a McRobertson Shield representative from your last series to your most recent.
Yeah.
So your final series, was that 86 or 90?
My final series was 1990.
And then 27 years?
Till 2017.
And, that's a record that will very likely just never be broken.
Yeah.
So to have that, your debut, was that 79?
1979, yes.
So 79 to 2017, there's not many players who can say they've competed for New Zealand over that period of time. Like when you look back on that, that's quite an achievement.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, I just love playing the game, really. And again, I hark back to Roger's influence in that. And in terms of just, I never say die.
Yep.
Keep calm, and you focus on the game you're on.
Completely agree.
And without great intensity, but you just focus on. And he also taught me, one of the important things he observed in me, he said, Joe, you play your best croquet when you go and sit on your own and enjoy your own company.
Yep.
And it's not, I'm rather social, really.
Yep.
And, give me a cup of tea or something a bit stronger any time and have a chat with people. But basically in croquet, and it's not that I
good shot from Logan.
Need to can't say hello to people, but Roger said that always brought the best out of me, and that really came to the fore in England in 89 when the inaugural World Singles Championship. And I took that to heart. And at Hurlingham, I used to get a jug of iced water.
Yep.
And I'd go and sit on the chair beside the green, and I'd give that person my full attention.
Yeah, keep the focus.
And that's what I did right from the word go, and also see the interesting point about the inaugural World Croquet Championship is that it's the only World Championship that you had both singles and doubles.
Correct.
In the event.
Yep.
So not only did I have to focus on the singles, I also had to focus on the British Open doubles playing with Bob Jackson.
Yep.
And so I was basically playing for 8 days, dawn to dusk.
Yes.
And I think at one stage Richard Hilditch, who was the manager of the tournament, a lovely fellow,
yep.
And as any manager he could see the thing clogging up a wee bit, and he said to me, Joe, you wouldn't just kind of drop a doubles, would you? And he said, who's going to tell Bob, I said. And so that's the point, the thing, and that's part of Roger and me, okay? And even though I said it kind of lightly, because it was only a jest thing from Richard,
yep.
But he basically, Roger said, you never let your doubles partner down.
Agreed.
Your right thing, and you just give your best to every game, whatever the circumstance. So I was in the singles and the doubles, so I was able to, at that stage, give my best to both.
And I think, from what I was seeing, being fortunate enough to be involved in the, not from a playing perspective, from being there as a manager in that 2017 campaign, I almost saw your role switch a little bit, and you went from being the apprentice under Roger to teaching campaigning to another one of our good friends.
Oh yes.
That being Chris Schilling.
Yeah, Chris Schilling. I said to Chris Schilling's when you're going to play with me in the doubles, because what you think of in the worlds in the McRobbie Shield, you think it's bang 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 all over, but in fact often there's a lot of in and out play within the event, and that's important. So I said to Chris at the start, Chris, we're gonna be campaigners, and he gave me a very puzzled look.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of the Palm Springs, California, 2017.
Yep.
And he gave me a puzzled look. But by the end of the playing one of the longest doubles in the record, I think, all the longer doubles in record over 3 days, he understood what campaigning meant.
Now that's a best of three match.
Best of three match played over
Didn't
3
get
days.
Finished on the first day.
Oh heck no, day one. That's no. You're just settling in on day one.
No time limits in the max, so you can dry it
No,
out,
I
play to the
just
corners.
love it. Oh gosh, I love no time limits. Yes.
Now it actually ended up being a critical turn in the series of the New Zealand versus the USA Test match.
Well, on the serious side, yes, you see, and that's Murfitt in me again.
Yep.
See, Murfitt says you got to watch the lie of who's winning what, and if the opposition is starting to win rubbers and getting a bit ahead, it kind of can push back can kind of put the whole side under pressure game after game, and so the whole idea of the doubles that we played and approach with Chris was we're holding back as much as possible so they could never confirm that they won that game against us. And so it always in their mind there was the doubt.
Didn't want to give them an inch, did you?
No. And at the meantime, because they were on the verge of kind of breaking away, and once it happens, you can get a whole mental flow on, and they suddenly they lost. But we managed to keep that tight for the 3 days, and to their doubt. Was merited because they lost the game. They should have,
which was critical.
Yeah, they were a stronger doubles combination than Chris and I on paper. But they
it's that never give up attitude.
Never give up.
Yeah. Now I think Joe, you know what I'm about to ask you next, because I love hearing this story. Now, because this is going to be a recorded one, you can pass on this if you'd prefer.
Yeah.
But one of the critical things about that match came down to actually a shot from you from the jaws of hoop 5.
Yes.
Now, would you be happy setting the scene just while Logan's carrying on in his tidy break to explain what that means? Because some people be thinking, what the hell is this Coots talking about? He loves this story with Joe. This is actually one of my favourites. It's potentially one of the most enjoyable things I've ever seen in Croquet. So if you wouldn't mind,
well, you were
Joe,
part of it, weren't you, Jared?
We'd love to hear it one more time if you're happy with that.
Yeah, well, if we can stage it before the playing the shot in hoop 5 on the last day, this is the day 3 of the doubles, the time before they had to peg the game down.
Correct.
And so it was pegged down with me and my partner over by hoop 4 on the boundary, and the opposition over by hoop 1 or hoop 2. So it was a diagonal shot.
Yep.
So that was where it was pegged down coming into the last day.
Yep.
And I always said to Chris aside, I said, Chris, when we play this game, if they take a shot at me, I'm going for the peg to go out, from 1 to the stick and go out. And it's not because I felt I would do it, but I needed to do it at that point. That was the point to take the game off them.
Agreed.
Because it's just the way it was. And so the setting was a lovely evening at the Palm Springs, California Mission Hills Club, and all the other games had finished, and so they set up the pegged game again as a form of entertainment.
Day 3.
Yeah, day 3 of the match, and everyone on the side was having barbecues, drinks, and whatever as
few
part
nibbles,
of a few nibbles, and quite a few of the
spectators
there, and the members of the club had come for a lovely picnic evening. And I suppose I was feeling a wee bit miffed that I wasn't allowed to drink alcohol, things like that at that stage, or have a drink, and except a cup of tea, because we had a serious match. So that was the context. And so from there, he took a shot.
Yep.
And it's interesting, part of it's in my mind when I've made a decision about if someone shoots, I'll go, so they remember they've shot.
Yep.
That was the moment. And that's when I was at my peak, I could do it often.
Yep.
It's not, if someone hits the ball, great. If they miss, I want them to remember.
Punish it. Yep.
Punish the error. In this case, punish the shot. And basically that's what I got my bit between my teeth, established a break under control.
Yep.
Because he shot at us from across, so it just missed. Established the break under control from 1 to number the 4 hoop, got to the 5th hoop, made the 5th hoop under control.
All under control.
Had a ball at 6, nice pioneer as you meant to do. And then I unfortunately cut rush my partner ball into
the jaws
of 5, the backside of 5. And so I was with the dilemma. It was a bit of disaster. There's only 3 balls, I think, there. And so I had no pioneer to 1 back.
Yep.
So I elected to do an Irish peel, because I'm Irish, by the way. Did you know that for sure?
Yeah.
Yes, I am Irish.
To be sure.
I'm an Irish. I've got an Irish tie to prove it. And Kiwi. And so I elected to drive it through, Irish peel it through 5.
Yep.
And I put it at such a pace. Chris Clark reckoned that the croquet ball would have gone off 3 courts later if it was. But to my good fortune, expertise, I thought it was expertise. I told him I planned for it.
Yeah.
It hit the peg. And it hit the peg at such an angle that it refracted off beautifully, absorbed the shock, and slowed it down, and it stopped within a metre of 1 back.
And my 1 back pioneer.
But no, that wasn't the end of it. No, the thing is, I'd also planned. My ball came through and wicked off the left wire, past the peg
To avoid the
and
peg.
ended up with a metre rush to number 6 hoop. So I didn't blat an eyelid, because you don't blat an eyelid when you do
don't
something
give it to
under
anyone.
control. No, you don't.
The
You never give
perfect
anything
shot.
away. And I just carried on and proceeded to
that
finish
was
the
it.
break
Yep.
and win the game on time after 3 days.
And that really set the scene for New Zealand to get
Well,
up on the last
it was,
day.
and the interesting thing, the campaigner Chris Schilling
Yep.
went on to play the final game
Point,
on the
the
last
decider.
day, best of 3. Everyone else had finished, so he knew if he lost the game, we were down
Down a test.
10-11
Yep.
instead of 11-10, and I watched him dig in.
Yep.
And he was amazing. So that all happened. He did this transformation in the space of one test match.
And I think one thing
And he
that-
was great. You know, 'cause it was an exciting final for him, and he became the man as terms of croquet on that day.
And I think one thing that's definitely stuck with
singles.
Chris since 2017 is his nickname. You know, he's known as the campaigner now.
Is he?
Because he learned how to campaign during that test. You don't want to finish on day one when you can take it through to 3 days.
No. Well, you saw that, you experienced that, Jared, in your final.
Yeah.
In the first game, when you guys had the game won, and Chris ran that amazing break,
one to
basically in
pegged
time,
off. Yep.
one to the peg and
Yep.
pegged off, and it was under control,
Definition
and
of
he was
campaigning.
campaigning.
Yep.
So, yeah, when I see Chris like that, that's the Chris I know.
Agreed.
Really amazing.
It's been fantastic having
Chris
Chris at the
Schilling.
event again.
Yeah.
Just a really humble guy.
Yeah. Oh, amazing guy. And like, I think both of us might have to go for a psychology treatment from time to straighten out what's in our minds. I'm not sure, but it's Croquet's fault, but it's in a pleasant way of fault.
Well, speaking of amazing guys, Joe, we've got a pretty amazing final here, really.
Yeah.
You know, this is game
this is
4.
great. Yeah.
What did you think of not just Paddy's delayed triple, but both 2 triples in a row on courts like this? Like, what level of control and class do you have to be playing that sort of standard?
Look, doing triples on this court would match any sextuple on Hurlingham.
Agreed.
And I know it's only my opinion and it's
Yep.
only subjective, but very much the incredibly challenging conditions, speed of court, variation of speed, super tight hoops and really solid ground.
Yep.
Okay, make for a real challenging environment. Yeah.
And even this is a good example where you'd think this would just be a standard break,
Yeah,
but
but
he
he's-
hasn't got the perfect rush to one back.
Yeah.
Suddenly the break's at risk.
Yeah, that's
You've got to
right.
play a good approach here.
Yeah, whereas on an easier pace court, you just donk a
Yep.
blue and
It
just
wouldn't
roll
matter.
up, no sweat.
And I think one thing that I've certainly learned from you, Joe, and it's a saying that's stuck with me, is roquet for show, croquet for dough.
Croquet for dough.
You know, you were known as being one of the best shots in the world,
Yeah.
if not the best by a long way.
Yeah.
But it
Yeah.
was the croquet strokes that make the difference, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
it was
what
often
ends the day.
it's often what people didn't notice about, and again that was Murfitt.
Yep.
See, Murfitt, who at time could roquet when necessarily at times, it wasn't his main strength. So he taught me to make sure I got my
Croquet
and he identified as he watched me going through. He said, "Joe, what's winning your games is your croquet strokes."
Yep.
And where you don't put yourself under pressure, you know. And I saw that in the second and third game. The comment you asked me about.
It's good hoop from Logan.
About Paddy, you see, in the second and third game, his croquet strokes
Phenomenal.
enabled him on a super fast court, super tight hoops to control 2 triples.
Well,
you know.
we're going to need to see a good single ball stroke here, Joe, because Logan's just he's ran a very good one back because of the positioning, but now he's left himself a 10 yarder.
But I expect him to hit it because
In the middle too,
Oh
he's
yeah,
a
in the
great
middle.
shot.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. The point I make, see, Logan's playing to his strength, and especially in this environment, like the hoop was slightly dicey, right?
Got it.
Okay,
Good shot.
so the first thing he did, you got to run the hoop.
Yep. Firm it up.
So he ran the hoop because that's the strength of his one of his style, and then he was prepared to do the 19-yard return roquet. And so again about break play, you play to your strengths.
Yep.
But having said that, long term, there is the odd roquet you'll miss.
Yep.
There is the little odd hoop you'll miss, and so not too many in terms of Logan McCorkindale's case. He's a phenomenal player, and I know he's working on refining the croquet strokes of his game because he realises that's just
What's going to take him to the next level. That's the icing for him,
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. No, you know, he'll outshoot anyone in the world at the moment or match them, and with the care he's taking to a young lad, only 24, the care he's taking to...
croquet stroke there,
see,
Joe,
there's a
was
croquet
not
stroke.
where he
You
wanted
see
it
with
to go.
me? See, again, it's the croquet strokes. When you play your croquet strokes, you've got to make sure that you go through the line of your ball. And with that one, perhaps he didn't quite get the line of his
And a
spit
lot of
right.
pressure on the shot, Joe, because that's
Yeah.
shooting down towards
Yeah.
Bork as well.
Yeah, that's right. But again, it's interesting, like, I've seen Bob Jackson play this kind of break over the years. You remember old Jacko? No ball was in position, no four balls in position, 10, 15 yard shots.
Middle of the turn.
You kept hitting the thing, so you never worried about it until the break was over. I expect Logan to hit this. There we are.
It's a great shot.
No, I just expect
Cup
him.
high, Logan.
It's
just so confident
Oh,
in his
yeah,
own
well,
ability,
that's the
isn't he?
strength, where you play to your strengths. And so, but with that in mind, he'll be saying, I don't want to do that next time and whatever. And
Get
so
the
he
croquet
knows the
stroke
croquet
right.
strokes is going to
Yeah.
be the place I'm sure you'll see him work on. He plays them good.
Yep.
He's already very good, but I know that he'll want to take them to the next level.
So if we look forward, to 2026, which is the next Mick Robertson Shield, Joe, I know that's something that Logan's set his sights on.
Oh,
The
yeah,
way he's progressing,
yep.
I think if he carries on with this trajectory, there's a very good chance he'll be in the team. What do you think would be the main aspect of Logan's game that you would like to see improved? Do you want that precision side of things?
I don't know that. I think he'll know I think he knows the croquet strokes is the area that he wants to grow in.
Yep.
But he's very good at it, like he's current champion.
Yep.
So he's played well enough to do it. That'll just carry on getting stronger because there's one ball shot's just phenomenal. And all I say is he will flourish in England.
Agreed.
Oh, unless they've got super fast courts, maybe they will. I don't know. If they're slightly evenly paced in that, he'll be like a pig and muck is a description. He'll be just right dandy. The ants' pants and the bee's knees is also another one. He'll be phenomenal.
And if we look at his opposition at the moment, now you've been fortunate enough to play in a Mick Robertson Shield with Paddy as a team member.
Yes.
You've also had some good tussles with him over the years.
No, actually, I haven't had a lot. I only had one. I didn't
Okay.
know. But I was a bit scared about that, by the way. Yesterday, I just said to him, I won't be seeing you in the final now, Paddy. He said, I've never played you before. And Paddy said, yes, you have. And he said, oh, when did I play you? He said, oh, you played me in 2008 and you thrashed me. And I quickly said to him, I didn't really mean to, Paddy. I just forget about that because he's such a good player now. I don't want him to...
So what would you see? Like, do you see Paddy as the ultimate all-round croquet player?
I think he's already there, yes.
Yep.
And the only thing that I think, in my view, Paddy would hold challenging, because again, he refined his skill through the coaching when he learnt off John Prince, who was a great mentor of his originally when he was in Kashmir Club and that, I think. But also when he had the opportunity in England, the advantage the English definitely have is lots of weekend tournaments. And Paddy flourished in lots of play over there when he was there in that period of time, and you can see it when he came back to New Zealand. It's still there now. The issue now he has, and again it's only a personal opinion, he has other priorities coming into his life. He's got a young family and they're being house building, and those things are of first importance, and thing. So he can't play croquet as much, but with what he does, he's playing immensely good stuff. And long may we generate the odd more weekend tournaments to support that development for all of us. But other than that, Paddy's the full complete
the package, isn't it?
Complete package.
And I think if you with all respect to all of the English players, because between us we've got a lot of friends over and over.
They're bloody good players. There's no doubt about it.
Proud New Zealand Tane, you would have taken a lot of joy any time you beat an English opposition, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, they're tough. They're great friends and they're great to socialise with and really, really good. But they're very good croquet players.
Phenomenal, aren't they?
And and that's great because if you want to be a good croquet player, go and play the English.
Yep.
And I have to say, though, the Americans are really coming along now too, with all the amount they're putting into.
Matthew Essick, phenomenal performance recently in the World
phenomenal,
Championships. A lot of talk about a young guy called Blake Fields.
Oh, Blake Fields,
could be their number 6 for the.
But Blake Fields I met when he was 10 years old.
2017.
2017.
That's the one.
And I gave him some time, and I gave him my hat.
Yep.
And he gave me a cap.
Now was that the Mark III?
It was the Mark III, yeah. And he, interesting, I met him in the under-21s here in New Zealand at Mount Maunganui, where Chris Clark presented me with the getting into the Hall of Fame,
Yep,
which was very special to be recognised, because I'm only a player, not an administrator, so to be recognised from a play. But the young lad was playing there, and he came up and said hello to me, and he's twice the height that he was when I met him when he was 10, and he remembered that moment. And
That's awesome, isn't
it? And that's
it?
what Croquet's about. We're small enough to influence each other, aren't we, in a positive way.
Now, I'd made a short reference to it earlier in the commentary, Joe, but we just mentioned the Mark III, and some people would be thinking, well, what the hell are those two talking about? So do you want to give us just a quick summary of the hat?
A quick summary of the hat goes back to, like I always said, when I play, I just started saying, well, it's not about me, the power lies in the hat.
Yep.
And so in 79, when I played for New Zealand, for the debut for New Zealand, when people say, oh, you're playing well, I say, oh, no, it's not me, it's the hat.
Yeah.
You know, the hat, without the hat, I'm
the
nothing.
Hogan hat.
Yeah, the Hogan hat.
That was the Mark I.
The Mark I, yeah.
Yep.
And so after playing Bernard Neal, who was captain of the thing in the opening singles, and then a couple of doubles and that, by the end of that series, I'd got to know him really well. And aside to that, for an engagement gift, Bernard's wife, Liz, painted a hand painting of the Cotswold in England.
Yep.
For my engagement gift that I brought back to New Zealand back in 1990, a little bit further down the track, and that painting still is on our wall.
Fantastic.
From Liz, and it's a picture of the Cotswold, Upper Slaughter. Now, the hat then, the history of it, at the end of that event, Bernard Neal said to me, he said, Joe, can I have your hat?
The
'Cause it's
Hogan
got the
hat.
power. And he took my hat back to England, and for years he used to wear it. A number of years he used to wear the hat and take
Hogan hat.
photos, because he believed he wanted to get some of the power from it.
Yeah.
And Bernard played great croquet, and he was an extremely wonderful contributor to the game of croquet in England and the world, and both as a player and as an administrator over the years. So the Hogan hat
A lot
went
for
to
the
England,
game.
So I've had to change it.
Yep.
And now I'm onto the Mark V version.
The Mark V, the 5th
I went
edition.
to Collier's Menswear in Gisborne, and they had two hats identical. So just in case one gets destroyed
You got
in
the
battle,
other one.
I've got the other one to supersede it.
So the Hogan hat is here to stay. That's what we like to hear,
That's right.
Joe.
Yes, it is, yes. And the
Now-
power lies in the hat. I've got nothing to do with it.
Now, speaking of here to stay, Logan's turn has been here to stay. He's got his clip-on fullback. He's about to finish with what should be a nice spread.
Yes, he's done really well.
Unravelled a little bit, but he kept it together, and that's the difference, isn't it?
Well, that is, yeah.
Yep.
It's not, sometimes you play a break and things, and especially on these kind of courts, you do a slide over tap and you've put 2 or 3 metres on the ball length for a hit. So he's done extremely well.
It's
And
a good shot.
when I watch him, he doesn't look like he's going to
Didn't
break.
bat an eyelid.
Not at
No.
all. No. Great to watch, and
So exciting for Croquet and Aotearoa, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm just glad Jacko's not around to corrupt him even more, because I think he'd love watching Jacko play. God, Bob Jackson's amazing, just single ball shots. This guy, a different style, but amazing single ball shots.
And how exciting is potentially the next couple of years looking for Croquet New Zealand, if
it's
we can
great.
get all of the top players playing against each other on a regular basis.
Yes, yeah, it is good.
It's
and
one of the key things,
yeah,
isn't
very
it?
much so. And New Zealand's got a wonderful group of people in the Helm area,
Yep.
and in the mixture area to keep the place turning over, so that you have a reason and a good side, quality side to go to the next McRob.
And I feel like the depth is being built now, which
Yes.
is fantastic.
Yeah, and there's the young lads coming through. Reese McCorkindale,
Levi Franks.
Levi Franks,
Luke Rive behind you.
Well, Levi Franks just this morning in the bronze medal thing.
The 9 to 16
went-
playoff. Yep.
Well, he went from 1 to 4 back in the third turn, and he said he came off just smiling at me. He said, "Joe," he said, "I've done my first 1 to 4 back in the third turn."
It's fantastic.
On
isn't
the
it?
court, that court there,
Tricky court, hoop one.
Yeah, yesterday McCorkindale and I couldn't hold a full break on it at times.
And he's playing a 3-ball break third
Three-ball
turn.
break, yeah. So now we've got to the point that just basically a standard diagonal spread.
It's a good turn from Logan.
Good turn.
Yep. Good leave.
What I expect from him, and just a wonderful fellow to watch, and huge ability and growing potential further, which is a bit scary. I'm not sure where he's
so
going.
exciting.
It's quite exciting. I'm not sure where it's going to stop from. So I just hope he just keeps going and keeps the passion for the game as an incentive.
Now, wouldn't it be exciting if it does go to a 5th? I know that Chapman doesn't want that to happen, But as far as excitement for the crowd, because the crowd is building here, there's a little bit
they're
more
on the edge.
atmosphere.
They're on the edge of their seats.
They're on the edge of their seats, and we've actually had another couple of messages from young Edmund Fordyce.
Oh, Edmund.
Who is, he's been on the edge of a seat just watching this entire match. So special shout out to you, Ed. Brilliant to have you tuning in from Australia.
Yeah.
And are you surprised, Joe? Because we've just seen Paddy come down to take the short shot.
Yeah, but the thing is, see, I'd have
That's the shot he likes.
Well, you see, I did this in the second game. Similar approach I take in. Well, I do it all the time. Take the short shot, I think, I suppose. But similar in the second game when I played in the quarters, I was one game up.
Yep.
And the shortest shot is the more one you're guaranteed to hit.
Yep.
So you are not in the most percentage chance of hitting. So when Paddy's one game up now, he's 2-1 up. Now you go for the doctor to actually retain that advantage.
Yep.
And if the shorter shot makes the difference, you take it.
And speaking of going for the doctor, here he comes. So he stalked the blue ball. He's lining up. It's a beautiful cast. Looks like good contact. He's interested.
Good contact.
Oh, that
it
looked
just
like a
slid,
whisker down there.
Just slid past the side. I could feel it go by. The breeze on it past the other ball.
Well, speaking of breeze, Joe, we really want to thank you for your time coming to join us. Like we said, it's brilliant to have you back around the scene.
I love to be
here. We hope
here.
we've got many more stories to share, and we know that you'll be going over to Park Up to watch the rest of the match with Roger and the team.
Yep.
And it's fantastic to have you back supporting Croquet in Aotearoa, passing on your wisdom.
Thank you.
And we really appreciate your time today, Joe.
Yeah, it's nice to be here, and I'd like to say hello to my wife Robin in Gisborne, and who's been watching some of this, and Matthew in Gisborne, and
Mary, of course, as well.
Mary and Tom Ranui, who's getting married next month, and a couple of months, and Sam in Wellington. He's now up at Kihiki. He rang me up when he heard the result. He was delighted. So yeah. No, great to have your guys' support, because without you, I wouldn't be able to come here and play.
Fantastic, Joe.
So great. Now, thank you very
Kia ora,
much.
Joe Hogan,
Cheers.
New
Kia ora.
Zealand. So joining me back in the hot seat, we've got Luke Rives. So kia ora, Luke. Welcome back to the commentary box.
Kia ora, Jared, and happy to step out of the seat to allow Joe to talk. He's got some awesome stories and some great experience to share.
Oh, for sure, mate, for sure. And like we've said, we just really enjoy the wisdom and the stories. And Logan's just having a quick hydration stop, and then he'll be out for Game 4. Break up.
Yeah, that was a nice controlled break from Logan. It got loose in the middle there, but to be able to bring that back together through that middle part and then finish in a good spot with a really nice diagonal spread was a really, really solid effort.
Just saying. So Logan walks back onto the lawn. Just a reminder, you can see it on the scoreboard in the top left. Logan game down 2-1 in the best of 5, and just while he's looking to play his turn, a shout out and a thanks to our sponsors, reading from left to right, for Kata Māori for the broadcasting platform, Bailey's, Caltex, New Zealand Carbon Farming, and Apollo Projects. So without all of our generous sponsors, this fantastic level of streaming wouldn't be possible. So we really appreciate all your mahi in allowing us to bring this streaming to you.
Logan's got an interesting next sort of 10 minutes ahead of him. And the reason I say that, Jared, is I'm keen to get your thoughts. You know, he's just seen Paddy complete 2 triples.
Yep.
He started one and didn't quite get it done. Well, that was quite delayed, or the delayed start. What are your thoughts here? I mean, he can really climb back into it by completing one, but does he choose to keep it simple?
Based on the line that he's just taken, where he's playing to rush partner to hoop one. Yeah, he's saying, I want that triple to equalise straight away. He doesn't want to give Paddy the shot. He's played a really good recovery rush there, but I think in my mind, I'd like to see Logan just simplify things. That last break, yes, it got to fallback, and yes, he finished with a really good leave, but there were multiple times where it could have just unravelled. So I would like to see Logan put the break as first priority. Any peels are a bonus, and I think his break was put at the priority if he put partner to hoop 2 in that situation. You know, there is every chance that I'll be proved wrong, and that's a pretty good start with his nice takeoff to hoop 1. Wants to play a nice cut on this to make the next shot easier, where he'll be sending partner to 3 back. Like we mentioned, chasing that triple peel.
So if I understand you correctly there, Jared, the easier line of play would have been to send partner ball up to 2, getting the rush from the Pungle ball at the peg down to 1.
Yeah.
But then that makes the triple a
The
little bit
peeling
more
a lot
difficult.
harder. Agreed.
And given that partner ball is over it too, so interesting choice there from Logan early.
And also just a sign of confidence, which is, I think, a really good sign if you're in the position where you are game down. Break up in game 4.
I think also too, we're into the fourth game of 5, or potentially 5. And these guys are really starting to get used to the lawns and the conditions. We talked about how difficult they were, but if there's one thing I've seen from Paddy and Logan over the last week is that there's almost a sadistic glint in the eye when they talk about how tight and tough the lawns are and the fact they're going to be mowed and the fact there's new hoop holes. So while the rest of us are kind of quaking a little bit and a bit nervous, these guys just can't wait.
Well up for it.
I guess this is the other part of the challenge here, right? So the way that diagonal spread has been set, he's going to have to be really accurate here to make sure he can actually get that rush up to 2.
Yeah, and I think we can see there is a clear gap between Pungle and the Po, so between black and the peg. So I don't think he'll have many issues, but it does just come into play, and also the fact he just has to rush, 12, 13 yards to his hoop. He's played a great takeoff there to give himself a really good rush, so couldn't ask for much more. I give that close to 5 stars. And he's, the risk that he's taken at this stage is looking likely that there's going to be a reward from it, that he's going to have a standard triple. I think he'll be fine with this approach, especially knowing that he doesn't have to control that hoop 2. But, that's where it could have been a pioneer that he was rushing to. Other people would, suggest that he did exactly the right thing. And I think at the end of the day, it's only Logan that knows what he wanted to do and why. And as long as you're backing your own ability, that's a good way to approach the game.
Yeah, I guess it's a case of investing in a few slightly more difficult shots early to get what he needs as far as that opportunity to take it back to tour with a triple peel finish. Now, I'd be surprised or interested, Jared, if we do have any contact from the UK still, because looking at our watches, we're
sort of
after 3 in the
2:30
afternoon.
yeah.
She's a long night for anyone, but if you are still around, drop us a note.
Yeah, any questions or comments, please feel free to send them through. I would say we are almost at peak heat of the day. Just about pushing 30 degrees. The good news is that wind looks to have died out, so that'll be an advantage to both the players.
It's a really nice return Roquet after making hoop 2, sending black down to hoop 4, and he's going to get back up to hoop 3 and see if he can get that nice early peel in and get a really good head start on that triple peel.
So here we go. Beautiful hoop 4 in position. Be putting Kikorangi into the escape ball. And he's got the standard triple on offer. And great to see our camera crew doing a little bit of rotation. In my mind, they've got the toughest job in the day. A lot of them just baking out there in the sun. And the amount of focus that it takes to keep those cameras looking into that small screen, it's a phenomenal effort from all of our volunteers.
It's interesting at the moment here, Jared, like you can almost feel it getting a little bit tense. Things have quietened right down. Everyone's paying really close attention. You get the feeling that this match in the 4th game is on a little bit of a tipping point.
And I think with, all the respect to both players, the way they've performed this event, the match is almost deserving of going to 5 games. And I hope if it does go to 5, that's almost a little bit easier to handle, because unfortunately we can only have one winner. And they're both just hitting the ball so well, and it's, I would say a quality. I know there's been a few errors, but considering the conditions, I think it's a real quality final.
No, and what we've seen is Logan overroll that approach. The Red Bull's really fired on.
Sailed. And
he's
not
gone
even
straight
be able to
straight past that hoop.
I think he might be clear on. We'll see that in the replay there. It just carried on. And Corfai looks open, so he can play some sort of scatter shot.
Don't know that he can. He's taken the option to play straight back into corner 3.
And considering the internal frustration that there would be right then, I think that's some really good composure from Logan. You know, there's been a history of New Zealand younger players to show that frustration and to just release unnecessary emotions. So I think that's a really maturing effect and a great signal for where Logan's headspace is in this match.
Yeah, it's a conversation Logan and I had during the doubles. I definitely had growing frustration at times, getting used to the lawns and dealing with some tricky situations. And the word he was using was temperament, and I think he's shown a great example there. Although it'll be incredibly frustrating to play that shot and overroll, to show the calm to actually deal with that, head back into the corner, and then look, Paddy just needs to take the lawn and see what he can do. And Paddy's chosen, with the balls where they were, to take the rush directly to hoop 1. to see if he can start his break with both his clips on 1 and 1. And just to confirm, Logan there failing hoop 3 with his other red clip on 4-back. He was looking to get that peel underway, but in doing so, slightly overrolled as he was coming back to make hoop 3. So it's a really nice start from Paddy, just making hoop 1 under control. And he has that cut rush down to the south boundary. Logan had left his pioneer at hoop 4. So Paddy's got a bit of a task here to get things moving. But he'll be looking to settle in and see what he can do to get that first break of his round to 4-back. And sitting down beside me, we've got Greg Bryant has just joined us.
Kia ora, Luke. Kia ora, everybody. Nice afternoon here, and tension is building. I can feel it out here. There's a hush that's come over the crowd. Quite a critical time in the match here. It could swing significantly either way right now, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see the disappointment in Logan's face. He'd be incredibly frustrated letting that opportunity slip. We were mentioning exactly that just before that error from Logan. That it does feel like we're at a real tipping point here. I think Jared mentioned would almost like to see it go to 5 because that's kind of what it deserves.
I think it is deserving of the effort these two are putting in. It's the control on these balls has been just a pleasure to watch. And we're heading towards quite a climax in this match, I think. Paddy with a great opportunity here to really put the screws on Logan to turn things in his favour at this point.
And I think behind us here we just have a result in the plate final where it looks like Stefan Hora has just won the second game over Kerry Johnson. And we'll wait a moment and see if we can give you a score from that match. Now, Greg, I understand you would have played a number of years on these lawns at United in conditions not too dissimilar to this. So in these kinds of high-pressure matches at the pointy end of a tournament, how are the guys kind of dealing with that, and how does that play out over the course of a day?
I think it's interesting at this stage in the match. Quite often I find for myself nerves can come into play a little bit here, and how you manage that sort of pressure. And try and avoid being overwhelmed by the overall outcome of the match at this point is really important to manage from a player's perspective. For myself, I like to just, when that pressure really comes on, is just to try and concentrate solely on my own processes and what I'm doing in each shot, breaking it down to every shot individually, making sure that I'm just repeating my own processes that I know are reliable without being overwhelmed by the pressure of the situation.
See there, Paddy just playing that takeoff out of the shade into the faster spot. I think he's given himself a yard and a half on a slight angle.
It's a tricky hoop. It's quite challenging. One of the more difficult ones we've seen Paddy have to try and take on. But if he makes it, he's a great opportunity to go around. Oh, it's a beautiful shot.
It's lovely. Went through nice and clean.
Fabulous hoop stroke there. Straight through to the boundary, hardly caught any wire. Now has a simple pickup on black and a red in the vicinity of hoop 3 as a pioneer.
The other question I have for you, Greg, is just on these lawns. We talk about them a lot, and particularly at United with the sun out. Do you kind of continue to read the lawn across the day, or do you kind of try and get it out of your head and just trust yourself that you're going to adjust as it goes, right? Because I guess across the course of the week, I kind of found myself overthinking it at times.
You can do. I think over the duration of something like a best of 5, you are adjusting throughout the day as it happens. But both of these players have been in play a lot now. Both have a pretty good feel for what the lawn feels like, and they'll be, it's playing accordingly. However, what interests me in this, despite the difficulty of these conditions, Logan almost had himself playing into a standard triple peel there and was keen to have a go at it, which in itself is a sign of his confidence even on these tricky lawns.
Yeah, and I think also too, part of me says that I may be second guessing here, but with Paddy having completed 2 triple peels, Logan's probably thinking, geez, if I'm going to win the New Zealand Open and deserve it, why not have a go? I'm probably going to have to do it because I don't want to give Paddy too many chances.
Yeah, great call, Luke. I'm sure that might have helped to influence the lines of play he took to get himself into that position, thinking that the standard here is being maintained, and Paddy is showing that he's increasing that pressure on the game with 2 triple peels in a row in games 2 and 3 to take a 2-1 lead. It's a very significant statement. Yeah, Blues travel kicked on a little bit there. He's about a 4-yarder back to his hoop. This will require, although it looks fairly short, will require a pretty accurate shot. You won't want to be overhitting this and getting too much distance. On these speeds, the balls can tend to go offline a bit if it's a really light shot on fast conditions.
Yeah, we've talked a few times about it's those last roll and a half when the ball's slowing down where it can kind of turn left or right and make all the difference.
That kick-off that Logan got with yellow even at close quarters was quite significant movement.
Is there a point in the day, on a sunny day on these lawns, where you expect them to kind of peak in terms of the speed of the lawns? Obviously it depends on the temperature and what's happening, but is there a typical rule of thumb around this time of day that you expect them to get to their fastest?
Well, I think about now is about we're looking at about 3:30 in the afternoon. We're probably still nudging about 28 degrees. There's still significant pace in the lawns, but I'd expect over the next hour or hour and a half, if it goes that long, we'll start to see that things will become a little bit easier to manage as the pace goes off the lawn a little bit. But certainly right now, I think with this pressure as it is, there's still a few gusts of wind coming through now and again. It's about as testing as it gets.
Oh, look what's happened here. So we've had a repeat scenario. The players just had a look at each other and shared a little wry smile. It's almost the same angle, a very similar shot, and Paddy has just overrolled the approach to the very same hoop where Logan did the same error about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm thinking also on both of those, and in Paddy's instance there, he had that about a 4-yarder to his pioneer ball. He wasn't able to keep the break as tight as he would like to, which clearly on these faster conditions is really important to have a really tight pioneer, nice short croquet strokes for the striker's ball, and that is just simply the outcome of that break not being quite as tight as he would like.
Would it be an element of character in the lawn with a slope coming out of that corner, do you think, or have they just had a particularly fast spot?
Well, a bit of both. It is quick around there. There is also a bit of a slope. Given the tight hoops, you do really want to be nice and tight on that hoop approach to get a really nice position dead in front of the hoop. Paddy's not managed to do so on that occasion, and the same as you say, the same outcome as Logan had 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I think absolutely middled it. And I'm just having a quick look, Greg. I'll put it to you in a second, but I'll just point out to our viewers and listeners, looking at where the balls are, looking at his partner ball red, how close it is to fullback, where he's going to get blue from. Might not happen straight away, but do you think he's going to still consider trying to set up for some form of peeling turn?
That is a really interesting question, one that I can't answer right now. I think it depends on his intent. If he's feeling like he can really grab this break quickly within a couple of shots, pull out a really good shot here with that rush on his partner ball close to the hoop. I think he'll take a speculative look now, determine what he might do on the outcome of this next croquet stroke coming up. If he picks up a tight rush on that red 2 hoop 3, I think he'll have a go at playing out that standard triple peel.
Yeah, he's got all the balls on this side of the lawn. Looks like he'll definitely be working towards that outcome. But then interesting as to how that develops, whether he takes the more conservative option and focuses on completing the break, getting that second ball around and saying to Paddy, go ahead.
I think so. The other thing to consider here is both of them have had that issue approaching hoop 3 in the last few minutes. It might be that he will want to retain a bit of space on the non-playing side of hoop 3 with the red ball. Blue's a bit too tight there.
Yeah, interesting
because
outcome there.
I'm expecting that he's going to lay off his approach on hoop 3 if he doesn't get really tight on this, just to make sure that he can get himself into a hoop runnable position and not make the same error twice. Therefore, if he sails through that hoop, having given himself a bit of space, well, then we're immediately into a delayed triple. And that is going to get
difficult.
a bit tricky.
I think from where I am, they touched and they might just be sitting in contact.
It's going to force him, I think, to have to take off from the red for position from the inside, meaning he won't get red into a position where he can put it into a peelable position after scoring hoop 3.
Yeah. He looks like he's going to play straight through.
Or is he looking at that peel now? I can't quite see the angle from here.
I don't. No, we are looking at it from side on. He may actually be looking at doing that now, but...
No, I don't think he could take position as well. Fabulous and very aggressive option if he does. He's just played it out, but he's made sure of that hoop running position.
Yeah, he hasn't peeled, he's just played straight through. We didn't quite get the angle from where we're sitting. We've said it a number of times across the course of today, Greg, and that's prioritising the break. The one thing Logan does not want to do is fail again.
And that might be exactly what's going through his mind right now, given that red is now out of a appealable position. He might be thinking, well, I've got to prioritise my break. Black is still quite loose as a pioneer for hoop 4 with some distance, and so he might be looking to actually rush red back down the lawn closer to black to get a tight rush to hoop 4.
I guess what we're saying is there's a case for just settling it back down, getting a break back under control before thinking about anything else.
And it looks to me that's what he's played for. He's played back outside of the red. He can field blue to somewhere useful for a bit later on. But it'll be interesting if he leaves that there as an escape ball to set up the delayed triple peel now, or whether he just focuses solely on establishing a reliable and controllable break for a striker's ball yellow.
And just while you talk that through, Greg, I think I just heard a round of applause coming from the far lawn, lawn 1. And I believe, if I can see things correctly, we've just seen Levi Franks win the second game and take the bronze medal match. So that is an amazing result for Levi.
That is phenomenal by the young Canterbury man in his first appearance at a New Zealand Open Championship. Well done, Levi. That is a magnificent outcome. Congratulations.
Yep, and well done, John. Very experienced player. He's given Levi a real challenge in that match. They've been on the lawn for quite some time and 2 games. But Levi has had an amazing tournament, Greg, and I know you do a lot of work in terms of development of players. What are your thoughts on Levi in terms of where he's at and kind of what he's achieved this week?
It's been really exciting seeing him coming through the ranks from the school-age tournaments, where he's been involved in successful doubles partnerships there before, into open competition such as this. It's really exciting. He'll be looking forward, I'm sure, to the under-21 championships coming up, and I think he still is of an age he can qualify for the World Under-21s in America coming up shortly.
Yeah, that's awesome, and I think just as importantly, he's a really lovely young guy. So he's done really well. Congratulations, Levi.
So I think our questions have been answered here in the final, where Logan has now loaded hoop 5 with partner ball, so it's unlikely we're going to see a triple peel attempt in this turn, and he's just settling into trying to get yellow around.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's just a really sensible move, Greg. Like, unnecessarily giving himself too much to take on. Yep. He is under pressure. He's 2-1 down. If he wants to go on to win the New Zealand Open this year and take it 2 years in a row, he has to have this game. So when it's a must-win, it looks like he's making a sensible decision and looking like taking that ball all the way round. And we'll see what he does with 4-back later. But it looks like he's abandoned the triple for now, and he's just prioritising that break.
I would agree. I think that is his intention here by the looks of this. That the hitting percentages in this match have been very high, but it will have occurred to Logan, I'm sure. Paddy has proved in his last lift that actually you can miss. Maybe he's just relying on getting that striker's ball round to the peg, being 4-back and peg then, and putting as much pressure as possible on Paddy for that lift shot coming up. I'm sure that would have crossed his mind. It's a matter now to actually carry that out and manage the pressure that Logan is under, to then take his thoughts back to each individual shot and make sure he's just following his regular processes that he knows and playing a successful shot after successful shot.
Yeah, I love the idea that these are breaks that these guys have completed hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of times in practice and in games all around the country, and in these guys' case all around the world. But until you have to get onto a lawn and do it under pressure in a game that really, really matters, on lawns that are, can't describe them other than quick, that's tough.
It certainly is. This, at this level, in that situation, it's a whole other world. It's, these are the experiences and situations that I think a lot of croquet players live for. Afterwards, win or lose, I'm sure you'll look back fondly on how competitive this game has been to this point.
And we're seeing Logan early load of hoop 2. But in doing so, he's rolled past black, so he doesn't get that rush up the lawn that he was looking for.
Yeah, he's opted for the 2-back load directly after 5, just to shorten that distance for the front ball in the croquet stroke, and to keep the pioneers nice and tight. The problem here is that he's now going to be faced with quite a long roll shot for both balls on this croquet stroke, loading the 1-back hoop with black as a pioneer, whilst getting as tight as he can on that blue.
Yeah, that blue ball, Kikorangi, it's not in a bad position in front of hoop 5, but the pressure comes on. I think these guys, they know when to dial in and focus on the shots that really matter.
Interesting thing here too, Luke, is that front ball is heading into that greener region up by 1-back, whereas yellow is crossing a very fast piece of the lawn there up to hoop 6. But he's held it, he's holding it, it's finished pretty well. I think he's going to be reasonably happy with that. Black is a bit short, but as I say, he's playing into a heavier spot on the lawn there.
And as this match progresses, I mean, let's remind ourselves that this was the same 2 players about a year ago in the final of last year's New Zealand Open. So there's kind of an ongoing battle we've got here.
Absolutely.
We've got 2-1 now with Logan ahead in the 4th to try and make it to, or to take it to a 5th. And we've got Paddy trying to seek a bit of redemption from being tipped up by Logan this time last year.
I know Paddy is very keen to get one back on Logan in the race for the title. I'm fairly sure this is a second title opportunity for both of them. And they'll both be very keen to have their name on that challenge trophy.
Do you think it makes any difference with Logan being from this part of the country? I know he's South Canterbury, but he would have played a lot of croquet here at United over the years. Paddy's been around a long time, so he's not unfamiliar with these lawns. But do you think there's any advantage in this being where Logan practices and plays a lot of his croquet?
No, I think in regards to the lawns here at United and the conditions, I don't think there would be a significant advantage to either player for the experience that Paddy has had on them over time. Logan, as you say, equally has the opportunity to practice on them regularly, being a Cantabrian at this point. No, I don't see a significant advantage in that. I think Logan is coping with this very well, considering because Paddy's experience on various conditions is extensive, more so than the opportunities that Logan has had so far in his career. But he's coping very well. I mean, we do know Logan. He's just very recently won the golf croquet national title within the last few weeks. And typically those are more open, more powerful shots that he's playing more regularly, but he is showing some excellent touch in these conditions.
I'll test your New Zealand croquet history here, Greg. Look, I know that Logan is the current holder of both, given that he won the New Zealand Open AC last year and GC most recently only a couple of weeks ago. But is there anyone else who's done that in the same calendar year? It might be a question we can check on, but you talk about Tiger Woods in golf. He had the Tiger Slam, which was the Grand Slams over different years. I don't think anyone's achieved it in the same calendar year, but it'll be a good one to find out. Is there anyone, and given that, within 2 weeks?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure that there has been a dual title holder to this point. This one we're having a look at, actually, I couldn't tell you what the answer to that is, but it doesn't spring to mind that there has been a dual holder previously.
Yeah, and quite impressive to be playing at this level in two different parts or two different forms of the game across a 2-week period, having played with Logan in the doubles and the lead into this tournament. I know he had been focusing on his golf croquet quite a lot, so he might not have had as much AC practice as he might have liked. Crammed a bit in the last week, but to move from one to the other, he's very familiar with both, but it's still a pretty impressive feat, really.
Yep. No, I'd have to go to the records to have a look at that.
We'll see if we can grab someone to find out for us, and later on today, because I'm sure we'll have time, we'll come back with the answer.
I'm sure there might be an Edmund Fordyce or somebody sidelines that's thinking my memory is not too good. So Logan has double loaded the 3-back here. Again, it's a little bit of insurance in these heavier lawns to be able to have two pioneers at your next hoop. I think I overheard Jared talking earlier in the commentary about giving you 2 bites at the cherry of a good position at a hoop. So Logan powers through 2-back. One of his true strengths, and he does very regularly, is that powerful shot, and we're seeing a lot of that out of the golf croquet players in the younger generation now that will typically play these lines, throwing that front ball fairly deep so that they can then power through the hoop.
So I've just checked with Jared Coots, a real student of the game, and he is pretty confident that it hasn't been done. So he did point out to me as we discussed that Logan technically has it now. He winning it last year and this year. But I think it just shows what an impressive feat it is to win the both in the same calendar year. And I guess more importantly, within 2 weeks of each other. So too early to call it, obviously. He's got a lot of work to do. But yeah, a real talent in the game at the moment, Greg.
And quite a inspiration for a lot of players also coming through of the younger generation that have taken up association croquet. I know players like Levi here at this tournament, Josh Winter, another local Canterbury player, and a few others that will be looking at what Logan's achieved, and I'm sure they have aspirations to be doing the same in the pretty near future. It'll be great to match up against those guys when they turn up and see if we can still give them a good run for their money. But
yeah, and Levi had a white hot crack at him in the quarterfinal, I think it was. He managed to take a game off him, so it's really nice to have that level of competition. People coming through that can keep the real top players honest. I'd say Logan might look back at that and be quite thankful that he was tested early in the tournament, because it puts him on edge for the match that he's in right now.
Yeah, really good call. Good call that. It doesn't hurt to have a fairly tough one a bit earlier on, just so that you can lock into the event and get your focus where it needs to be. Know that you're not always invincible, and have to try and maintain good control of things, which Logan seems to have here right at this point. He's got red pretty handy to fall back. I wonder if we're going to see a peel on red as he's coming through there.
I was going to ask you that exact same question. So his pioneer for fallback is his partner ball red, and it is tight into the hoop. Not exactly in front, but it does put it right down there in a position close to the hoop. So what are his options there, Greg, as far as coming through? I know the straight triple is incredibly challenging. On these lawns, do you even have a go?
Well, he might be tempted. I'm sure Logan is aware of the low percentage outcomes for straight triple peels. They do require, let alone a significant amount of skill, they do require a little bit of luck along the way. It's been a while since I've seen a straight triple peel in a national event. I remember watching Harps Taharangi's first triple peel that he ever completed was a straight triple peel in Wanganui, I think it was, some time ago. So some years ago now. But straight triple peels are very rare, even more so in a New Zealand Open final.
So at what point in the next few shots will we get that clue, Greg? What shot are we looking for to give us a sense that he might be looking at that as an option?
Yeah, well, this is where it'll become evident. There are a couple of options here, Luke. If he's the first giveaway will be a reception ball other than the pioneer ball behind fallback. So if he brings blue up to fallback now and drops that just a yard or two to the non-playing side of fallback, then we might well be looking at a straight fallback peel where he can then hit the other reception ball, in this case being blue, to try and get a rush on red.
That's exactly where it's going.
Yeah, that's where it's going. To get a rush on that red, then over to Penalt.
Yep, Logan's not shy. He is not shy of a challenge.
I'm sure he's thinking about it right now. He just had a little glance at red on the way through, and I think he was looking at where he might like red to end up for an attempt at a peel on fallback here.
Now he's playing the croquet stroke here. This will tell us for sure.
Yeah, that reception ball really needs to remain east of the hoop. If it goes west, then he might sneak in one straight peel, but he's not looking at a straight triple peel here. He's double loaded Penalt, so he's very intent on getting this yellow ball to the peg.
Yep, and I think that's a really smart move. Yeah, this might be a one peel done, perhaps.
Yep, not even looking at the peel.
He's not looking at that. So, yep, he's putting all the eggs in the basket of going to the peg. throwing all the pressure back on Paddy and saying, Paddy, if you're good enough, have a go and see if you can beat me from here.
Yeah, I think this is a great decision by Logan to not flirt with dangers there. Just get that ball around, put as much pressure as he can on Paddy for that lift shot that he's preparing himself for. And
it must have been tempting though, because the balls were there. He put the blue ball down behind.
It shows
fullback.
It shows some maturity to deny the appealing attempt.
Do you think that's probably been the biggest growth in Logan's game in the most recent period, is that maturity piece?
Very definitely. We can see he's well composed, even at times when things have gone awry for him. He has held his composure well. And mentally, he's very much in this match still.
Yeah, I love the fact that these guys too, quite different personalities, I guess. But you just love how both of them get themselves up for the fight. Both are absolutely loving this challenge.
This is a great turn by Logan. He's taken this. He had a lucky opportunity in Paddy's misapproach to hoop 3. He's grabbed that opportunity. He's made the most of it here because this is looking really solid.
Kikorangi blue ball has gone right down as the perfect pioneer for Rover. As he takes the Pungall ball into position to make the approach to Penalt. Things are looking tight and under control. Paddy's having a drink over there in the shed. He'll be thinking about what might be left for me. He won't be thinking about the last lift shot he took, but he'll only be thinking about hitting and then making that first break.
Yes, he's. I'm sure he's reciting in his mind all of his successful lift shots under pressure in the past. Just trying to feel relaxed and capable when it comes his turn, which won't be too far away now, but it will be a pretty important shot in the context of this game as to whether or not he can set up an opportunity to get this thing done in 4 games, or whether or not we're more likely to be going to 5.
Yeah, looks like that. And I guess while Logan approaches Rover, interesting just to remind ourselves, this Corfi ball or yellow balls had an interesting journey to the peg. We had the overroll mistake on hoop 3, from quite a tight position, and we overrolled, thought he'd given it all away. Paddy then got in with that rush down to 1, came and made what would be described as a very similar error from the same angle, same hoop. And then Logan got back in again, but it doesn't stop there. He got himself into a bit of a pickle, kind of looking at the first peel of a triple. He had 2 balls touching and then found a way to make the hoop. And then from there settled back into quite a steady break.
He did. He came back into it very well. I've got to say also, off the back of an error and giving away that opportunity to be able to then come out, grab an opportunity that was given to him and make the most of it has been quite significant in this game. But certainly I think he's looking here for another diagonal spread, do you think, Luke?
Looks that way. He's left 2 balls up by the peg. The guys haven't taken on too much other than the diagonal spread in this match. Probably a reflection on how challenging it is and just keeping things simple.
Yes.
At this point.
Yep. I mean, it is very effective at maximising distance. The NSL, we've not seen any, and that is not surprising. If you get that wrong, it can be very wrong. We've seen a few very dry defensive leaves, opponents east and west and tight in second corner, a bit like an OSL, but for the majority of the time these two have been relying on their diagonal spreads and playing them very well. There's been some really nice diagonals played in this match.
And he's looking like setting this one really close. He hasn't sent the blue ball too far across the lawn at all.
Yeah, the advantage of that when your second ball is 3 back is it gives you an easier opportunity to load a pioneer at Penalt before you take on the rush to fullback. If you've got that western ball of the opponent's too far west, it's difficult to load Penalt and get a rush to fullback.
It does make this shot absolutely critical. He's not going to want to pop that out the side.
I think that's open. He's going to have to revisit that.
That is not ideal from Logan's point of view.
So this is, I think that's open, is it? Black and blue are open to each other there?
I'll have a quick look.
Yes, so black and blue are open. This is unfortunate for Logan, where he's now going to have to get some distance between his partner balls, and both of them are just played out onto the eastern boundary. Yellow close to corner 4, red is about 8 yards north of it, and Paddy's got a very easy pick-up here, so another opportunity to work himself back into this match, Luke.
Yeah, and this is probably another good example of when a score for a match isn't really telling the full story. We've had a lot of back and forth from these two guys. We talked about the yellow ball, the Corfi ball's journey to the peg. Yeah, it's been an interesting last sort of 45 minutes to an hour.
It has, mate. The tension's rising here. Paddy actually has, in the context of things, a good opportunity for a pick-up for a break straight away, because blue ball and his clip is for hoop 3, and I think blue actually has a rush out towards the opponent balls.
So Paddy's just wandered down to check the time before coming on, but as Greg said, the blue ball does have a rush down to the corner, so the yellow ball's in corner 4, and then coming back up the east boundary, the red ball will likely be taken up to hoop 3 to see if Paddy can get the blue ball underway again.
I don't think time is going to become a factor in this game. We've still got an hour 50 of credit with not too many hoops to go to a finish here. Blue is the trailing ball, but potentially after this turn, that'll also be in the mix for a fullback peg, somewhere like that. The striker's bobbled a little bit there, but it's still got enough on the black to be able to rush it out to this eastern boundary close to red, which is what he wants to get this break started.
Would he have liked to have had that down towards corner 4 in the yellow ball?
Well, that would have been nice. I think that the opportunity to get a tighter pioneer at 4, having done that, would be quite good. But look, I think he'll take that. He's fairly close to the red. He should be able to make some of good use of the red from that distance.
Yeah, and I guess for these guys, that pick-up of the ball out of corner 4, it's a good one for us newer to the game to learn. That 3-ball break round from 1 to 4, picking up the ball in the corner and bringing it in, so it won't be anything that Paddy has too much issue with.
No, I think he'll play out to that now to try and get himself a tight. He'll be able to promote red in just a little bit, but he'll still have a pioneer black for 4. He'll get a tight rush on this yellow ball back towards hoop 3, and then he'll look to bring red back into the break after he's successfully made hoop 3. By hoop 5, if he can get a nice tight hoop 5 pioneer, then he will be expecting that he's got a break established to be able to go round on.
We talked a bit earlier on, Greg, about the streaming of this match and the fantastic resource it is for newer players to the game to watch these back over time and see how these little tricky scenarios are navigated. It's awesome to kind of watch these and try and predict what's happening and where the balls are going to be going next.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a great opportunity to be looking at what these tactical lines of play are that these guys use regularly, and to try and emulate that. A lot of players coming through have the aspirations of completing a triple peel at some stage in their careers, and we've seen a couple of excellent examples so far that they could rewind and have a good look at.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Greg. Like, I'd like to think someday soon I might be able to complete one. I haven't gone anywhere close yet, but if talking about them is the first stage, then I think I'm going okay. But yeah, really cool to see these guys. You can almost see it ticking around in their minds as to how they're manipulating the balls into position, and not only that, the decisions they take on when to go for it and when not.
Excellent hoop approach. Excellent hoop approach. That was at quite some distance from the hoop, Luke. And of course, he was affected from the other side with that overroll. In this case, Blues held really nicely. He's thrown that Kofi very deep there, so he can have a good go at this hoop. Doesn't have to hold back at all.
And there we go. That hoop 3 is biting.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yep, there'll be real disappointment there. He gave it a bit much. Was it not as smooth as he usually would go at a ball?
That is not a typical Chapman hoop that we've seen in this match so far. He could have got some advantage from that if that had actually run, that it might have well ended up on the southern boundary close to red, making it a little bit easier to pick up the break. But as it is, Paddy's back in the shelter.
We see Logan lining up on the red ball, which is his fullback ball.
There's a bit of forward, I think, if I analyse that shot again, I think there might have been a bit of forward acceleration in Paddy's swing on that hoop approach. Can often cause you to pull the mallet a little off centre and be not quite as accurate.
And that's a nice Croquet, nice corkity.
That's a great controlled shot. He was firing into a bit of danger there with opponent ball at the northern end. Had that slip through, so that's an excellent pick up by Logan.
So what we're seeing now, Greg, is that unfortunately Paddy failed hoop 3, which as we know is also hoop 4 back. So Logan has the gift of a pioneer sitting right beside fullback. He needs to take that ball to the peg, and if he can manage that, we're 2-2 going to a 5th.
Yep. He's Paddy will know he's given up a match, a game point here. That Logan will be very... Oh, even Logan on that short shot. See how Red wiggled around there, rolled on an extra ball length, and hasn't quite got that rush pointed where he wanted it to. He might look at actually loading Penalt region now on this rush.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
No, he's played for the line between the two, which is a better option overall. Typically, you want to be loading pioneers on croquet strokes rather than rushing them into position.
So he's going to play a nice wide split here. Prioritising the break, getting down to that blue ball. It is quite close to that wire, so he might just push it past. That is really nice touch. What are your thoughts, Greg?
That's pretty handy. The only thing that could have been handier would have been perhaps to just tap blue on the way through. In this case, he's just playing away from that position he wants to be. It's going to require just a small... Oh, no, he's okay. That's perfect.
Yeah, just rushed it
back
up.
The wrong angle here. But no, he's right in front. Excellent hoop running position. This looks like a finish to me, Luke.
Yeah, and I think the challenge for Logan at this point is it is very close to a finish. We would be expecting him to do so, but I guess it's staying focused, staying with your process. He's still got 2 hoops to make. He won't want to get ahead of himself at all here because he'd be kicking himself if he got a bit relaxed on it.
I think another error would just be a real shock for him now. I think he'd be very intent on getting this thing around, and he's got a great opportunity to do so. He's got a rush here back towards that pivot ball. He can load hoop 5. He's held blue beautifully for a good position on black. I'm betting on a run straight to the peg here.
Yeah, and partner at Penalt is ideal when we're getting to this point.
No change. No need to change polarities and things. You can come through Penalt off partner and then leave partner close to the peg while you go off to make rover and come back to it. Peg out. Grab yourself a water and get psyched for game 5.
How good is this?
Pressure's mounting, mate. This is going to be quite a climax to an epic final in epic conditions. I'm looking forward to it.
Yep, absolutely. I think we'll both be looking for a little bit of a break as we head into the 5th. These guys, the level of concentration, I know we're all watching, sitting around, but these guys have been going since not long after 8 a.m. this morning. The breaks haven't been long breaks. We're at 4 p.m. this afternoon. So by my calculations, that's 8 hours already, with probably only about 40 minutes break time within that. So the level of concentration required is really quite impressive.
It is under this pressure, in this heat, in these conditions. Best of 5 is a marathon match, especially when you do go to 5, which this one is now looking very likely to do. But it's just their level of mental fitness is obviously very high.
Yeah. So while we see Logan here running Penalt, heading towards Rover. He's through there. We'll just confirm that we've had a couple of results come through. So I touched on it earlier, but Stefan Hora has won the plate. His last game was 26-17. So Kerry Johnson gave Stefan a real push in both games. I believe Stefan came from behind in the first one of those. A really tight finish. In 26-17, Kerry would have had his chances. Might be a bit disappointed, but happy to push Stefan quite hard in that best of 3, which Stefan took 2-0.
Yeah, well, I think they've had quite a battle through the week, those two. I think they also had a very close result in the earlier block play, coming out of the same qualifying block. So Logan's approaching Rover now. He's got a nice deep ball there behind Rover in case he needs it, and it'll give him the opportunity, if he wants to run Rover quite firmly and very positively through to black, and then turn on the other balls to take blue close to yellow for a nice tight rush on yellow, closer to the peg, and to take game 4, Luke.
So I've just ducked off and had a quick look. We touched on Levi's performance, and I can just confirm that he took game 2 26-17. So again, another quite interactive match that
Awesome.
was pushed quite hard.
Approaches the final hoop. Slightly angled, but very handy. He's only a foot or so out. Doesn't look too concerned about this, but he's looking to play this quite positively and right through. There it goes.
Yep, straight through to the line. Coming back onto black, and he's left that yellow ball behind. He'll head back down, and this should be really straightforward. We talked about betting the house on it. This is another time for that. And pleasingly for the spectators, unless they've got anywhere to be, we're going to a 5th of a best of 5.
And what an occasion it'll be. Nice if this wind died down a little bit. It'd be a glorious evening to be watching a bit of croquet live. But it's the place to be, Luke.
Absolutely. And before we see Logan finish off here, Greg, I know you've been involved for quite a number of years with croquet all around the world. Like, what are your thoughts on, we've got lots of people watching from other parts of the world. What does this say about the level of croquet in New Zealand at the moment for people around the world who are watching in on this and seeing the quality of a final like we're seeing today?
Well, if I was sitting in any other Tier 1 country, I'd be noting the depth that we are developing in AC in New Zealand. And it's very encouraging to see. A good number of young players coming through and performing really well. I think the future in association croquet for New Zealand is looking very bright, and looking forward to seeing some of these younger guys, performing internationally in the future.
Yeah, and if Paddy and Logan and the show they're putting on today is being watched in New Zealand and around the world, it's a really good sign for the level that's being achieved in New Zealand. And the show that two of our best players are putting on, I'm sure is being appreciated.
Well, I'm certainly appreciating it, mate. It's good to be here.
So we see Logan peg out, and you hear the pucky, the clapping. So that's Logan taking the fourth match to go 2-all. We're heading to a fifth.
We're going to a fifth, Luke. Looking forward to that. The players will take a 10-minute break now, and likewise we will do the same. And so we'll go to a short ad break, and we'll be back shortly with the epic fifth game of this best of five between Paddy Chapman and Logan McCorkindale for the 2024 New Zealand Open Championship.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable, and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Tēnā koutou katoa, and welcome back to Game 5 of the 2024 New Zealand Open Championships. Joining me in the commentary box is helping out again Nelson Morrow. Kia ora, Nelson, welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to see this game go to 5. There's certainly nothing between these two players, and they've both played some excellent croquet.
Yeah, completely agree, Nelson, and I think it's a worthy match. In some instance, it wouldn't have done it justice if it had finished in 4.
Absolutely.
So, both players, I hope, at the end will be incredibly proud of their performance. I know we can only have one winner, but one hell of a match, and this, to me, sets the scene for the standard of New Zealand Open finals going forwards.
Absolutely. No, fantastic final. And as we were just, a little correction, we just checked on the New Zealand Honours Board. If Logan was to take this title, he would be the first person since Chris Clark in 2007 to hold both the GC and AC New Zealand national titles.
So, Clarkie, we hope you're tuning in, and apologies about that earlier. And speaking of which, that's a great shot from Logan. So he's going to have a good opportunity to set himself a nice leave third turn. I'd be surprised if he tries to go around. That really puts some pressure on Paddy's fourth turn shot.
Absolutely. But in saying that, Levi Franks was playing on lawn 1, one of the most difficult lawns here. In his game 2, he did a third turn 3-ball break to 4-back.
Yes.
We also did a measuring of the lawns between this after the last game, and the lawns are now running at 12.7.
Yes, so closer to 13 seconds, which means some of those patches in front
Will
of those
be
hoops, that'll just be skating
They'll
past.
be skating, yep. Yep, he's looking at just setting a good leave here.
I think it will be interesting, Nelson, that the lawns will be probably past their fastest point of the day.
Yeah, you've probably got another half an hour at this, and then they'll start
to mellow out a little bit.
Yep. The wind is sort of coming in, still a few gusts, but not as bad as I think it was earlier.
So I think there's obviously more tension involved in this game, and from talking to a few people who are around the sidelines and watching, and it's almost as if it's becomes even more important to just get the fundamentals right in Game 5. You know, when you've got the innings, it's getting the basics right. You don't have to do things that are fancy.
Right.
Just completing the turns and making sure that you leave the lawn under control. Keeping the innings is key. Who shoots the best in this game is going to have a significant bearing on the final outcome, and Logan will be really happy with that start to the turn.
So he has set a rush to black on the other side of the lawn, so Paddy will probably be shooting at red and yellow. If he misses, it gives Logan a good chance of getting a break started. So Paddy has taken his ball to A-balk, and he's shooting at red and yellow from the A-balk.
Now, if we have a look at the successful victories from both Paddy and from Logan. So Logan won last year in was it Upper Hutt that we were playing at?
We were playing in.
It was definitely Wellington.
We were in Paraparaumu, weren't we?
Yep, Paraparaumu.
And on the Kapiti Coast.
Yep. I remember
and
great shot from Paddy. That's all it needs.
That's all it needs.
I remember Paddy's first title because it was one hell of a week. I remember a house load of us, Wanganui, 2010. And one thing that was incredibly special and meant a lot to Paddy was that John flew up from Christchurch. John being John Prince, one of Paddy's major mentors growing up in Croquet, and got to witness him take his first New Zealand Open champs, and that was a victory over Stephen Mulliner from England, 3-1, I believe. Paddy's second title against Felix in 2021-22. Do you remember where that was, Nelson?
Yes, I do. That was, I'm just having a mental memory of and visualization of where that was.
Because it was 3-0.
Possibly
the Mount?
I've got to visualise.
Aiken beat Greg at the Mount. I don't think it was at United. Anyone that remembers or that was there at the venue, between Nelson and I, we're having a mind block.
It wasn't. No, I was thinking Taranaki, but that doesn't seem quite. I'm just trying to visualise the lawn.
It'll come back to us. We'll figure it out and we'll update the viewers.
What was it, Harua?
Quite possibly, actually. I don't think I was there for that one.
No,
but they did host an event up there.
Yeah, I think it was Harua. I think that's what I can visually see the lawn, and that's what's coming to my mind. But
well, I think it would mean a lot to both of these players. I think both of them would view United as the traditional home of Croquet.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and this is where there's been some great New Zealand finals. Worlds, so there's been some great matches here.
Agreed.
The Worlds in 2008, is it 8 or 6?
Yep,
6.
2008.
Eight between Chris Clark and Rutger Fulford. Yeah.
Fulford in the semi, Mulliner in the final.
I thought it was Fulford and Clark in the final. No?
Again, we'll check the stats. someone will know straight away. Clarkie, if you're listening, I think it was against Mulliner.
To me, I thought it was that Fulford had taken the first 2 games and it was a break up in the second.
And that was the semi-final because Chris came back from 2-0 down against Fulford in the semi
he did a TPO on
got him back
Fulford.
into the game.
Yeah, was that a semi? Was it?
It was a semi. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he regards that as his greatest comeback that he's ever been involved with. But back to the New Zealand-based final. So we'll just do a quick recap of the day. So players arrived at the venue just before 8 a.m. We've had 4 games so far, and obviously we're 2 apiece. But just looking at the scores, there has been, I guess, a number of errors from both players throughout the days. But to me, the hitting's been phenomenal.
Absolutely.
There hasn't been many mislifts at all.
No, and most of those errors tend to have come from basically not getting in front of the hoops.
Agreed.
The lawn taking it to the side and giving an angled, difficult hoop. And as we said earlier, these hoops are in new holes. They are very tightly set and they're rigid in the ground. Unless you're, right in front or slightly to an angle, these balls are not going to go through.
So Logan took the first 26-14. Paddy came back with a 26-14. Paddy took the third 26-7, and then Logan kept it together in game 4 to come back 26-2. So, like we said, a deserving 5th game. It sort of gives the match justice, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And we're really excited to see what can happen. Who's going to be the first to blink?
So Paddy is certainly starting on his break here. He's managed to run into the red ball.
And Nelson, just confirming you were correct, thanks to Felix, it was indeed Hawera.
Good memory, haven't I?
Yeah, still got it.
Yes, in fact, I suppose I should remember because Felix actually knocked me out in the quarters.
There you go. So that looks like a tricky hoop 2 to me, Nelson. That's
certainly
15 degrees. Do we think?
That doesn't look easy.
Here comes the cast.
And a rejection.
Computer says no.
The computer says no.
Now, has he rejected to wide from red, or is that wide open? I think there's a chance it could be wide from red.
Could be wide, yep.
Here comes the replay.
Yep.
Looked like he hit it reasonably well in the shot.
But, I mean, it was quite angled. And as we've said, trying to run a hoop from that sort of angle, your chances of making them are probably about 1 in 10.
Yep. So it must be open. Logan shooting. Still work to do to get a break, but keeping the innings.
And he hits. I mean, Logan's hitting in this match has been
phenomenal.
Quite phenomenal.
Yep. And Paddy too as well, I think, to
and
be
Paddy as
fair.
well, yeah, absolutely, yeah. But those sort of links don't worry Logan. I think
It's
Paddy...
just a gimmick.
It's, he's got youth on his side.
And if I look back, Nelson, to sort of us amateurs, at what distance are we happy just being comfortable? I don't even know if it goes beyond a yard sometimes between you and I. Whereas these guys, 10 yards, it's just their bread and butter. They're just so confident in their swing. Their single ball strokes are
Though
phenomenal.
we have seen a couple of short misses here during this match.
Yep. And I think a big part of this game 5 is going to come down to who can keep it together mentally the most.
Yep.
You know, there's no second chances from here.
No. Yes, the game starts again when you're 2-all, really. I mean, it's all what's gone before becomes irrelevant.
And one thing that's quite nice, and I would say almost rare for a New Zealand Open, is that for once all of the other matches have finished first.
I know.
So
yes, the manager is. I can see the manager smiling. You know, the last thing he wanted was one of the other consolation events still going on after the main event had finished.
So just a quick summary from around the lawns today. We had on lawn 1, we had Levi Franks versus John Christie, and the 9-16 playoff called the bronze medal. And that was a 2-0 victory to Levi.
It was.
Both games were close.
Both close.
And a massive shout out to Levi's performance throughout the event. Nearly caused a major upset, taking Logan to the 3rd.
Yep.
And his
first New Zealand Open, I think.
First New Zealand Open, and I believe he's also had a handicap reduction as well, which is well deserved, just playing well above his current 2.5 level. So Levi, phenomenal event, mate. Good on you, and awesome to see a young Canterbury player doing so well on home soil. When we went across to lawn 2, the other tricky lawn, that was a best of 1, no time limit between the campaigners, Joe Hogan and John Bursey. And Joe got there today. I think there was chances, and it could have been reasonably close, but Joe's very happy to seal 3rd position in the 3v4 playoff. Over behind us on lawn 4, we had a best of 3 plate final, and the plate occurred after a bit of block play, a super block play, and then a best of 3. That was between Stefan Hora and Kerry Johnston, and congratulations to Stefan, who came out on top with a 2-0 victory. And our final match of the day was between Harps Tahurangi and Callum Highland of Australia. And congratulations to Harps with a 2-0 victory, and what could have gone either way, another close match. So we've had 3 2-0s, a 1-0, and now we're currently 2-all in the best of 5 decider. So here's Logan approaching hoop 1.
I think he's done that pretty well.
He looks happy with it.
He looks pretty happy with it, and he's certainly straight on. Blue is more or less on the boundary, I think, sort of halfway between the peg and 2.
Yep.
And black is sort of level with hoop 4.
And we've got a good view of that on screen here, where we can see that blue's, a yard, maybe 2 yards in from the boundary.
Is that much, is it?
But
Right.
it's still a priority to get a rush over towards it.
Yeah, absolutely.
He needs to play a good rush here, and he should be able to get partner to hoop 3, with the priority being holding on that rush to get over to the west boundary to tidy up on blue.
So his priority here is really to get his rush on black to blue. He'll be putting yellow to 3, but his priority is to get that rush, concentrating on the ball he is playing. Having a good pioneer at 3 is secondary to getting that rush. And it's a good lesson for beginners to learn, or is always concentrate on the ball you are playing. That's the important one.
Agreed. And so in that instant, brilliant that he's got a fantastic yellow, but if he could replay the shot again, he'd rather have a worse yellow or Kowhai and a better Pharaoh. Now he needs to play a good cut, and we could see that ripple effect again here, Nelson, from
Absolutely.
not getting one shot right.
Yep.
The consequence isn't now, but it could be 4, 5, 6 shots from now.
Yep. And you don't really want to be making long rolls on these sort of conditions.
No.
It's very hard to to make sure the ball does not roll too far to the left or to the right, or to roll past the hoop. He's cut it to about hoop 6.
And that's a tricky takeoff to get a rush to hoop 2.
Tricky takeoff. And he's also landed on a bit of green lawn. So therefore,
slow there.
So you're taking off on a slower bit of lawn, going onto a faster bit of lawn, and that's
which becomes like lightning near that boundary. That's a really tricky takeoff to play.
It is, so you want to take off enough across the green and basically let the ball do its own roll towards blue. If you, he could underhit this or he could overhit it. The little bit of green is really caused by the large tree that's in that corner. So he's taking off. He's going to be short, I think. No, it's carrying on, but it is still short. But he nearly got there. Another 2 rolls, it would have been perfect. But now he's going to have he can slightly cut it infield a bit, I think. It's hard to see from this, when you're at this level watching, it's hard to see the actual... You can probably cut it a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but he's still going to have a 7.
Yeah, he's still going to get a
7-yard approach.
Roll, yeah.
And there's no safe zone. No. I think it will be really interesting to see if he. Oh, geez, I'm stumped here. Yeah, you almost have to commit to it.
I would probably be I might be looking at a takeoff because I think black and yellow may be even wired. I can't quite see from here, but he may be looking at just purely a takeoff to the hoop, and then through to the boundary. But no, he looks like he is committing to this.
Yep. It's a big shot.
It is a big shot.
Could have a massive impact on the scheme of the match.
Absolutely.
And also, Logan prefers to play these shots standing up. However, there's not enough. He needs to move the striker's ball so far that he has to play this as a roll. He can't play that in that standing up jump stroke that he likes.
Yep.
So we've got a great camera angle of this from this corner 2 camera. We're going to see blue's going to come into a deep ball position, and I think he's playing for about a yard position with red. Looks like it's going to be short to me.
It's rolling.
Ooh,
it looks very good. Look, it's about a yard back, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good shot. 10 degrees possibly.
Yep.
But it could have gone.
But he'll be powering this through to the boundary, I think.
Also, just playing on his mind, knowing that this is the hoop that Paddy just rejected out of, at a similar angle on the other side.
And a big rejection all the way back past the peg. Amazing rejection. Look, it's back to hoop 5 just about.
That just goes to show a combination of A, how hard Logan can hit the ball, but B, how firm these hoops. As you see in the replay, just like Paddy's hoop 2, it looked like he struck it really well. Bang! Poopahi.
So that could be a turning point in this game. I mean, it just depends on what Paddy gets out of it. He's got a probably a 5-yarder, 6 perhaps.
Yeah.
At black, which he'll be rushing towards yellow. Imagine he'll bring yellow down towards red to then make.
And that could also be, Nelson, the first sign of a little bit of extra nerves, knowing what you're giving away, likely to give away the innings.
But I have to give him full marks for really taking the bull by the horns and actually was willing to actually say I'm still going to make this and Paddy has missed. But again, tension.
Yep.
Game 5. In a normal situation, Paddy would never miss that. But, the tension, a little bit of tension in the arms.
They're both human.
Yep. It's just enough to take that ball just slightly offline.
So I can't see Logan doing anything but taking on a 6-yarder, 7-yarder with yellow.
And, as we said before, Logan's hitting in this game has been really, really top class.
So a great view from the corner 3 camera. I'm expecting this to be in the middle. Head down.
Right in the middle.
Lovely shot.
He has a great swing, really does, you know. But it's a much more, let's say not exaggerated, but it's a much bigger swing than Paddy has, you know.
Yes. Yeah, and he can generate that extra bit of power with that Solomon.
Yep.
Easier to generate a bigger backswing.
Yep.
And it's a faster swing as well.
Much
than
faster
Paddy's
swing.
is.
Yeah, much faster. So we're he's got the so he's taken blue towards hoop 2, trying to get his rush on black, which he's fallen a little bit short on.
And again, I think for your everyday player, they'd be, pretty happy with that shot. But for Logan, just to make life that little bit easier on himself, just that yellow going that extra yard to rush down towards
and that's
red.
probably because, one, it's in the shade, and two, it's on a bit of a slightly grassier area. So therefore, it was enough just to slow it down.
But it's just single ball strokes are just so reliable that if he's not getting those croquet strokes perfect, he can just recover from it.
Anyway, still got another ball to play with. Still got red there, so
Live on
he's making use of red. And again, he's going to keep this simple. He's just going to do a simple takeoff to ensure that he gets a very good rush on the red ball. He's not trying to do anything fancy, just a nice, easy rush on red to hoop 1.
And you can see from that lovely high shot on the camera, he'll be reasonably happy with that. He's just that good a single ball stroke player. He'll be confident of rushing that south of 1 to give himself an easy start and to settle into second attempt at first break.
Yes, Logan celebrated his 24th birthday during this week. So this would be a nice birthday present for him.
And that birthday present just got a heck of a lot harder because of that rush.
Certainly did. Now he's got probably a takeoff again.
I'm intrigued to know for players of this ability, at what point would they not even consider approaching the hoop if it meant possibly giving away the innings? I think both Paddy and Logan will always take that on from there.
Neither of them are really defensive players, I would think, and I think they would, on the whole,
good from Logan.
Yep, on the whole, they would back themselves to actually be able to do a takeoff to the correct position there. It's a little bit angled.
Yeah, I think 10 degrees. He's going to have to play a good shot, but he's got a variety of balls. He's got one that's peg high. He's got one that's only a couple of yards through, and he's also got a reasonable ball down level with 2.
Yeah, lovely hoop.
Great hoop.
Great hoop. I mean, he hit that with a lot of force, and yet it only went 4 yards through.
How do they make it look so easy?
And if these hoops weren't so narrow, that ball would have been up on the north boundary.
It's gone. Yep.
Yep. Nice.
And the thought of those 5-yarders returns, they're not even a thought. It doesn't even cross his mind. It's just the bread and butter. I'm just going to hit this in the middle at the pace that I want to.
Yep. I mean, I think probably Logan's golf croquet expertise does help in that way.
Yes.
He's hitting those sort of shots in golf croquet all the time. Therefore, when he comes to play AC, he hits them with confidence.
So here we go. A couple of good shots from Logan and looking to get this break completely under control, which he should have by the end of hoop 3. He can settle into his rhythm. And Nelson, I'm not expecting anything different with a spread, but if assuming he's a spread, I think he's just going to want Paddy's hoop 2 ball at hoop 2 if he has the choice of parity.
Absolutely, yep. So often, just to explain, it's often better if you can, to put the opponent ball at the hoop they are for. Therefore, if they do hit in, you haven't.
A little bit harder.
You haven't given them a ball at their hoop, So if you went and put black at blue's hoop, you're making it so much easier.
Completely agree. Yep.
It's just those little things you learn along the way that you often don't see as a beginner, but as you play the game more, there's little things that you just learn. There are certain do's and don'ts in this game.
Well, and speaking of learning, who do you think would have been some of your key mentors, coaches?
John Prince initially.
Yep.
He taught them in my first year of playing, and they couldn't have got anyone better.
Yeah, it's pretty good calibre, isn't it, really?
And I played with Paul Skinley when he was also sort of 15 years of age, and he certainly, even at that age, was a
phenomenal
player.
Talent. Yep. Yeah, so the break's starting to look really nice now for Logan. I'm expecting him to keep this level of control throughout the turn. He's probably going to be a little bit cautious around hoop 3 after both players having made a few errors there in the last turn. But with the level of control that he should have, I'm not expecting there to be any issues.
Will either of the players take on a triple in this game? That would be an interesting thing.
That would be a massive turn.
Would be. I mean, as we were saying earlier, I think in another, perhaps another half an hour or so, the lawns will probably slow down a little bit because we're approaching 5 o'clock and the temperature's starting to go down a little bit, and it just might have that slight effect on having a little bit more hold on the lawns.
Agreed.
So that may be a consideration when they come to actually think about doing a triple.
Ooh. So I think from that position it's actually quite nice because he's going up the hill. He's got to give it a little bit more than what he thinks because he's fallen off on that side beforehand rather than approaching it going down the hill. Yep.
Yes, you learn when you've got slight hills on around hoops. You're better to be going up the hill than down the hill.
Now you can see in that bottom right-hand corner the red clock that's on a countdown. At the moment it's just under 5 hours and 8 minutes. For those who aren't aware, there is technically still a time limit for this last game. I'm incredibly confident that won't be required. We did start play started about 20 past 8 this morning. So we've got, I think, at least another hour to go. But we've got 5 technically if we need it.
Yep. Yeah, I think you can guarantee at least another hour.
What would be really interesting, Nelson, would be if someone got to 4-back and peg and there was a peg out and we got to a 3-ball ending to really dry it up.
Yeah, that's when games become exciting.
And I'll tell you something that I think would be an interesting tactic from Logan's perspective would be considering taking that down to a 2-ball ending. I think he would have to be the favourite if it was, say, 1-1.
Yep. Yes, I mean, Paddy has played some, golf croquet, but his golf croquet is fairly limited compared to Logan's.
Yeah, and with with the available time that Paddy has, he prefers to focus on his croquet. No real personal interest in golf croquet talking to him. Whereas Logan, I would definitely just confirm as bicodal. He's wanting to make the next Open Shore team, the next effectively World Cup team for New Zealand, and that's going to be a really exciting selection.
Absolutely, and we're only just over a year away from that. It's going to be held in Tasmania in February 25. So not much time before that selection is made.
Yeah. And I wish you and the other golf croquet selectors all the best on that one.
Thank you. Logan has a very good attitude to the game. He's very relaxed. He's got he doesn't he performs well under pressure. He's an all-round player for a player only the age of 24.
Completely agree, and I think there would have been a lot of similarities with Paddy coming through as well, almost mature just beyond both of the years.
Well, how old was Paddy when he won his first New Zealand Open? He was only early 20s, wasn't he?
Yeah, so he's 36 now, and he won it in 2010, so 17 years ago. So yeah,
you mean 14 years ago?
14, sorry, won it in 2017.
Yeah, so he was 22. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. I mean, Logan's been playing a number of years, but didn't really come onto the tournament scene really until about 6 years ago.
Yeah, first ranking game for Logan 2018. Didn't play many games in 18, 19 or 20.
No.
I think it was really 21 that he started to become a known name and had some really good progression. 22 he was dangerous, and 2023 was his last year was his breakthrough year in my opinion. The 22-23 season was when he just really became an established name in New Zealand and also a name to be feared worldwide, to be fair.
Yeah, in 23 he won the New Zealand Open, and he was a finalist in the World Championships. Yes, I think the next AC Worlds he will be someone pretty dangerous. Yep, and that's due to be held, I believe, October 25 in the States. Yeah. Yep. So Logan is sending his black ball to one back and going to blue at 6. Sorry, it's blue ball. It's very hard to see with the light on these balls. They can look the same. Got something to do with my eyesight, perhaps.
So yeah, no, it's been a nice turn from Logan. Reminder, we game 5.
Nice and controlled at this point.
Break up to Logan effectively.
Yep.
And yeah, we're expecting a spread with the blue over by hoop 2. That's our hunch. And just on every hoop, taking that little bit of extra caution that's required.
Little bit of care, yep.
And it just amazes me watching players of this quality, how they can have so much confidence with so much riding on it. The mental strength they've got, just phenomenal.
I suppose it's about sort of trying to remove the situation, or what I'm playing for, out of your brain, and just saying, I'm just playing a normal 4-ball break, you know, and I know what to do.
Lawn.
I've done it a million times before, and and trying to remove the actual, what you're actually playing for, and just concentrating on your every stroke. That may sound simple, but it's a very difficult thing to do.
Well, an interesting question came up before when Paddy was on his triple in game 3 about, how many times has he actually gone and done this? And trying to put a number on that is scary. So ranking-wise, he's done 640 now. Now, Steve Wardle from up north, kia ora, Steve, you made a really good point. That's actually only in his singles. So if you put all his doubles games in there,
and perhaps some of his club games and non-ranking games,
let alone the turns in practice, it's in the thousands that he would have done it.
I'm not sure who holds the record for triples. I'm certainly
Dave Morm.
Dave Morm.
Yep, by a significant margin.
Around the 2000?
I think it's around the 2000. I think he's possibly played over 4. Like he's played the most games in the history.
Yep.
Over 4,000. I believe. And there's a big gap between him and number 2.
Yep. But then he probably plays more than anybody else and has done over a considerable amount of time.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before, if Logan keeps playing, before he will become one of New Zealand's top, peeling players.
Yep. Well, he nearly took. He actually holds a New Zealand record for the most successive consecutive triples, 15. But he doesn't hold the world record. I think Robert Fulford has that.
That's phenomenal. And that was as part of his New Zealand Open last year, wasn't it?
Yep, it was part of it. Yep.
Yeah, a few games beforehand, every game in the block, and most games.
I think he entered it with about 10 already, and then it's I can't remember now, but it was something like that, and then that's what added to it.
And that's in a row, and some people don't ever get to 1 in their playing career, let alone 15 in a row.
Yes.
But that's also just what makes him one of the best players in the world.
Absolutely. He was a little bit unhappy about where black went. He'd rather have black the other side of the hoop. You really want to have your pioneer as you're approaching the hoop, not the other side.
The box,
inside the box, that's right. And the box we regard as just the inside of the hoops. But he won't let that bother him too much. He'll just make sure that he's got a rush down here. He's gone a fair way through the 2 back, but he can rush that back to the blue, which is up near the peg. Yeah, he won't be happy with that. He collided with the hoop number 1 and trying to rush that back to blue. So he's got to do a little bit of repair work here.
Could have been in worse positions.
He could have been in worse positions. You did right. He could have been behind the hoop. This way he can still roll both balls.
Yeah.
And because the conditions are quite fast, it's not a difficult shot.
You just watch this. Look for this little bounce in the back ball.
Yeah, he always does that little bounce, doesn't he?
And look at the balls just
rolling. Ooh, look at them roll. Now, we'd be loving that shot now, wouldn't we?
Don't even start. The thought of looking at it scares me, let alone having to play it. The leg movement, the hand movement, that would be providing entertainment for the crowd. Whereas I think Logan's just going to be head down, and he's probably just going to drill this and put it back there with a croquet stroke.
Absolutely, drill it back down to the south boundary.
Look at the confidence in just hitting that.
And just letting it roll through, quite nicely.
No,
okay, not as far as he perhaps would have liked it.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting weight, isn't it? Because it's stuck in sort of no man's land here.
Yes, it's going to be interesting now because, getting blue to hoop 2 has become a little bit more difficult.
Agreed.
Because he's going to have to probably... Well, he may be able to play blue after he makes 3 back.
I think we could see just an OSL here.
Yeah.
Yeah, black up the eastern boundary, blue over towards the western boundary near hoop 2, laid up tight in corner 4. He didn't want to give Paddy the short shot into corner 4.
Nope.
Even this approach to 3-back, it's still work to do.
Absolutely. It doesn't look far, but on these lawns you only have to slightly over or under hit it, and you give yourself a difficult hoop.
He played a lovely shot there. Low risk on the hoop. He's not going to have the control at the leave that he would want.
Yep, so he's gone beyond it, so he can actually rush the black ball back.
And I just think if he's having an OSL here, I can't see anything but blue being lifted and taking the short shot into corner 4. With that being the case, I'm really interested to see if Logan will consider swapping positions, knowing that if Black's over at corner 2, near hoop 2, yes, it's a much easier start for Paddy, but it's also an easier start for Logan.
Looks like he's going that way, doesn't it?
And I think if he wanted to be really defensive, he could also consider just rushing, blue off the boundary, saying, all right, well, you can play your hoop 1 ball, but even if you hit your 13-yarder, you haven't got a guaranteed break if you hit. Although from the placement of that, it looks like he's still considering trying to play for a spread.
Yeah,
and that would be a phenomenal achievement if he gets that out. I think that's a high-risk option here.
It is a very high-risk option because it's very dependent on how he rushes this blue ball. I mean, if that blue ball isn't anywhere as close as about 2 feet from the peg,
that's sailing.
And it's certainly not going to be anywhere near there.
Yep.
So getting that wide is a very difficult shot to play. And I think he'll be taking a much safer option. He'll be sending blue out towards us and getting his rush on red. So it's not the leave he would have liked. He's given Paddy a much shorter shot than he probably would have liked to have given him. But now just to see how defensive he is with this leave. He's rushed red down into the 4th corner.
So I think even though he's not going to be happy with the leave compared with what he was going for, I still think you've got to look at it as, all right, it's game 5 of the final. We've both had a chance at an early break, and in my second attempt, I've got a clip on fullback. So he's got to be happy with it, even though it's not the leave that he was hoping for at the start of the turn.
Would he be just defensive and take yellow across to the other side, really, really separate? But he's not going to, no.
No, I think he's saying, Paddy, there's some pressure on this.
The New Zealand leave, as we used to call it.
Someone was actually mentioning the Jackson leave the other day, leaving blue and black, and not the same spot, but if you think east and west boundary, but a ball off the yard line, and then yourself in corner 2 and corner 4.
Yep.
And that used to be, my understanding, a reasonably common leave by Jacko, where
very defensive leave, but but Jacko was always so confident about hitting that sort of length of
especially when he turns it into a double.
Mm.
Yep.
So I would suspect that Paddy is going to take the A-balk shot, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think he's taken his hoop 2 ball. Logan's saying, here you go, Paddy.
Yep.
If you miss, you give me a chance at a standard triple. If you hit, I'm giving you an equalising break.
Yeah.
The fact that Paddy is even hesitating for a little bit, I think that's a psychological win for Logan.
So he's looking at black. He's weighing up his options.
And I think with Logan, he could have played black even closer to the boundary so that if Paddy did hit, he couldn't rush over and then get a ball to 3 as well. I think there's a lot of room behind the black ball. So when Logan knew was aborting, I wonder if he could play it again if he would have gone for both balls tighter to the boundary.
Yep. I always think sometimes, with a leave, if you've given your opponent options, it's you make it harder for your opponent sometimes. If you just got one shot, you can be very single-minded about it.
You just know what you're doing. You can get into your routine.
But if you're given your opponent various options, it's trying to put those other options out of your mind while you actually play the shot. I know Paddy is a very experienced player and is probably able to do that, but it does help sometimes to give your opponent more than one option.
So here we go, Chapman, game 5, McCorkindale break up. Black at red. Hits it well. Absolutely
In the
middles
middle.
it. Pure class from
Pure
Chapman.
class.
Good shot, Paddy.
Yeah, great shot. And it didn't even look like missing.
The shooting from both of these two, just incredible. Now, Nelson, where do we go and buy the ability to do that?
Yeah, I wish they could bottle
What's
it.
the price? Put it in a drink and I'm having some. And just both of them so natural in their swing. There's nothing forced.
No.
I'd love to see on the big screen a comparison of both of us at our worst compared with Paddy and Logan.
I mean, I think that the more sophisticated mallets have increased the hitting ability of all players, really. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you go back a number of years, players played a lot more of a defensive game, and didn't expect people to hit in so often or so reliably. Still a glorious day, though, in terms of temperature. Still a little bit of breeze now, which is nice. If you're in the shade, it's certainly pleasant. Out in the sun, a little bit more bit hotter.
Both these guys are going to be just exhausted. I think there'll be an early night for either of them. So Paddy is, I don't know if you'd call it a privilege, Nelson, but he's got the opportunity, and he's likely going to come down to my neck of the woods in Methven. So a shout out to anyone that's watching in Methven. There's the rush. While Logan, based in Ototahi, he'll be staying in Christchurch. And that's a pretty reasonable rush from Paddy. He won't like having that backwards take off again. And he's actually, both Logan and Paddy have had that a few times today, falling short on that rush to one.
Yep, it's that little take off, which makes life just a little bit more difficult.
A little bit of a teaser for the crowd. He wants that to sit. Bit of angle. That looks like a tough hoop to me. He might play that as a jump stroke.
Yes, he didn't. I think he would have been happy if he got another roll out of that.
Yeah. I think that's a very good hoop if he runs that playing it flat. Oh,
yeah, little bit of a jump.
Just
just
nice.
Sort of as it was in the hoop, it was sort of slightly off the ground.
You see that in the replay, that just a little bobble. Ideally, he wants blue half ball here to bring it over towards red.
Yep, because he doesn't have his hoop 2 Pioneer is certainly miles from the actual hoop.
And that's a pretty good cut. And this is another good example of where your next shot is critical. You have to get that rush on red up to yellow to give yourself a good chance of having tight control going to yellow. Now, Paddy's that good at croquet strokes that it wouldn't surprise me to see him still do something with blue here.
Yep. Yeah, because red is probably
yard and lawn?
2 yards, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yard and lawn from the yard
for an
line?
extra.
Yeah,
So
2 yards and lawn.
Yep. So it's got a little bit more room to manoeuvre the black ball.
Because I think even so, it's a very tough takeoff from red to yellow to get the rush.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just puts blue to 4 here and just does more of an even roll.
He's playing it upright. So
yes, I know.
I
think you're right.
He wants that to get up. And that's just lovely. Paddy, that's exceptional. Great shot, mate.
Yep. So he's now got a lovely rush towards red, towards yellow. So that is what he really was trying to achieve.
And to me, that's been one of the differences in picking up breaks between Logan and Paddy today. I think Paddy's had that. I'm not going to say superior because I think Logan's played really good shots, but Paddy's had better croquet strokes, whereas Logan's probably had better rushing.
Yep.
So they've both got their own individual strengths.
Yes, and always the quality of a player is not a player who can play a 4-ball break. It's players who can establish a 4-ball break when there's very little on the lawn.
Completely agree.
Just went a little bit further than he really wanted, but he can still cut it
to 2.
He still can cut it over.
I think.
Yeah, it's just gone a little bit further than he wanted.
Yeah, a little bit undercut. But I think that hoop 2 is slightly easier to approach compared with some of the others, just with that.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of green there.
It's a big shot, this one. And 5 degrees, if that.
Yeah, it looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, I think he'd be happy with that.
Yep. And he can take it right through to the boundary because he's put yellow quite deep.
Yeah, good
through
hoop.
The boundary, beautiful. He didn't have to go for any finesse there, just to take it right through to the boundary, and that gives him a rush in field on the yellow.
Now, I don't think it's going to happen, but does he consider putting yellow into peeling position, rushing blue north and stopping blue to 4 to have the TPO as an option? Not with that going there.
No, I wouldn't think so.
If conditions were easier, I think Paddy would consider a TPO. And then that 4 hours 40 that we've got on the clock could become relevant. But I think it's just going to be break to 4 back, and he's going to try and force Logan to play his 4-back ball. So I'm expecting, normally I'd just say an NSL, but actually it could just be another spread, just maximising distance and just backing himself to finish. Oh, sit. He'll be disappointed with that one.
He will be disappointed with that. He didn't really want to go past the blue. He wanted to have a rush on that. I mean, all is not lost, but...
just needs to play a good croquet stroke now after the rush. It's a nice cut.
It's a nice cut. It gives him a bit of room to manoeuvre to get that blue ball down to 4 and get over to red. Red's a good pioneer, even if he doesn't, get rush exactly. It's nice and close to the hoop, so it gives him a lot more room to manoeuvre the shot.
And I just think in the back of his mind, he's thinking, I've still got to get a tight rush on red here. Last turn, I let 2 opportunities slip go, both at hoop 3 from very similar positions. Didn't even worry about the hoop 4 pioneer where that was going.
He didn't.
And that just shows to me the importance that he placed on getting a tight rush on red.
Red, yep.
The other thing that sort of comes into play is that with where yellow and blue are being so nearby, he's almost guaranteeing a good rush to hoop 4. Yep. So even if he doesn't get a rush out of hoop 3, it's not a high priority. Really interesting position he's going to be approaching this from. Going slightly down the hill, isn't he, Nelson?
Yep.
So this looks easy, but it's not.
No. We've seen errors of this hoop before, so he knows that area around the hoop has pitfalls, and he wants to guarantee that he's not going to be
I don't think there's going to be much energy going into black
No,
here.
not at all. Right.
Sit.
Just sit.
Plays it well.
Yep. No, it's often a tactic, when you're playing on very, very fast lawns, to actually have two balls at every hoop, because you need to be playing such precise
Double
shots.
pioneering.
Yeah, double pioneering on very fast lawns is often a very good tactic.
Yeah, and he'll be pleased to be through that one.
Absolutely.
Got the Croquet as well.
Yep. And as you say, because he's got two very close balls, he can guarantee his rush to hoop 4. Red was a little bit wide of the hoop.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would have had it preferred at the other side.
And I think we'll probably start to see a wee change of pace in the lawns now. That its temperature will start dropping from here as we approach 5:30 New Zealand time. Even when Logan's back on the lawn, the difference in that 15 minutes, that could have a significant change of speed in some parts of the lawn.
Yep. Nice.
It's a good shot from Paddy.
Nice rush. Yep, lovely pace on the blue.
Oh. Yeah, I'm going to say that's a 10, Nelson. I don't think he's asking for that one again.
No, as we said earlier, he's trying to keep this all very tight, so it doesn't. No errors are going to creep in. Yep. Nicely through.
Yeah, and again, I don't think we're going to see anything fancy. It's just going to be, let's get the break completely under control. Let's get my clip-on fullback. Let's leave the lawn under control.
So I remember correctly, when Paddy won the Worlds in 2018, wasn't it?
Yep, Wellington.
Wellington,
Kelvin.
yes, we were both there.
Yep.
And he came back from 2-0 down, didn't he?
Ooh, that's a good question. I was in a slightly different state to what I am now to remember that one, Nelson. But done a little bit of growing up since then.
Yes, remember we had to play off, didn't we?
Yeah.
Who qualified out of the blocks and who
Don't
didn't?
remind me. Do not remind me. No, it was a great event. Some fond memories. I had some fantastic experiences, especially with some good friends, Josh Freeth and Felix Webby. Memories that we'll never forget. And also a shout out to Ned Wilson, who we shared some accommodation with over in Australia as well. One thing that Ned was a very calming influence on us. It was good.
Yes, you sometimes need some calming influence.
Yeah, just a cup of tea in the evening, have a relaxing night instead.
I think in my memory he was 2 down, and I could be wrong, but somehow I think that was he was playing Reg Bamford.
And
Wellington.
And Reg, renowned as one of the best players to have ever played the game, I'd have to think.
Absolutely, yeah, certainly in that
almost
top half Darwin.
Redefined a lot of the sport, didn't he? Just with that mechanical process of his, and also what a great guy.
Oh yeah, lovely guy. Yeah, so I've had some great times with Reg.
Yeah, very supportive of the sport.
Yeah.
I think he's got a really fascinating, if the mental side of the game, I guess. You're interested in. There's a fascinating clip of Reg talking about the psychology of croquet on YouTube. I think it's over an hour, but certainly worth a watch.
No, it's certainly at the top level. All these players certainly have very similar abilities, but it's the mental approach that makes the difference between the very top and the next tier down. Yes, it's interesting to compare, the top players from various times in the sport. You had Nigel Aspel at one time, you had John Solomon, then obviously Fulford came along, and Clark, Morn, and then Reg,
Bamford,
and
Robert Fletcher,
and now Robert Fletcher and Paddy Chapman. So
Yep.
it's been different, And how do you compare them? In
different eras.
Different eras.
How you can't just define.
But probably,
the GOAT.
Yeah, but really, I suppose the Fulford, Bamford era was, they really dominated. I mean, with other players who played, who took some titles, but the two of them really dominated the scene for 20 years.
Agreed. And I think in the, if we're looking specifically at the either the male or all genders that are available these days to determine the greatest of all time, that's a very tough, or sometimes referred to as the GOAT. But I think in the women's field, you would probably have to say that Jenny would be referred to as the GOAT.
Debbie Lyons, certainly is up there with Jenny.
Yeah.
I think she was the last. She's one of the few female players
to play a winning Mac. Yep. Well, I suppose they both had a women's world championship.
Yep.
Yeah, just a lovely touch, isn't it?
Oh,
from Paddy?
very smooth.
Yeah, he's making an incredibly challenging court just look easy.
Yep. But he's keeping it very tight, He's not giving himself difficult shots, and that's what it's all about. Keeping everything very, very tight, and not putting any pressure really on himself. Again, as we've talked about before, he's got his partner ball as his pioneer at two-back.
We're having some great comments coming through as far as the GOAT discussion, and I think we're going to keep it simple and just say that you can't determine one player just with the difference in eras. It's just too hard. There's a lot of names that you'd throw in the mixer. But yeah, completely agree with some of those comments that have been coming in recently. So here we go, Nelson. We talked about at the start of the turn how Paddy would be trying to manipulate Logan into playing his fullback ball, and I think we're about to see that with yellow possibly be being played into the jaws of hoop 2.
Yep.
So
after he's made one back.
Correct.
So he'll take himself down to a three-ball game.
Yep.
Because we'll only then have two hoops to run. But certainly it's easier to manoeuvre that ball into an ideal position at this stage of the break.
So yeah, I think we'll see a reverse NSL where Paddy will be laid up with blue and black over by hoop 2. The four-back ball sitting. I think Paddy would like it in the jaws, but that's really hard to achieve from there. I don't think he'll want to dribble at that. He's still got the chance to put it in the jaws after three-back. It doesn't necessarily have to go into a...
But much easier to do it now.
Standard NSL position.
If he only just, moves that about a foot.
So he's got a bit of angle on yellow, though, I think is the problem, because it's yellow's the fullback ball. So if he taps that and moves yellow by more than a couple of balls worth, it's pretty tough to play that. And it looks like he's lining up red from here.
Ooh.
Yep.
Change of mind.
Interesting.
But that's the experienced player saying, well, now's not time to play perhaps a difficult shot. I'll change my options and go for something that's just a lot simpler.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know about you, but I feel like I'm going on either a roller coaster ride or that I'm being dragged over the hills by a mule, and the changes in heart rate and level of excitement for me for just watching. Can you imagine what it would like actually being out there playing it?
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? It'd be interesting to go out and take his heart rate, see what it was like. It'd probably be actually quite low.
Yeah. I think, if we look at the progress in technology, that's not something that'll be ruled out in the future. We'll have players set up tracking with heart rates, and they'll be on the live screen, so we can see that during lift shots. We can see them as they're approaching the end of triples during World Championship finals or Open finals. The way that the game is progressing, I think technology is going to become more of a factor over the next decade.
Yes, I'm not convinced that that's necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, I'm even intrigued. I think it could be in the next 5 years that we're starting to see what's happening in other sports where possible body cams are coming on as well. I believe Greg has a significant interest in developing some of his camming strength. He was having some, been fortunate enough to be staying with Paddy and Greg for the singles aspect this week, and we were having some discussions about, I guess the videography that we've got going on and some more of those body cam styles, just comparing it with some of the other avenues that are out there in the world.
We might even have AI, and it won't be Paddy up there at all. It'll just be a hologram of him.
So it looks like he's still got the option for multiple leaves from here. But I wonder how disappointed it'll be with having run one back, because I think he really, really did want that yellow in the jaws of two back.
Yes, but
beggars can't be choosers.
If he hadn't achieved that, then he was making it a lot easier for Logan. So he's decided that he's going to err on the side of caution and make sure he gets a tight leave.
Agreed. And I think that probably comes back to that conversation we had earlier. It's going back to doing the fundamentals absolutely right. Because, yes, he could have thought of leaves that put Logan into a position where, say, his fullback ball didn't rush to hoop one and that sort of thing if he hit. But Paddy's just saying, no, I'm going to maximise distance. We're break all.
Yep.
So at the end of this turn, the other thing for us to remember is that Logan is also for hoop two.
Yeah, they're both for hoop two. That's
so.
Yep.
Having.
So the leave in a way works for both of them, doesn't it?
Yes. And I think we'll possibly see Paddy take a slightly more defensive option where this yellow fullback ball is tighter to the boundary than what Logan had previously, and Paddy will be backing himself to get a break out of anything that's left on the lawn if Logan misses. But even though they're for the same hoop, he'll be wanting to give Logan more of a challenge. Because if we play the percentages, it's odds on that Logan's going to hit based on what we've seen so far.
Yes, absolutely. So he's put the yellow ball more midfield than closer to hoop two. He's now looking for a wiring, having the peg between the yellow and the red ball, which he's certainly got to be very careful here that he doesn't want to leave that ball open to yellow. Ooh, and It's, well, not exactly open, but it's not totally wide.
That's a
either.
teaser, Nelson.
It's yes.
We like a teaser.
And it's also going to mean he's going to have to take black and blue more mid-boundary.
Yes, yeah.
Which he would, that's a
He'd
short...
rather not.
He'd
Shortens the shot.
It shortens the shot from Beborg. And as we've seen before, Logan's hitting percentages have been extremely high. Logan's walking down this way, preparing himself for this shot. Probably just going to get some liquid.
Yeah, it could be off to water the horse.
Mm-hmm.
So single ball, left at yellow. Red hampered from the hoop. Yep. Carpie Paddy.
Nice break. Nice leave. I mean, when I look from here, he's only got about half a ball, I would say. Wouldn't you? I think it's about...
Yeah.
Say half a ball, Luke?
I'd be surprised if he's going to take it on.
Yeah, absolutely. And the if he did, the chances of hitting the peg and leaving two balls in the middle of the one
is a big gamble.
It's a big gamble.
And also, I think it's possibly only that yellow can see red and red can't see yellow.
Yeah, I think you're
and he
dead
wants
right.
to play the red ball anyway,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I think that's probably why Paddy's not too worried.
No.
Great to see that Logan's partner's come along to support him. She's been here a lot of the week.
She
Just
has.
sitting in the shelter there.
Yes, I was having a long chat with her
Paddy
the other day. A very nice young lady.
So, recap. Game 5, 4 back and 1, plays 4 back and 1. It cannot get much closer than this, Nelson.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
And if we have a look back through their, just while we're waiting for Logan to come back, we're going to have a look back through their journey on how they made it to the final. So just a reminder, we might even see this on the screen here if we could get the knockout showing. So we had Paddy starting in the bottom half of the draw.
Got that there now.
We can see some recent games up, which is great. So we can see Logan with a 2-1 victory against Levi in the round of 16, a 2-0 victory against Harps in the quarterfinal, and a 2-0 victory against Joe Hogan, 1989 world champion, in the semi-final. Paddy, on the other hand, a 2-0 victory against Reese, a 2-0 victory against myself, a 2-0 victory against John Versey. And if you look at Paddy's first 6 games, he had a total of 4 hoops scored against him, which is just showing just the sheer class that he's got. And in the semi-final, we've gone to a 5th. So this to me clearly shows that we have the 2 best players, and you couldn't ask for a better match between the 2 of them.
No, and I think on triples, I think Paddy's sitting on 9 at the moment.
Yep.
Plus one he did also in the doubles.
Yep.
That doesn't count towards the peeling prize. And I think Logan's sitting on 5.
So the peeling prize will be awarded to Paddy Chapman. I believe that Paddy also won the peeling prize last year, maybe by 1 triple against Logan, I think. And Paddy obviously would have preferred to have not won the peeling prize and to have won the Open last year, but another just deserving one from Logan. He was a 3-1 champion. He hit the shots.
He did.
And I'm really, really intrigued to see that Logan's taken this shot from Abork. Both players mustn't like the line down the boundary because distance-wise,
he's taking a longer shot. Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. It's definitely a longer shot.
So here we go, Logan.
I mean, well, I mean, what do they call it when you've got a double, which is not a double? It's I can't remember. It's certainly someone's name is affixed to that.
Interested? Shot in the middle.
Fantastic
Another
shot. Oh,
phenomenal shooting performance.
Yeah, great shot by Logan again. I mean, I don't know how many long shots he's hit in this game, but it's been certainly a very high percentage. Okay, so Logan has now got a chance of he's now getting his rush towards yellow to get this break started. He slightly cut that the wrong way. He gave it a little bit too much cut. He preferred the black ball had been on the left of yellow and not to the right, because now he really cannot actually make. Well, he can certainly bring yellow in field, but not going in the direction he really wants to go in. But the thing is not to let that worry you. Make sure that you get your rush on the yellow ball towards hoop 2, and then you can deal with other things afterwards. Concentrate on the hoop you are playing, not your future hoop. Okay, get black to as the most advantageous position you can get it in, but concentrate on the ball you're playing and get that rush on yellow to hoop 2.
Completely agree. You know, he's got blues and lawn as well. As long as he gets a good rush to hoop 2, he has a chance at the break. And that looks like a pretty reasonable shot. Possibly wishes it was a little bit further towards us.
He's certainly got to cut it.
And this is where he just gets these recoveries from his phenomenal single ball stroke play.
You saw he went back and looked for the spot he's trying to hit on the ball to get his cut to hoop 2.
Another wonderful recovery. Well, not necessarily, recovery is probably a little bit harsh, but another just lovely correction. Like we've said multiple times during this broadcast, the single ball strokes of Logan, just incredible. So really, really intrigued to see what Logan's goal will be for this turn. I have the feeling that he won't want to give Paddy a possible last shot, and I think he's going to chase the triple based on what we've seen during this match. If he's going to do that, I think he should be still keeping it standard, bringing yellow down to hoop 4, coming to blue, using blue to get a rush over to black and taking black to hoop 3. Ooh, he only just snicked that one. That might change things. What do you think, Nelson, with his stop shot? Do you think... I don't think he can hold on that rush to black if yellow goes into peeling position.
No, I don't think he's got enough room there to totally get that yellow to 4 back.
If it was Joe Hogan, I think with his stop shot,
yeah, and
Jimmy, he'd have to play it as a roll.
It's going down to blue. So that allowed him to...
It's an aggressive approach, yep.
Very.
Again, he's just backing his ability. Just says, actually, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be able to hit my single ball stroke exactly where I want it, and I want to finish the match this turn. I don't want to give Paddy another shot.
His maturity is really impresses me. I think, for a player who has only had, a limited amount of experience at this sort of level, he has it all. Nice pioneer to 4 and his rush on blue back to hoop 3. And yellow is very well positioned for appeal after he's made hoop 3.
And Logan's just happy with these 1 yard rushes. 1 yard is a gimme to him. Doesn't matter about the weight. He's happy cutting things if he needs to. Ooh. That is
a bit of right.
Tough approach to hoop 3.
To a difficult hoop.
Oh, dear.
He won't be liking this.
Now, Paddy gave no reaction to that whatsoever in the shelter, but I wonder if he's getting his hopes up here.
Having seen what's happened to this hoop before.
He's going up the hill, so he's got to give it a little bit extra than what he thinks. He's played that very well. That's an exceptional
well.
shot. Good shot, Logan.
Exceptional shot.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be asking for that one again.
No. Nicely through. Ooh, he would prefer that had gone about a quarter of the distance.
And again, I think this is one of Logan's phenomenal strengths. He'll be playing this for at weight, so it finishes in an appealing position.
That'll be very hard to achieve. Very hard to achieve, I think. Yeah.
So we've got a delayed triple to win the New Zealand Open here. No longer standard. He'll play for it. I'm even interested to see if he would consider... Is he aborting? Is he saying, Paddy, I'm going to give you your shot?
Yep, he might be.
I think that's the right move on Logan's behalf.
I really do.
He won't like it, but I think that secures his chances of leaving the lawn under control. And I think that's, to me, that's an exceptional sign of match understanding, maturity, and just, mentally he knows he's going to finish this turn. Now, doesn't that write a script for you, Nelson? 4 back and peg, final lift to chance to hit and finish with a triple.
He also had the chance here to do the triple, but he's decided to take the caution. I mean, obviously he was trying for it there because he got a lovely, he did get a lovely ball, peeling ball at 4 back. Unfortunately, he just ran the hoop just too far. So when he was actually hitting the ball back, it took it away from a peeling position. And so he then has basically said, no, I'm not going to put my break in danger. I'm just going to play
the percentages.
I'm going to play the percentages, exactly.
And even better, Nelson, this still gives us a snippet of hope for a 3-ball ending, because I don't think it's out of the question for if Paddy's got a short lift with his 4-back ball to take that to go around and peg him off. Time's not a factor.
Only the trouble with that is Logan is such a good shot.
Yeah.
I do love a 3-ball game, though.
Yep.
It's always the most exciting.
Makes it
fun. It certainly takes the blood pressure up.
As we both know from during the week. Yeah, but did you end up having two 3-ball endings in the block phase? Or was it 3?
No, just the one. But I did just lose another game by 1 on time, I think it was.
But I'm impressed to see this decision making from Logan. I look at this, if you were in a team environment rather than an individual one, the team would have full support of you, completing a turn, and Oppo maybe hitting a lift and winning with a triple, compared with chasing something that's aggressive, giving the innings away. So as much as this will be hurting him on the inside, I think it's a really smart choice from Logan. And we'll see he's just going to have the break in complete control. Here we go. So Nelson, if we're fast forwarding the situation, 4-back and peg versus 2 and 4-back, I think we're going to see exactly the same thing. I think it's going to be a spread for max distance.
Yep.
If you were going to be creative, what would you be doing in that leave? If it wasn't a spread.
Again, if we would go back to what we were saying before, he could be putting obviously the 2 ball at 2.
Yep.
And therefore giving, if Paddy does hit in, less to use on the field.
I think it's interesting considering putting the 4-back ball on the jaws of 6.
Yep.
On a somewhat vertical spread, and maybe even just putting the blue hoop 2 ball somewhere on the west boundary. Yep. Saying, all right, you can play your 4-back ball, but if you hit, there's a chance you won't finish. And I'm happy that you played your 4-back ball if you do.
Absolutely.
So keen to get comments for people who are watching at home. Flick through a message to the Croquet New Zealand Facebook page. We'd love to know your predictions for the league. Like Nelson and I have said, we think it's just going to be a spread. Keep it simple, maximise distance, put max pressure on Paddy's last shot. But if there was something alternative to a spread, what do you think Logan should do? Reminder, at the end of the turn, it's going to be yellow on 4-back and red on peg if things go well for Logan. We've got black on 4-back and blue on hoop 2. So 4-back and peg versus 2 and 4-back. What is the dream leave?
Considering the conditions as well.
Yes. Now I can tell you for free, I think if, knowing that the conditions are getting easier, I think if Paddy does hit and get in, though we could have the easy option of going around to peg Logan out, I don't think we'll see anything but that. I think it'll just be an attempt at a triple to win and not give Logan another shot.
Yep.
If it was mid-afternoon and this was, game 3 and Paddy was 2-0 up, I think he'd consider just going around and pegging Logan off.
Yeah. It is still 27 degrees out there, so it's still pretty warm.
A little bit of an angle on hoop 6.
Yep.
He'll give this a little bit extra compared with his earlier hoops. Lovely.
See through. Sending his black ball to 2-back, going to yellow, and then taking off back to, or it depends on whether he gets a rush on yellow, back to the blue ball. You must be pleased to take your first New Zealand title.
Yeah, it's certainly came as a surprise, and I've got a massive thanks to Toby to O for that one. I actually considered asking if we could get his name engraved twice on the trophy. Toby was just phenomenal.
He was. But you know, you still got to have a partner who can do it as well.
Yeah, incredibly lucky to just get to play with such a good friend.
Yep.
As well. Yeah, awesome experience. I think from I guess being on the other side of a final for the first time ever, it was something I'd much rather watch than play.
Yeah. Had you been in the final before?
Toby and I had lost once to who was it a couple of years ago?
Greg and Paddy? No.
Greg and Paddy, possibly. Felix and someone, maybe. Someone will know. I should remember that one. So we'd made it there once, and I know there wasn't I don't think there was a single partnership which I would say had two elite players in it.
No.
But still a pretty special experience, and we had some great matches throughout, and one of the most entertaining ones was actually against our good friends Joe and Roger, which was a 10-9.
Yes, I've got to the final, but never actually won the doubles. So,
yep. Was that with Christy, or was that? Yep.
Mm-hmm. No, doubles is certainly a very different game from singles.
And I think really, if you look at New Zealand's history, doubles is one of our strengths. If we're looking at McRoberts Shield campaigns,
always done well in the doubles, haven't you? Yeah.
And that's something that I'm very much hoping, as a very biased New Zealand fan, that will be reciprocated going into 2026. I think there's a bit of talk about it already. But I think this will be the closest ever McRoberts Shield. The difference between the four, or the potential difference between the four countries' teams when they've been selected, could be the closest ever.
Absolutely.
America's really raised the gap.
Yep.
I think it's going to be an incredibly strong New Zealand team.
Strong American team, strong Australian team.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be a lot of English players wanting to play in it.
Yep.
So book your seats, people. You're going to get 3 weeks worth of entertainment in 2026.
Yes, it's the centenary of the McRoberts Shield, which was first held in 1935. So it will be the centenary of this event, to be held in late July, early August, 2026.
And just how we were mentioning that before, I've just had it confirmed, thanks to both Felix and Toby for confirmation. It was actually a loss to Aaron and Logan together.
Ah, yes.
So 2021 at United.
That's right, when Logan was still
very much development player.
Yeah, but he
on the rise.
Yep, but playing, because he played with I think Aaron a couple of years.
Yep.
And he learnt a lot from that.
And I think that's one of the greatest things that I like about Aaron's style of play is he teaches you that you don't have to shoot at everything. Teaches you about patience, teaches you about playing the percentage, and I'd like to think that a small part of Logan's decision making in this turn, there was some elements of Aaron coming into that. I'm going to play the percentages.
Absolutely.
So here we go.
Yes, he's going to have to be probably a little take-off, I think, unfortunately, on this one, because I don't think it's in the jaws. It's to the side, isn't it? I can't quite tell from here.
Yeah. Luke's just going to have a little look for us. So I think you're right. I think it is to the side, but he's going to stay close enough that it shouldn't be an issue.
Oh, no, perhaps it was. Oh.
Yeah, no, that's in the jaws. He's safe, though. It
hasn't gone through the jaws.
Taking Croquet on the hasn't started to run the hoop.
So he can take it from the playing side.
But this is the first sign, Nelson, to me that the break's just starting to unravel a little bit. It's just not he's going to regather it.
Yep.
But it's not in complete control, and that's just going to add a few elements of nerves, especially if his Croquet stroke goes wrong after this.
His yellow's certainly not in a position at the moment.
He wants to get
He doesn't
past
want to
this.
hit black if he can avoid it.
And he's done well there,
Done
so
very
he should
well
be fine.
there. Yeah, he should be fine. He can now rush that back to yellow. That much makes you can pull the break back together.
Agreed. So most comments we've had coming back in are requesting that it's just going to be a a spread. And I tend to agree with that. So here we go.
So it's black to 4-back. Get his rush on yellow down to blue at 3-back, which he's done extremely well.
That's a good croquet stroke. That's classy.
That's perfect.
Yep.
That's just perfect.
Now, one of the exciting things, Nelson, that I'm thinking about is, we're coming to the conclusion of the New Zealand Open. When will we see these guys do battle again? And it's not actually that far away. So I'm just bringing up the list here of the invitations for New Zealand. Now, there's a few players that are yet to be confirmed, and unfortunately there are a few players who were unavailable due to things like work commitments. But we are very excited about the top 8 being hosted in Nelson. Only about seven weeks away. And if we have a look through, it's a reasonably strong top half of the field, I'd like to say. So in alphabetical order, we've got confirmed players for the top 8. We've got Greg, Paddy, John Christie, Peter Philby, Logan McCorkindale and John Versey. So I think that's great that we're going to have 3 out of the 4 New Zealand Open semi-finalists, plus Greg. And then our season campaigners, we've got John, Peter, and our 2 unknowns at this stage are Toby Garrison and Chris Schilling.
Yep.
So if Toby and Chris both play,
it'll be a reasonable, fairly good top 8.
Yeah, and I think you're almost splitting the field in half.
Yep.
You've got a bit of a gap between the top 4 and the next 4.
Yep.
So I think within that one competition, there's almost 2 mini competitions if everyone's available.
But any of those, because it's a double round robin, any of those players can easily take a single game off.
Completely agree.
It's not like playing a best of 3 or a best of 5 like this. Single games, sometimes come down to, to a missed lift shot by a slice of paper.
Yep, that's it.
Or a hit lift shot by a slice of paper. So he's safely through 3-back. He only has 3 more hoops to run before he can place his clip on the peg, which would mean he would be peg and 4-back, and Paddy would be 2 and 4-back, having to hit his lift to probably save the game and the match.
Yep. So Paddy's been in a situation many times before, been faced with many, death shots, as we sometimes refer to them. Not the nicest name in the world, but in reality, that's what they are in the schemes of both the game and the match. Logan's still got to play a couple of nice shots just to, secure this turn and make sure he gets a good leave. He'll be a little bit conscious about what happened at the peg earlier and just that extra bit of roll, but I think they're just starting to slow up a little bit now, that it's going to be that fraction easier to have that little bit more control.
And I'm sure what won't be in his mind is he'll be the first player for 17 years to hold both GC and AC titles. But he won't be thinking about that.
Yep, just focusing on his performance, one shot at a time. So good news, he's going to have enemy ball at Rover, so that's going to help with the leave. He's still got the option to play for parity. So
nicely through 4-back.
Yep.
Rush down towards blue. Yep, rushes it down towards blue.
So really interesting to see what some of the campaigners would do here, whether they would just be shooting with the hoop 2 ball regardless, to say if I hit, I can win the match without giving Logan another shot, or if they're saying, actually, I'm just taking the shortest lift shot to give myself the best chance of hitting.
Yes, because for Logan, he only has to make 3 hoops, and they are also the closer hoops, therefore easier to run even with a 3-ball break. So therefore, I don't think being defensive of any sort by Paddy is an option. He really wants to hit. He wants to make sure he hits a ball.
Yep.
And he'll probably be looking at his, best option. Yep. Rushed it nicely back up towards Penalt. A very nice pioneer at Penalt. So again, he's actually played this break pretty tight, really, on the whole.
He's brought it back in when it started to unravel a little bit. Nothing ever got too out of control. Just needed to play the odd recovery,
little
rush,
bit there
and
at 2 back,
stroke.
but nothing untoward, really.
And I think, considering the pressure that this turn is under, it's going to just be another really good turn from Logan.
Absolutely.
It's people aren't going to remember how precise the turn was. They're going to remember the leave, and eventually that's going to be forgotten. They're only going to remember the final score, and eventually that's forgotten. They'll only remember the match winner.
That's right.
So Logan vying for his 2nd New Zealand Open title, being the current holder. Paddy vying for his 3rd New Zealand Open title, having previously won in 2010 and then 2022 when he returned home to Aotearoa.
Getting these balls very tight to the hoop, isn't he? He's giving himself a very easy hoops. So he's got the balls all in great positions at the moment. So they've basically been now playing for 10 hours with a few little breaks for a bit of food and a few drinks, but basically 10 hours of play so far. And on a very hot day, so keeping your concentration going in these sort of conditions is not easy.
Yeah, a lot of hydration would have occurred throughout the day.
Yep.
I know that from having worked with Paddy on a number of big days and matches, he basically sticks to water. And he's very good at just sticking with that. Logan, I think, is more partial to, getting some electrolytes in as well.
Yep.
Sometimes we refer to the croquet diet as not being very athletic, but today we've managed to avoid the KFC for lunch, and Paddy's gone down the sushi option, and Logan, I believe, has gone for the bread roll. So they're both getting some carbs in for helping with that sustained release of energy. Ooh, that was a great little approach. A little teaser at the end when I thought it might have been rolling past.
No, it's lovely. It's through. So we have him on the peg now, and now he just got his leave to do. So he's got the balls in a very nice position to get a nice tight leave. Both balls are fairly close to the peg, so therefore getting that wiring on the peg becomes a lot easier. As you saw in the previous turn, when he didn't have the balls close to the peg, he had to abandon that and put the ball out to the leave both balls open.
So Paddy's still looking incredibly relaxed in the shelter at hoop 5, just to the left of screen there. Logan, I think, has to be really... Ooh, that's a little bit shorter than what he wanted, but I think he'll still be fine. I think it's a really, really mature turn that's been, demonstrated, executed really well from Logan.
Very well.
I don't think there was much in it from a percentages of playing for the delayed triple and what percentage he thought he was to finish that versus what percentage he thought Paddy was to miss the lift, that would have been something that came to fruition. But I think if you're in Logan's position now, if Paddy does hit and finish, you can be really content with yourself because you've left the lawn under control, versus if he chased the triple, made an error, gave the innings away and lost, that's very hard to stomach.
Absolutely. You can do nothing about your opponent hitting. You know, that's something you just have to accept that they've played a good shot. As long as you've done your best to make the shot as difficult as possible for your opponent, but you can do nothing about if they actually play a good shot and hit. You know, that's something you just have to learn to accept.
So again, with it being another, I think a good decision from Logan going for a more of a horizontal spread rather than a vertical. I'm intrigued to see if Paddy will follow suit and shoot from A-balk.
So all 4 balls are basically in a line across the middle of the lawn.
Yeah, and we can really see the benefit with this high angle camera that we've got that Bruce is operating for us. That deserves a round of applause. Well done, Logan. He'll put the clip on the stick.
He'll be happy with that.
No complaints.
And again, as we talked about, he made that sensible option or decision once the triple didn't like it was on, just abandon it at an early stage and go for a 11 hoop break, wasn't it?
Now, correct. Now, really interesting. Luke's just gone to inspect the leave, and black is open on red and yellow, and it's a really big double target, so it's not completely in the line. So
no.
Interesting to see if that'll tease Paddy into taking that. It is the 4-back ball, so he has a look. You see the shake of the head, and that's the sign of the target that it's quite an attractive target. It's
Is
not
it a single ball or a double ball? A single ball?
Double.
Ooh, double.
Yep. I think he's torn here.
So he didn't get it quite far enough down on the lawn.
Here's a look. He confirms it's the hoop 2 ball, like we expected. He's playing the shot. That means he can win the match without Logan taking another shot.
Yep.
And again, as expected, heading to A-balk.
Yep. So this really is the shot that can turn the match in Paddy's favour.
I think he just wants good contact again. You know, he'll be incredibly focused at visualising the shots. Here we go. Paddy stalking the ball. There's the cast. Hits it. No. Just misses. Didn't like it from the beginning.
No.
So Logan has the opportunity to claim back-to-back New Zealand Open titles.
Be interesting to go back. Has Logan missed any of the lift shots?
This game, I don't think so.
No, in the whole match.
It's a good question. Well, we've got about 10 hours of footage to review, so I'll leave that in your capable hands, Nelson.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I think, just talking to the crowd near us, that he's possibly missed an opening, but hit every lift shot that he's taken. And actually, that might be the second lift that Paddy's missed.
Yep. Yep, he's taking his rush across to black.
So knowing that we are potentially going into the final couple of minutes of this epic 5-hour duel.
Yeah, he's rushed that nicely across. Gives himself a bit of room to manoeuvre the balls, getting red to Penalt and his rush on black to 4-back.
Before Logan makes too much progress, I would like to do one final thanks to our major sponsors for being able to make this broadcast possible. So, in particular, for Kata Māori, our broadcast sponsor, they've made us part of the kaupapa at Aotearoa's home of series, news, sports and entertainment. As you can see on the screen there, Bailey's, New Zealand's largest full-service real estate brokerage. With Bailey's, you're altogether better. Caltex, proudly fueling your journeys for 80 years. From fuels and lubricants to deals and rewards, Caltex always has you covered. New Zealand Carbon Farming, establishing permanent forests to mitigate climate change with over 9.5 million trees planted across Aotearoa in 2023. And Apollo Projects, your experts in design and build, supporting businesses and communities across Aotearoa, based right here in Ōtautahi. So without those sponsors, we couldn't have been bringing you this broadcast. And with this epic, 10-hour battle, we hope that the viewers have enjoyed it. The job's not done, but playing the percentages, Logan is odds on to finish and claim what's been an incredible match.
It's going to go past by quite a bit.
Going. Oh, he's got some work to do.
He's got
Nelson.
some work to do now.
It hasn't been the commentator's curse, has it?
He's 7 yards from the hoop now, isn't he?
I would say that this is the shot for the New Zealand Championship.
Yeah. This is not an easy shot.
Here we go. Approaching fullback, relines the ball.
Luckily, he's not actually approaching 3. I think approaching fullback is slightly easier than approaching 3.
Lawns
from
have
this angle.
slowed, and there's a little bit of green in front of hoop 3.
Yeah.
Here's the shot to win the New Zealand Open Championship 2024.
It's going to be
Is
short.
it short.
Way short. Way short.
Oh, and he is...
Yep.
Wow.
Wow.
Talk about drama, Nelson.
Yep. Never over until the fat lady slings, as they say.
Now, you've got to be careful, Nelson. You can't say anything these days.
Not like that. not PC.
Logan playing for the scatter by the looks of it. It'll help release a bit of frustration.
Oh, that's a scatter.
Phenomenal shot. The problem was he was too accurate hitting it in the middle. But that's a significant difference. Him only having a 7-yarder versus having a 10, 12, 13 with Paddy joined up.
Absolutely. And what does Paddy do now?
I think Paddy's only option's black at blue.
Yeah. And that gives
black at blue. Does red get pegged off? 2 and peg versus 4-back. I think he's making a max distance leave. He's got to hit first.
They wouldn't be wired, would they? Blue and black.
Surely not. His chances of getting that would be so fortunate. Maybe they are. I think there's a chance that these are wired. I think they must be wired for Paddy to even be considering it. He has got a target looking through the screen there. He's going to come and have a look and see what's happening. Paddy has... Oh, he has to move black. Now, I think Logan would back his ability that even if Black shoots it yellow and red...
Yeah, I think we've got another hour.
Yeah, if Black shoots it yellow and
It
red
is
and
open.
misses...
It is open, black and blue.
I think we want Paddy to hit here for Paddy's sake, but if he misses, Logan's not turning down the 6-yarder for the win.
No,
so
he's
here
not.
we go, Paddy, clutch shot, casting, interested. Oh, got it, great shot, Paddy.
Great shot,
Nelson, this match is far from over.
Yes, just it was all down to that rush that Logan took. Normally, he would rush that beautifully, but a little bit of extra tension in the arms, and you just slightly overhit it.
Now, speaking of tension, Nelson, there is a historic reference to tension in the twilight. Are we seeing the second edition of this?
Oh. So Paddy is for 2 with black, isn't he?
Now, Paddy's going to be able to generate a really good leave here. He's going to maximise distance. He's going to give Logan absolutely nothing.
But black's for 2, isn't it?
Black is for fullback.
Is it?
Blue's for hoop 2.
Oh, sorry. It's so hard to see the colour of the clips from here. And I can't read the screen. Yeah. It's too small for me.
So here we go, Chapman. Ooh, that's living dangerously to the yard line.
No, he's fine.
Plenty of room.
The rush across to fullback.
So I think this is going to be buried near corner 3. Or is it a peg-off option? Looks like he was playing for the rush, Nelson.
It does. It looks to me like he's playing for the rush. I think he might be looking at...
I really hope he does go around and peg it out, because that really gets our value for money.
Then we could be here for the duration.
So the clock that you can see on screen is accurate with the countdown, 3 hours 38. Now, it shouldn't come into play. But if Paddy goes around to peg him off, there's every chance
Be
that
here
we
tomorrow.
get to less than 2 hours before the game's finished.
Yeah, we've got probably, in a night like tonight, we've probably nearly got 3 hours of light.
Playing for the rush. Oh. This is the interesting thing. He's no guarantee of even finishing this turn from here still.
No. He's decided to take that...
Big approach. Wants that to sit.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's travelled a little bit further. Yep. Going to have to play a good shot to run fullback. Still very, very runnable. Just over a foot. Maybe a foot and a half. 5 degrees.
And a
Says
rejection.
no. Be gutted. Keeps his composure. Interesting for Logan here. Does he take the 10-yarder to regain the innings? Possibly only 9 yards. He doesn't even think about it. Touches the head. I don't know if that's an anchoring technique. So we know the only thing we can guarantee is that Paddy's going to get at least one more shot.
But it's going to be a long one.
Yep. Yep, got it. Good shot, Logan.
Yep. You know, and perhaps, you know, if you weigh up the where this game has been slightly, you know, different between the two players, it certainly probably has been in the shooting, and you know, Paddy's probably shooting's been at you know, 75, but Logan's has been at 95. You know,
Yeah, I think that could even be higher. You know, if you take away the openings, I think they've both had a phenomenally high percentage of shots.
Yep.
Paddy game one missed those couple of short ones.
Yep.
But since then he's hit a lot.
Yep. But probably that's been the biggest difference between the two players.
Yes, agreed.
Their break play has been both exceptional.
So I think Logan needs to think about getting Black towards the boundary here. At this level, I don't think it's good enough to leave that in lawn.
No, I think he'll be looking to remove that further away from the centre of the lawn.
Yep. A really interesting scenario because he doesn't want to...
You can certainly send it down towards corner 4, can't you?
Yeah. How far is blue in lawn?
Oh, quite a bit, I would say.
He wants to get a rush on blue. I think he wants blue in corner 3. Red's got to keep coming. That's not good enough at this level, in my opinion.
Yeah, I thought he would have hit that a bit harder.
You know, he could have had blue 7 yards. Oh, he's just snicked that one. A little teaser for the crowd. So now he's got to play a big croquet stroke, which means there's less impact for being able to get blue exactly where he wants it. Yeah, I think that could be a little bit of finals jitters creeping in. Certainly rather than
well,
me.
When you know you had it sort of, not say in the bag, but when you thought, well, you know, I've only got 3 hoops to run. Anyway, he's put the blue ball at his 4-back hoop.
So good that blue's, you know, up there, but if Logan played that leave well, he could have just had the distance. They could have been 10 yards further apart, blue and black.
Could easily have been, yep.
And the percentage of Paddy hitting, I think, increases significantly. You know, the balls they're basically inside the box, which is perfectly fine for a standard, you know, A-grade, low minus level player. But if Logan could play that again...
it's you know, blue at black, it's got to be...
It's blue at black, that's the only shot, you know, no matter...
It's still got to be, what, 23 yards, something like that? Yeah.
What are we? We're 20... We're 35, 35 yards for the length of lawn, minus 14 here. Interesting here if black is left more than a single ball target.
I know. He certainly hasn't got a wiring there.
Ooh. I've just come and had a look from the direct line of sight with black, and black does have at least a ball and a half. Paddy has a look at it, turns it down. He's going for blue. No real surprises there, but I think he would have been really torn if that was a big double.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to make. Doesn't want to gift it to Logan, does he?
I think there's only blue at black here.
Right, can he hit the black and turn this game around?
Here we go, Chapman. Possible final shot of the match. Lines it up. I'm backing him. Looks interested. Oh,
that was close. That was extremely
close. He
close.
liked that for a long way, and we might see the replay of that shot there to see just how close that was. So here it goes. He's interested. It's only then that he realises he's just missed it. And that's some great camera work and some replay action. Thank you, Paul, for your efforts there.
So Logan again to take this title.
Round 2.
3 hoops to run. Can he do it this time?
Bit of pressure as well, knowing that he's going to be taking the fullback ball to fullback.
Yep.
You just start to be a little weary of those shots that over rush. Yeah, it's a lovely start to his turn.
Yep.
Played it with control.
Played
Got
it
the
with
weight
nice
really
control.
nice.
I mean, he's not going to get red that far in field.
And I think he'd be okay with that. He's going to prioritise the rush. The other interesting, if he wanted to be really conservative, he could roll red down towards corner 4, play the approach off blue. And if he doesn't like the rush on black to fullback, black goes back towards corner 1. But I think he's just got to back himself from here.
I think he's got to back himself.
He can't
I do
afford
agree.
Paddy to hit.
No. So, you know, he's given himself an easy situation to get a nice rush on. Oh, he's going
Interesting.
That way.
He's gone. Yeah, he wanted more out of red.
That's a clever option.
Yeah, I think it's
that's, and also once you also hit another ball to the boundary, you know, to get an exact position for your rush to fullback, you can really do it more precisely, really, can't he? Mm.
Yeah, he's played that well. So he's got a better Penalt Pioneer. Good option. And he should have a 1 foot rush to fullback.
Fullback. Yep.
Boundary can do interesting things.
Yep.
You don't want to play for the rush to be too tight and pull
No.
up short. And with Logan's shooting ability, I think he's happy playing for right. It doesn't worry me if it's 1.5 feet. I'm still going to hit that with perfect control.
Absolutely.
He's playing for 1 foot.
And there's about 1 foot.
Yep, it's a good shot. Looks like no cut required.
It's now judging the distance of the... he doesn't want to go past the hoop, that's for sure.
And
it's nice.
That looks really nice.
It's rolling well. It's going to go... It's going to pull up just in front of the hoop.
That's
I think.
a 10. Well done, Logan. Good shot.
That's a great judgment to arrive literally 1.5 feet in front of fullback.
Yep.
And that's what he was hoping for before when he hit black across, but the tension there made him slightly overhit it.
Yep.
And he ended up with a 7-yard roll, which he then underhit. So often when you overhit a ball, the next one time you underhit it.
Agreed.
Anyway, he's got a nice,
lovely approach.
Nice approach. He'll be looking to be able to get. He's looking. Shall he take it through to the boundary? And knowing his hitting ability, it never worries him.
Yeah.
You know, this is the kind of play that Bob Jackson always used to do. You know, he didn't worry about having a 5-yard return.
It's a nothing for him.
Rush.
And I think, his worst case scenario here, well, apart from obviously failing the hoop, is pulling up short and having to play the croquet stroke to get the rush. He just smooths it through.
And
didn't even touch the sides.
No. And he's got a sort of a 4.5 yard, then a shot on blue.
Now, to me, this is the sign, Nelson, of an exceptional single ball stroke player. He's not going to smash this.
Nope.
He's just going to hit it smoothly.
Yep, he wants it sort of midway between the hoop and red.
Yep.
And then he can get his ball to Rover and his rush on the red ball to Penalt. He's played that nicely, so he can now send the blue to Rover and get his rush on the red. So a great shot from the line. Very well judged. just a little bit short on that. He's now going to
could
have
be a
to
take-off to penalt still required.
He's going to be able to half cup the ball, but I don't know whether he'll get it the other side of the hoop. So maybe a take-off
I think
to penalt.
With a good cut, he's getting this within a yard of penalt, and a single ball stroke, he has the ability to do that. Yep, that's exactly where he was
Cut it
aiming.
very well.
Wouldn't
But he's still
surprise
got
me
to
to
take
see
off.
Wouldn't surprise me to see him be running this down to blue, Nelson. Depending on where the takeoff lands, of course.
Depends on where he arrives in front of the hoop. If he gives himself an easy hoop, I don't think he'll do that. It just depends on how an easier hoop he gives himself.
Here we go. Logan, take off to penalt. Final break. Ooh, bit of angle. That's not a gimme. I think he's going to run it, but that is not a gimme. If he plays for that with any form of control, that's
Lovely.
a great hoop.
Great hoop.
Yep.
No, that was just a perfect weight.
And really interesting to see that subtle difference. He played that standard with a single cast.
Yep.
He didn't have his normal Solomon grip with multiple casting.
Nope. Gave him a bit more control.
And that should seal it.
It should.
Yeah, he wanted to have a...
Well, he didn't. He hit that a little harder than he intended. But he'll take both balls down, I think.
Yep.
He'll just... No, he's not.
playing the
Ooh,
takeoff?
he's going to play the safe option, is he?
Bit of traffic.
He's just scared of a bit of furniture in the way,
Yep.
is that?
So here we go. Wants to finish north of blue here. Not too far north, though. That looks like it's sailing to me. That is sailing. That is sailing. He's still going to have an approach to play, Nelson.
And he's also got to get a rush back to his partner ball. But again, I think obviously it was clever. You know, he played
the shot that he wanted to play.
He played the simpler shot. You know, there's no point in bringing red down and then not being able to get an easy shot. So he's now got
6-yard approach.
Yep. To get him. At least he's approaching it from the right side.
Yep. Now blue is going to be buried deep towards the balk here, but I don't think that's Logan's natural drive shot. He's going to have to play this with a bit of roll. This is the shot for the New Zealand Open title. He wants that to stop. He wants that to stop. He's played it very well.
And I think he'll play it a similar way he played Penalt.
Yep. That's a really good hoop approach from Logan, having the confidence to get to that, 2 feet position. He's going to bully it through.
He's going to bully it through.
Hooper he bang.
I think that may have been on the Batonk courts.
Yep. Yeah, Logan would be very relieved there's not a rule saying you can't run a hoop off the lawn.
He wouldn't want to play American rules, would he?
So I'd like to personally congratulate both players, not only for their journey to the final, but for a phenomenal performance from both of them. I'm incredibly excited.
A great rush up to I mean, he's still got, a sizable takeoff to get his rush on red to the peg, but he will be very happy with the distance he got the blue ball up.
And I don't know about you, Nelson, but providing these two carry on at this high level, I am incredibly excited to see them playing in a team together, rather than playing against each other.
Yeah. So he takes off to get his rush on red to take the New Zealand, and he's done it
And
extremely well.
Paddy will be incredibly gutted, but I'd like to just have a massive shout out to him. He's always been personally one of my favourite players in New Zealand, but to have the mindset, the sportsmanship, the mentality that he's got, Paddy, there's a lot of mana for you across our sporting community, and I'm going to hand over to Nelson before I do the final closer.
And he's rushed that beautifully to, he's probably 3 to 4 yards from the peg. So he'll be taking a lot of care about this lining up this peg out, because the last thing he wants to do is actually miss the peg with his front ball. So a little bit of care will be taken. I don't think you could have had a more competitive, evenly balanced match if you'd tried. I mean, two great players who have played at the top of their game, and really it came down to so little to who actually took the title. And I do congratulate Logan. Perhaps I shouldn't speak too soon. Wait till he's actually achieved this peg out.
And a major thanks again to United Croquet Club, all of the volunteers for putting on an incredible event with an incredibly deserving final.
You can feel the tension in the air at the moment. So it's coming towards 7:15 in the evening. They've been playing for a good 10.5 hours.
Round 4 at the lineup. He gets down into the beached position. And he's happy with it. This is the one, Nelson.
Here it goes for
he gets
the
someone
New Zealand
to watch.
title, John Christie, the rot of the tournament. It's very appropriate that he actually goes to see the hopefully the winning shot of the Open New Zealand singles. And he's hit it with red and with yellow. Yeah, mate. Great congratulations to Logan. John shakes his hand and Paddy walks onto the field to congratulate Logan. A great match by these two players. And I'll hand over to Jared for the last few words.
So that's all from us today. We want to wish all of the competitors safe travels home to both the organisers and the competitors. A big thanks for joining us today and stay well. So, nō reira, kua o te wā, mātou mahi e tēnei rā, ki nā kai whakahaere, mi nā kai whakateite, ki haumara tā koutou haukinga ki a koutou kāinga, tēnā koutou, nā kai mata kai taki tā koutou tū hona mai, noho aru mai.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from the Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.